Hi there, time for Extra Life again? Wait, what is Extra Life? Seriously? Extra Life is a charity gaming fundraiser. We play games to raise money for local children's hospitals. Extra Lifers around the world have raised more than $100 million since 2008, and all because of people like you. So what are you waiting for? Donate to Extra Life to help kids like me.
And it's great if I actually bring myself back in like I said I was going to. Welcome back. For all of you that just saw me 60 seconds ago in part 2, you are now in part 3 of the 24-hour live stream where we are raising money for children in hospitals. We are raising money for the Extra Life charity fundraiser charity, which that the last 30 seconds would have shown you. This charity helps support those at the Children's Miracle Network hospitals. We are in hour 16, and I'm not going to have the timer up for the next hour because I also have to share my screen again. But we're in hour 16. We have raised $1,045 out of our $2,000 goal so far, which is $2 more than we raised all of last year. So I've already hit one milestone there. Well, technically 2 milestones. We hit 1,000, then we hit last year's goal, or last year's total. So this hour we are going to be bringing 3 people from Optimus Fantasy. We've got Nate, Casey, and Kevin, and I'm going to go ahead and bring those 3 in. Guys, everyone, how's it going? How are you guys?
What's up, Justin? I'm great. I actually got some sleep last night, so let's go. Let's
Oh,
draft.
wow, that's new.
Jealous.
Proud of you.
I know, right?
I'm so jealous.
I'm good too. I slept, but I've been
You've been doing some traveling too.
man. Yes, so that's kind of why I slept, because it's been going and nonstop. So
I don't know what sleep is at this point. I envy all of you, I guess, for getting much more regimented sleep than I typically get. But you know, how can you sleep when we're raising money for charity? We're going to be drafting team here very shortly with some great people. Very excited.
Yeah, it's definitely gonna be fun. I went just a standard best ball league. I didn't change. I'm pretty sure I didn't change any scoring settings. I didn't do anything. I just wanted to get 12 people together, have some fun, do a draft because that should fill hopefully an hour, and then we'll move on to the 1 o'clock hour. But I'm very jealous of you because I'm pretty sure all of you have slept more recently than I have, which was, we are counting now, 29 hours ago. So
yeah, I guess it was kind of rude of us to like brag about how we
Right,
get to sleep.
never sleep.
I want it on the record that I have not bragged about my.
Yeah, I know you didn't.
You've never.
No, this was my cross to bear. And hey, it's going. I think at the 8 a.m. hour, I was fading hard. Like I was done, and that was after 12 hours.
Yeah.
And then we hit a point where it was just hey, I'm good now. Like I
It's
got
that
some,
adrenaline,
That
man.
second wind.
yeah. Well,
Yep.
so I had 2 people on, kind of, they were going chatting back and forth, and I was like, you know what? It was Pete Davidson and one of our co-hosts on Fantasy Now. I was like, you know what? I'm gonna just slide over here next to my desk, lay down for like 10 minutes, and just like stretch out, get some blood flowing. I didn't fall asleep, but it was just more of a got the blood flowing. So
That's what gets you in trouble, though, because you could like, oh, I'm going to do this, and then you're like out for 4 hours.
So I still had an earbud in my ear so I could hear them talking. So like if Jeff was like, Justin, I'm like, oh, I gotta go back. So
Yeah, not me. I just sleep straight through that. Like
yeah,
my alarm the last few days that I've just been like waking up 2 hours late and being like, what did I do?
one dog laid next to my head and he's a giant pillow, and then the other dog laid his head on me, and I'm just like, this is very dangerous. I'm gonna fall asleep. So I had to get up and stretch and stuff. So it's been a very, very fun show. Chef has been here since, I'm pretty sure, correct me if I'm wrong, 6 a.m. When we had Tommy Blair and Dustin Ludke on, which was post me making breakfast. I don't know if any of you saw me making breakfast this morning, but
that's amazing.
I was making breakfast with Bill Underwood. I made a chicken and protein waffle casserole.
Ooh.
That was
Okay.
fun.
Breakfast casseroles are really underrated, man.
Yeah.
They really are.
They really are, like, for real. So, guys, we are doing a best ball draft, a 20-round best ball. This is actually my official only, like, true best ball league. Like, draft it and forget about it. I've never done an actual real best ball league before.
Wow.
So, which is crazy because Super League, which is the charity league that we run here at Fantasy Now, and the reason why we are raising money right now, is a best ball league. But we have added Fab to it, so there are waivers. So you can make your team better throughout the season. You just don't have to make the decision of which players to start each week. You can't trade. So in that sense, it's like Scott Fishbowl there, but there are Fab waivers to the best ball, so it's pretty interesting. If that sounds interesting to anybody watching, any of you guys, I think Kevin and Nate and all three of you, I'm pretty sure are
Yeah, we're all
registered
in.
it. So that's gonna be fun this year. But anybody else watching right now, go register. The link should be in the description. If it's not, go to Super League, FantasyNowPlus.com and click on the Super League registration tab at the top, and you can register. It's quick. I've been sending emails out to people to pick their draft spot and everything today. So get that in there. We've now filled 6 full leagues. We are working on League 7 now. So
Awesome.
should be a good time. So let's pull up this board here. Let's make sure, can I grab the right sleeper link? There it is. And we have, what a great career. Thanks, Topher. I was 5 something. Oh, okay. So he was on there.
Early
to watch
riser.
Hey, Bill. He was in the kitchen and it got quiet. Yeah. Hi, Casey, Nate, and Kevin, Bill, and
What's up, man?
and Justin, of course. So, hey, Bill, it's been great. He's also been messaging me in Discord about Scott Fishbowl. So it's been a fun morning. But yeah, so let's show this draft board. Let me adjust some settings here so this is a little bit more full. Everybody can, well, I mean, you don't have to pay attention to this board, but we'll have the board up so people can see it. Yeah, we still got 5 more minutes, so we can fill some more time. What are you guys working on over at Optimus? What's your guys' season look like?
Oh boy.
Yeah.
We're working on a lot of stuff, man. I don't want to tease too much. Kevin and I have been working on something that's I'm just gonna say it's game changing. It's when
And
we
lots
get
of people
to the
say that, and it's like a fart in the wind, but
Yeah.
it's really not. Like, I'm not even joking, not hyperbole.
This is a one of a kind something in this industry that no one's really seen or had before, and it's going to change the way that people do their analysis and the way that people can look at their team. So
I have a game changing moment too, but I don't think it's the same thing. So,
well, let's hear yours.
well, okay, so slight context here. We're doing 8 weekly shows this year.
Ooh.
There's only 7 days in the week, so starting on Monday, I'll finish with my.
I was gonna say, invented a new day. I mean, that's
Hey.
blurb day. I mean, it's been 16 hours, Kevin. I mean, like, I've already invented 9 more days in the week, so it's been crazy. No, so Monday we're doing a reaction show in the morning. So first thing in the morning, Josh will be on to talk about what happened over the weekend and preview Monday night. Tuesday, waiver wires. Wednesday starts hit showdowns, where we'll compare players that are like fringe start, fringe flex type of players. Wednesday night, we're doing our rankings. Thursdays are DFS. Fridays are, oh God, 16 hours. I'm gonna get it. No, I'm not. Studs and duds, or studs and suds, where they will talk about studs of the week and talk about beer at the same time. The suds part. Saturday is Dynasty, and Sunday is my new favorite. Gonna be my new show called Bites and Insights, where I will be in my kitchen making game day foods or just prepping lunch for the week. I don't know yet. And answering starts its questions right after they announce the injury reports.
That's awesome. I've got a good guest for you for that show. Look up Cooking with Ben.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Oh
Yeah. He and I did a fantasy football cooking show for a while. It was pretty rad.
That would be.
Hit him up, man. He'd be a great guest for you on Sunday.
yeah, I am looking for guests, of course. Why would you guys show me this? My parents know I'm streaming right now, and they're sending me pictures of games I want, which is my parents also have a podcast, a pretty successful YouTube podcast or show. It's a board game podcast that they're also doing a 24-hour live stream in 2 weeks that I'm producing for the same charity and everything. So it's
Nice.
gonna be crazy, but
That's cool, man. I love
Yeah.
that. It's all in the family. That's rad.
So
Like really, that is really cool.
I got them into podcasting. They got me into Extra Life, and it's just been it's been a time. Let's just say that. So, okay. Any other cool things you guys want to talk about with what's going on?
Kevin.
Wow, put me on the spot. Just throw Kevin
I
out
know.
there. No, but we are also going to be doing a charity best ball tournament coming up. Details are going to be filtering out as soon as June hits. I'm working on stuff right now, but I have run these in the past. Actually, Justin Kibble actually won the first iteration of it. Was the lightning round best ball challenge, so that was awesome. But yeah, I did not run it last year, but we'll be bringing it back under the Optus banner. Very excited for that. Working on what charity we're going to be benefiting with that, but hopefully we're going to be getting probably 250 people, a little bit more. But yeah, extremely excited about that, to bring that under the Optimus banner.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Oh no, hold on. I have been running into audio issues. You guys can keep talking. I just can't hear you right now. Every time I switch my AirPods, they just disconnect
Dude,
on me.
This is the joy of live
So we'll see.
video,
Right?
right?
Yeah.
You're gonna connect. You're not. Gonna
Yeah.
connect. So now I have to.
I mean,
pull
hey,
this
when we were
out.
doing our draft show, Kevin, what did I lost audio for what, like 10 minutes, and you guys had to just talk. It was
I mean,
wonderful.
See, and I'm not good at that. I'm not good at that. The one time that it went down with you and me when we were podcasting, Nate, I was like,
Oh,
hey guys, I don't think Nate's with us at the moment.
So-
when people are just like, yeah, just talk for a minute. I'll be right back in 30 seconds. You're like,
Yeah.
So-
all we do is yap anyway, so that's
Right.
like nothing.
So I was doing a show a while back with Bob Harris from Football Guys.
I'm gonna
And football
start this draft so
diehards.
the others not in our chat can start drafting. Just FYI, we can keep talking, obviously.
Yeah. And we had a transformer blow in our neighborhood, and Bob Harris had to carry the show for 10 minutes without me because I lost. I had to finally come back on my phone and finish the show, but it was like, this stuff happens, man. It's just it makes it more fun, I think, too, sometimes, especially for the viewers. Like, oh look, they're real people. Things
Yeah.
happen.
Yeah, I do agree there. Yeah, it's I always love the whole, like, all right, you talk, because so throwing it out there more. My wife also has a podcast that I produce, and her and her co-host, they'll sit there and talk and chit chat like downstairs before they even get to the microphone. And I'm just like, this is all stuff I could be using to make sure your levels are good. And then they're like, oh yeah, we should probably go up there. And they'll sit down in the microphone, and I'll start like adjusting levels, and then they won't talk. I'm like, guys, talk about something. They're like, and they completely lose it. So yeah,
Well, the weather we're having today, aren't we?
is it good weather?
Lovely
Go
weather.
to that's the go to.
Yeah.
Like,
Oh, right. Yeah,
I was like, actually, it's supposed to rain.
I haven't been outside.
Yeah.
All right, so we got Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson, Bijan Robinson, CeeDee Lamb. I did only make this a 1 QB league too, didn't I?
Yeah, it's just fun. Kevin, do we ever draft 1 QB? Casey, do we ever? I
I don't.
can't.
I'm gonna lie.
'Cause I was totally like about to take a quarterback until you said that. Then I'm like,
So I gotta take. I hate Superflex, like especially best ball. I would just much rather have it just be one quarterback. Like, I'm not a big dynasty person. I'm not. I like one quarterback. I like not have to. I can draft 2 if I want to. I could draft 3 if I really want to. But other than that, I don't want to have to draft like. I don't like the Superflex or like 2 QB to have like the draft within a draft, which is basically what drafting quarterbacks in that format is.
You know who else hates Superflex, Kevin? Evan. Evan hates it.
Yeah, he does.
He has
Oh,
talked about how he would prefer one quarterback leagues, and that has actually made me this year like start a couple leagues to where it is only one quarterback. It's not a super flex because I feel like it's just a Brock Bowers. Okay,
Kevin from the top rope.
it's
You,
not.
come on. If you're in a draft with me, you're never getting Brock Bowers. I'm going to tell you that right now.
It's fair.
I mean, it's true. Can vouch.
But Vince was on here earlier this morning. He might be asleep. We don't know. But he's
Well,
about to
he's
start
down
auto
in-
picking. So
He's down in Australia. It's very likely he's asleep.
ooh, okay. So it's time is that over? Is it midnight over there? No,
He's in.
I can't do math right now, guys. Why am I doing this?
It's 1:49 a.m. in Adelaide.
That makes more sense as to why he was up at from 2 a.m. to
Yeah.
okay. Yeah, no, he was very helpful. I think he was on around the time we had Adam Rink on the show at the 3 a.m. hour, which was pretty fun. We did not talk about fantasy football at all. Actually, we talked about golf and bowling and The Last of Us. So, the range of things that you would expect to talk to an NFL Network fantasy analyst about, right?
Yeah.
It's Adam Rank though, that
Yeah.
tracks.
Well, he was like, I love coming on at for especially East Coast shows at their 3 a.m. hour because it's only midnight for me. And he's like, I love getting you over the hump to the next part, to the morning. And I don't want to talk about the things that you're there talking about all day. So he's like, oh, we'll talk about whatever.
That's
we
awesome.
want. So it was a lot of fun. And Josh and Adam were talking more about wrestling, and because they've been on a show together and they're talking about wrestling and bowling and golf, and I'm just over here going, I don't know about any of these things, but okay. And then we got to The Last of Us, and I was talking with Zach Berger, and I'm on the puck clock. I don't like either of these guys. Oh no, who did I draft earlier, Thomas? I'm a loud thinker.
Me too.
Oh, this will be my first ever share of this player. I hate it already.
Oh, I mean,
Great.
It could be worse. It could be, Tyreek Hill. That Dolphin offense last year was just such an anomaly with how they basically had to retool that offense to be all John. That was fraudulent almost with short passes to Jonnu and Devon Achane. And, he bulked up and was not the same person he was. That's why you're really hoping he has a second back to play off of, a la Alvin Kamara, because he cannot shoulder the workload. That's the kind of back he is, where if he's managed, he can stay efficient. But if he's taking all of the touches, he's just not going to be.
Yeah. So we have the first quarterback off the board. We also have the second tight end with McBride. But Casey taking Josh Allen in the second round. How's it feel to the top fantasy quarterback?
It feels good because I always wait on quarterback and I always end up Dak Prescotting it or something, and it doesn't work out so well. So
yeah, I mean, you're what, QB, I think 2 of last season and RB1 of last season. So
it's a good start.
See how that works out for you.
Why not?
The worst case, it's free league, right?
Right.
Now, any of you out there, if you make a $10 donation right now, you can pick my next pick. And if for every $10 you donate, you can pick my next X amount of picks. So just throwing that out there. If anybody wants to donate a cool $180, I'll let you draft my entire team, including the 3 of you.
Let's pool it and we make it.
I got to move some money around.
Yeah, right.
And with the 305, you are drafting Curtis Rourke. Okay.
Yeah. Here is Luis Perez. Good luck with that.
Yeah.
Is Tom Brady still in the system?
Topher, there is a donate link in the description. You can go to Extra Life and click on that link in the description, and it'll take you right to the donation page. So, and here comes the comments. Okay, Vegas, Jeff.
Oh, it's third reversal. I didn't realize that.
Craig, hello. How are you doing? Thanks for coming on. If you are up new to the stream. I don't think Dirty Dan realized it was also a third round reversal, so that's fun. We are 16 hours into a 24-hour live stream, so raising money. So there's a link in the description to donate money if you so please.
For the kids, guys.
It's for the
kids.
It is for kids in hospitals. Like
Yes.
every dollar goes to help support the kids in the hospitals.
Yep.
So I mean,
I personally have seen firsthand what they do for the children, for kids, and it's incredible. And like, if you're going to donate to one thing this year, make it for the kids. Do Fantasy Cares, do Extra Points or Extra Life. I'm sorry, do that today. Like, that's what we should be giving money to. The kids need it.
Exactly. I personally have not firsthand seen it. My dad was part of the had to go through the Children's Miracle Network. The best man at my wedding, his daughter, when she was born, had to go through the Children's Miracle Network. Technically, she was at my wedding, just not at my wedding. They were pregnant with her at the time. So okay, nobody donated $10, so I get to make my pick here. Oh God, Justin, don't do this to yourself. I see Jonathan Taylor. I never get Jonathan Taylor. I'm not gonna do it.
Might be a good thing. Dang it! I wanted Jaden Daniels.
I'm sorry. Jaden Daniels.
You're not sorry.
I'm not sorry at all. No, he was my QB1 going into last year's draft. I actually wanted the Bears to draft Jaden Daniels, but it did not happen. Ooh, sweet. You guys all going to Scott Fishbowl drafts, live drafts?
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
We're at
Minneapolis for me.
Minneapolis.
I'm running the Dallas one.
Oh, okay.
Denver.
And oh yeah, you're out in Colorado. God, none of you guys are even near me. Well, Kevin's the
Where are you at?
Yeah, I think I'm in Indy. I'm going to the Cincinnati draft.
Nice.
Okay. Yeah, that's good.
Cincinnati draft is pretty fun. Casey, you're gonna get stickers from us to put in goodie bags since you're running the Dallas draft, by the way. So everybody, every drafter at the live drafts will get a nice little FantasyNow Plus sticker.
Nice.
So
we got some for Sunday Dreamers Club. Will be in the Scott Fishbowl live stickers too. So nice t-shirts. Yay!
Yeah, we trying to go all in here. We've this off season has been absolutely crazy. We ended the season with like, I don't know, 500 subscribers, and today alone we've gained like 7 subscribers, and we're at like 570 now.
That's awesome.
It's been a whirlwind 3 months.
I believe it. I know how that goes.
Yeah. Okay, Jeff, it's 8 o'clock. Okay, so far quarterbacks off the board: Josh Allen, Joe Burrow, Lamar Jackson, Jaden Daniels, and Jalen Hurts. Which I think that's fair. I mean, that's the top 5 quarterbacks. Now I feel like this is the gap. I feel like if you didn't get the quarterback now, you're waiting probably 4 or 5 rounds.
Yeah, you're not pulling any of the other guys really up. Like Big Baker had a great year last year. The offense is pretty much the same, but you're not pulling him up because it doesn't
again.
Right, but yeah, you still got the same personnel, but like that shouldn't change too much. But still, you're not pulling him up. You're not pulling Mahomes up. Yeah, there's going to be probably, I would say, a good 3-round gap. Probably by the next quarterback, but auto picks might, change that for us.
Maybe the ADP, the board is the next quarterback. I mean, is Baker at 61. So I mean, it'll be a little bit before an auto pick even takes them.
Tim over there with the highest testosterone draft I've ever seen in my life.
It's going all
I feel like I have to go to GNC to try to compensate for that.
Tim's another FantasyNow Plus guy. He is our best ball analyst, you could say. So he does a lot. He
obviously doesn't read any of Kevin's zero RB stuff. Like, clearly,
mix in some light reading, my friend.
Just a little.
Espouse the virtues of the one and glorious zero RB.
I kind of want to check that link from. What link are you talking about? Hey Bill, what link are we talking about? The link in the description? Jerry wanted to go to the Cincinnati draft, but my daughter's graduation party is that day. That is a real bummer. I'm sorry.
That is a real bummer.
Have you thought about maybe telling her congratulations, giving her a card, and then going to the draft? It says, oh, and never mind, Patrick Mahomes. Okay, maybe now there's a gap, but
well, to be fair, it was Chiefs fan, so I think
okay, that's fair.
Yeah,
That's fair. That seems about right. Okay,
that's why you should know your league.
That is true. That's very true.
Ooh.
Although I am a Packer fan, and you could not pay me enough to draft any Packers this season. So,
yeah, I'm like if the Broncos guys are around late, I'll take a stab at some of them, but I don't know. Like you said, Kevin, Sean Payton can say the sky is blue and you wouldn't believe him. So
real. Yeah, no thanks to buying the Sky. Well, I shouldn't even say skyrocket. He's not, but like the Marvin the Pat Bryant is like, what's going on with the Pat Bryant? Everybody thinks he's the next Michael Thomas. Like, I'm happy to be wrong, but like I saw him steamed into like the 11th round on Underdog, and I feel like that person needed an intervention.
His ADP's gotten a little out of control too. I think I get the hype. Somebody said Michael Thomas, be like, oh my God, it's Sean Payton. Michael Thomas, totally.
Yeah, good luck drafting Lil Jordan Humphrey in the 11th round, because that's basically what you're doing.
100%.
Oh, I was even going to take. I was actually considering a running back, but now I don't have to because James Cook is gone. All right.
I somehow have the wrong link in the description. That is very tough for people to donate if you don't even have the right link, Justin. Is that the right link? Nope, that is not the right link. That's cool. Cool stuff, guys. Hard running, a stream. Let me go ahead
just
and update that.
Pat Bryant's going as wide receiver 86 consensus in best ball right now. So that's all right. I'm not too mad at that, at least.
No, but steaming him up to the 11th round is a bit. You're talking about Pat Bryant?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
steaming him up to 11th round is silly.
That's lunacy.
That's like drafting Clyde Edwards-Helaire in the first.
Or like Darwin Thompson in the 6th round back in the day.
So
Marquez Callaway.
These names.
draft war stories talking about. I remember drafting Kenyon Drake in the 1st round.
I remember thinking LaVisca Chenault was going to be a thing.
Oh my God, don't start.
Do you ever go back and look at like old drafts from like
I do.
Yeah, and you're like, I don't even remember this guy's name, and he was on my team. You're like,
I looked at my first Underdog drafts from like when they first started. That was 2021 for the first BBM. There were some names on there, I'll tell you. Like even just on Darrell Williams and Darwin Thompson and
man,
just looking through that, insane. Chris Hogan.
Oh man, did any of you guys ever draft Cadillac Williams? Just because of his name?
No. I was at that time. I was too busy drafting. What's his name? D'Angelo Williams and Jonathan Stewart. Hoping.
Jonathan Stewart.
Yeah. Jonathan Stewart was like the ultimate turnstile waiver wire guy and like redraft. He was always on there, and you picked him up and then dropped him, and somebody else did it and started him and dropped him.
Mm-hmm.
So Topher just donated $25 or $20. So he is
awesome
to pick Justin's 6-8 and 8-8, which is fine. Oh, and it would be great to see you. Oh, and somebody also just donated $10. And
there we go.
It'd be great to see you take my boy CJ Stroud, fellow UDL member. I hate you, man. This is a 1 league, and you're making me draft another quarterback. Oh, Dang, I did. I said it. You get to pick my team. So
See, once
All
you
right.
updated that link, people were
everybody
like, "All
came in and
right."
started going at it. I love it. Hey, whatever. I mean, that's $30 in 30 seconds.
There we
So,
go.
and we are now
Yeah,
at
it's awesome.
$1,075. So unless Topher picks CJ Stroud here, look, CJ Stroud and Jaden Daniels are going to be QB 1 and 2 this year. I'm just going to call it now. So you guys are all messed up when one of them fails each week. Where is he? Oh God, 108.
You love
that's
it. You
tough.
love it.
That is tough. It's fine. It's fine. Topher also said he did draft Cadillac Williams.
I knew I liked you, Topher. I knew I did.
Remember when people were drafting Bishop Sankey? That was a fun time.
That's a name I haven't heard in a while.
Oh, people being me.
It's all right. I fell into that too.
We all did. Yeah. Kevin, who was your first fantasy football pick ever? Do you remember?
Steven Davis. No, that was the first like sleeper I hit. Actually, the first pick I think it was. You know what? I don't even know. It might have been Peyton Manning. This is also in 2000. So,
Casey, do you remember?
Man. No, I want to say maybe Drew Brees for some reason. That it was either Drew Brees or Aaron Rodgers, one of those guys. But I think they both
Either
were
one.
on. I think they both were on my roster, so I don't know.
Yeah,
maybe it was both.
It was definitely one of those like rando Yahoo fantasy football leagues, like the public ones.
Yeah, I was in I think started with NFL.com leagues. It might have been a Yahoo one, but it was probably like Peyton Manning. It was back when I thought, quarterback in the first round of a 1 QB league was like the smartest thing you could do. You have to get your quarterback first.
People did that, but that's the thing. People did that though.
Did that, yeah, you're right.
Especially if you go back and like look at like
you got 8 seconds.
Oh sheesh.
I
didn't even realize I got in here. You know what?
Dak Prescott.
Got it.
Joe Mixon. Okay.
Jeff Wilson.
I realized you were on the clock. I was like, oh crap.
This is the conversation is just so nice, guys. We're like, I'm just zoning out here.
Right. But yeah, that's what people did in like even the mid 90s. Like the first like 10 picks were like 7 were quarterbacks. It was like Brett Favre, Steve Young could just go on down the line because people didn't know better.
What was your guys' worst mistake in a rookie draft?
Everything.
I have mine already, and I can give mine as an example.
In a rookie draft? I mean,
my very first rookie draft ever, I picked up an orphan, and so I got an orphan. It was a dispersal draft between 2 teams, so I ended up with the 102. I actually had like 3 first-round picks, and I didn't realize, you had to drop players because you have too many players. I drafted AJ Brown and Marquise Brown in the first round, and like a couple other random people. I think I had 5 total picks. I had to drop 1 player, and I dropped AJ Brown.
Oof.
Oof. I mean,
it happens. It's how you learn.
Yeah.
I'd never played Dynasty before in my life. I did not pay attention to college football because why would I pay attention to college football? Like, it was bad. It was a good time. It was a good learning lesson there. Everybody was like, you just dropped one of your first round picks. I was like, okay, so like I have all these other good players on my roster. Didn't think about being important.
So what?
Yeah, so that was my by far worst mistake ever, and I learned it very quickly.
I gotta think about mine. I've made some really egregiously bad rookie picks, but hey, you gotta shoot for the stars sometimes, right?
I mean,
Kyle Pitts is probably my worst mistake. Because I was loaded up on Kyle Pitts coming out of Florida, man. We were all excited about him, but I got way too excited about him. And now I just have a ton of Kyle Pitts shares that mean nothing.
Yeah.
Hey, they need something to the heart.
Well, they do. I mean, Kyle Pitts, tight end 1 in my heart forever, of course. Shout out Smokey.
We'll always have that. We'll always have this 2000 21 was that his rookie season?
21.
21.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, yeah.
22.
So, hey, 1,000 yards is a 12.
One and
You
one
know-
touchdown. But it's okay. But the 1,000 yards was.
If you're gonna go full
Yeah,
Juju Smith-Schuster,
yeah.
I guess like you do it as a tight end for 1,000 yards. That's great.
Oh, no.
You could trade for Sammy Watkins after like
Ooh.
that one big game that he had to start the season, and then it was like, oh, whoops, there goes a first round draft pick or whatever the hell it is. It's like
I miss Sammy Watkins week every year. That was a fun time. A lot of overreactions.
And
Sammy Watkins' hair, I'll always be jealous of his hair.
So 608 was the second pick that was donated from Topher here, and he had me take Brandon Ayuk, which could be good.
Could be.
If he is healthy, but if is a big word.
Well, his quarterback just got paid, so
He's already paid.
yeah. Oh my God, yes, very much so.
So what's the benefit here? I'm not seeing any benefit.
Yeah,
Hey,
right.
maybe he balls out this year when he finally gets healthy. But see, I at least get to make a pick unless somebody donates $10 between now and my pick to make my next pick. So
There, I took a running back. Are you guys happy?
So happy.
About time. Not surprised it's Trayvon though. Travion.
At least it's a young and sexy rookie.
Yeah. Even if he is from Ohio State.
Are you pseudo helmet scouting right now?
No. You see, like, honestly, this round I would have taken Quinshon Judkins. Like, I feel like this is about an appropriate place to take him.
It was between
I'd have
him
been
and
okay with it.
Judkins. It was just a preferential kind of thing. When you talk about the Patriots offense and the Browns offense, you're not exactly like debating pageant winners here, but
right.
I would certainly hope that Drake May could probably lift more boats than unnamed Browns quarterback.
Well, but then also unnamed Browns quarterback is just going to keep handing the ball to Quinshon Judkins. So, and maybe a little bit of Dylan Sampson. I had somebody tell me the other day, like, you're going to regret this when Jerome Ford's awesome this year.
On the Cowboys? Sure.
Yeah.
Remember when we all thought Jerome Ford was going to be great when Nick Chubb went down, and he was decently okay, and then he just fell apart.
It's just not who like Ford's fine, but it's not who he is. Like
he's
anything more was
he's not the guy, and that's what they need up in. And then they go and draft 2 rookies, so it's
he got taken. I would say I think it's probably more likely he remains on the team because it probably feels better to have some security and a veteran back that's been there that can take touches in the early going. But like once even one of those guys, whether it's Judkins or Sampson, and eventually both, you would hope he's going to get taken down to 0 pretty quickly.
Well, I mean, and there could also be the game where the Browns offense somehow is moving, but the running game is not. And the rookies aren't getting it going, so they go back to Jerome Ford to change that pace to actually get something going again because he's got that experience. And I mean, the NFL, it is important to have experience sometimes. So sometimes it's important.
Yeah, he's just he's a medium floor, low ceiling touch compiler, and
he's not somebody I'm going out to start in every league, but
right, he is like you keep him at the end of your bench because he has a role, and then maybe like he can get 8 to 10 touches. Like he's gonna be like RB 55, but he'll probably give you a couple weeks in the beginning of the season where he's like moderately useful.
Ooh, I've got him at running back 73.
I am lower.
Najee Harris.
Kind of 20 behind consensus. That's
I wish I had Najee Harris at RB 73. Let's be honest.
Well, it's probably about appropriate.
Oh, you're talking about Jerome Ford. Okay.
I am, but now I'm talking about Najee Harris because I really don't care for Najee Harris that much.
You have made that very clear, Kevin.
No, have I?
You have a little. You may have said it a few times on a few shows. Just peppered it in
This is
here.
the first I'm hearing about this.
We actually have a short on the Optimus Fantasy YouTube channel, which y'all should go check out, that did very well, where Kevin compares another running back to Najee Harris, and it's not a good thing. As from our draft show, it was great. It's great fodder, man. I love it, though. People on TikTok and YouTube loved it, too.
We be yapping.
And we do. We yap a lot.
Well, guys, I've definitely appreciated you guys being on here. This is definitely a change of pace to what not that any of the other people in the other 16 hours of the show have been boring. But it's been nice to have, different people on. I haven't been on a show with any of you yet. And hopefully this is not the last time any of us ever see it. Well, I'm sure the three of you guys will see each other again, but hopefully this is not the last time I don't see it.
I would really hope so.
Right.
Just right after this show, Optimus just goes, and we're done. I hate Kevin.
Let's go out while we're on top, right? We just did the
Nate,
Fantasy Now plus live stream, and
close the door behind you, turn lights off.
We'll see you later.
now I gotta figure out.
Come check out our new Optimus OnlyFans account.
Only fantasy, yeah, baby.
I ain't built for that.
Fantasy Feetball.
Oh no.
My next hour.
Oh, who was I gonna pick? Now, when you start seeing the time,
Click down and you get crap.
where did the person go that I was going to draft? Well, there.
So I doubt we get through the next 11 rounds in the next 15 minutes. It's been 30 so far, and we're not even close there yet. But like I said, I've definitely appreciated you guys on. We will continue drafting, even though the stream part of the draft will be over. It definitely will still be fun. So
Yeah.
But we still have 15 minutes, so don't go anywhere. Also, guys, I'm still that's who I was supposed to draft right there. I was told to draft Cooper Kupp in this position, but he just got sniped, so I'm not. And the backup was somebody I'm gonna hate. Oh no, he changed it, and I hate him even worse now. Dang it! Why did I do this to myself? Travis Etienne is not going to be a starting running back by the end of the year.
Oh, that was Trevor Etienne you just took, though. His brother.
Oh, you're right. Oh no, remove player. I'm coming back. Thank you for.
Oh, we are so back to the John Brown. Oh my God!
Wait, is Travis already taken?
Back.
Duh.
I don't see Travis anywhere.
No, he's right there. He's 89, rank 89 on running backs.
I literally do not
Fourth one
see him
down.
anywhere.
He's on running under Jalen Warren on running backs. But...
Okay, for some reason it didn't. Like I wasn't seeing the top 150 people. Okay, there we are. Sorry, guys.
He has to take him now. So he got him.
Got to.
Maybe I would have preferred to have Trevor Etienne.
I mean, well, it's Carolina, so probably not.
That is true. They have like 5 running backs now. So, okay.
Take another running back, Kevin. I know you want to.
I'm considering it because there's a dude out there who probably should not be out there.
I know who you're looking at.
Who?
I'm going to guess it's Aaron Jones.
It is.
Okay.
I've been looking at him. Well, yeah, the last round I was like,
I wanted to see if he was going to fall one more, but I should have known with Kevin, he probably wouldn't.
Like that's a perfect like pairing of a rookie. Like Aaron Jones can be like the front loaded guy, and then Trevion Henderson can be a back loaded guy once he, if you're drafting him in the 6th round, or 7th round, you're drafting him on the premise that he's going to be coming on and surpassing Ramondre by like mid-season. So
which he should.
You should. That's the thesis. Not everything always works out to plan like that, certainly, but oh God. Is he not? Oh, okay. All right, that's easy.
Oh, not bad.
I really hate the fact that
Ooh,
they take two
Matthew
quarterbacks
Golden.
early.
Kevin, how does that make you feel in the 9th round?
Good for the league, or good for anybody who wants to take Matthew Golden. I'm happy. That just means I don't get to take it. I am very bearish on the Packers offense this year as far as, I mean, look what they were the last, like, after the bye week, after their week 10 bye week, their offense was essentially drop back, handball to Josh Jacobs. Everybody else fights for crumbs. That was the entire Packers passing game. Is all their fantasy value was basically touchdowns. And so now you're adding Matthew Golden, Savion Williams into the mix. You have no guys rising to the top of that offense. Jaden Reed is a slot guy that does not, that barely plays outside. Watson's hurt. Wicks is there. Romeo Dobbs is there for now. Maybe the most Pittsburgh ass Steelers wide receiver on the Packers might end up there. But yeah, and then you had Tucker Kraft, Luke Musgrave. Like, there's just too many mouths to feed. That's why Dontavian Wicks led that team last year with 76 targets. It's probably gonna be something like that where they're so spread out that nobody wins.
So back to the knowing your league. Topher is a Green Bay Packer fan also,
Okay.
which is
I'm glad he has much more optimism than I do.
Yeah, I remember draft day. He was very happy to get Matthew Golden, which I was actually joking like earlier in the day. I was like, you guys want Emeka Egbuka, but like you're gonna end up with like a Matthew Golden. And they're like, I would love that. I'm like, am I missing something on Matthew Golden? Like, I feel like he should be a second rounder, but
well, the thing with Golden is he like never really earned, like he was still like the second wide receiver to Isaiah Bond at Texas, and in his last season, and then only came up, I think he had a good college football playoff and everything like that too. But even at like Houston, when he was there, he was never like target dominant at all. So the one thing that Green Bay needed, which was a target dominant wide receiver, they still don't have that. So like, I don't know where you find, unless Dontavian Wicks takes a massive step up, a la Devontae Adams, because remember, Devontae Adams was pretty much, Jalen Polk for the first 2 seasons of his career, and then became a stud, and obviously has been a stud. But unless we see something like that where we don't see it coming, I don't see anybody getting over like even 90 targets in this offense.
yeah. So we are 10 minutes left of this best ball live draft. Then it'll go behind the scenes and continue drafting. I'll have to pay attention to 2 different things and ask questions and draft at the same time. It'll be fun. It's going to be great, guys. But something important here. If you donate $10 currently to Extra Life, which is the link is in the description, you can make my next pick or whatever pick you want me to pick. That's why I have Jaden Daniels and CJ Stroud in a 1 QB best ball league. It's been pretty bad, but no regrets. It's all for kids. It's for the kids. So it's all for charity. So if you donate $10 right now, you can pick my 10th round pick or any other pick, but only while we're live. So
Are we sure Rashid Shaheed's going to play this season?
Guess we're gonna find out, huh?
Guess so.
but hey, if he does and he has those couple of weeks where he scores 30 points, I mean, that's great.
I'm not going to argue with you on that.
Yeah. But I'm not sure he's going to play this year. Didn't he like break something pretty bad?
It was early on though. It was like week 4. So
week 6 it looks like.
It was early, but it was early enough. Like that's still what, October?
Yeah. Looks healthy to begin OTAs, so.
But then the question is, who's going to be throwing him the ball?
Me.
You probably Kevin. Sounds about right.
Equal skill, I would say.
You, Jake Hayner, Spencer Rattler, Tyler Shuck. You're all about the same age too.
Well, Tyler Shuck's older than I am. He's already got his NFL pension, so
Yeah, well, he got that during the Reagan administration, somewhere around
he
there.
really did. Yeah, he was one of the
Is he
lead
older than
claimants
Bo Nix?
for Watergate, I believe.
Yes.
He is older than Bo Nix?
8 years in college, man. 7 years. He backed up Justin
A lot of people go to college for 7 years.
Yeah, like Van Wilder.
Not on purpose.
Yeah, and me.
You went to college for 7? That's awesome. I went to college for half a semester.
I went to college. I kept changing my major. I changed my major 3 times, so don't do that.
Oh, well, that's fine. Like if you walk out with a PhD, sure, that makes sense.
Yeah.
It's fine until student loans. You have to start paying for student loans. Luckily, I worked for the government, so after 10 years, they just paid my student loans off. So I was.
That's amazing.
I stuck around just so I could get my student loans paid off, and then bounced.
Jaden Higgins, huh? Oh, Vince took Jordan Love away from you, Kevin. You can't take him later.
Oh no! What am I gonna do, guys?
Dang it, Vince!
So those of you that are in the draft, also in this in our studio or our broadcast here, we are going to switch this to a 1-hour draft timer. Oh no, I hate you, Macedonia. We're gonna switch this to a 1-hour draft timer once you guys are off air. That also saves me as well because
yeah,
picks a little bit better. But I have another $10 donation, and it is you got to get CJ's backup in case injury. Go Davis Smith.
Oh, the neck.
I already have it. CJ's already my backup. So that's fun, guys. But thank you again for donating another $10 for me to waste it. I love it. But yeah, guys, thanks again so much for coming on. Go ahead and plug your guys' stuff where people can find you at. And if you're watching this, go follow them as well. Subscribe to them as well. If anybody wants to, plug that.
Casey, ladies first.
Okay. Yeah. Hi, I'm with Optimus Fantasy. My name's Casey Kasem. Follow me at the Casey Kasem on X, but we are not really over there anymore. So if you're on Blue Sky, it's the Casey. Oh wait, it's just Casey Kasem. It's the Casey Kasem on X and Casey Kasem because we don't need the anymore because we already know who I am. We don't need the. We're just gonna be Casey Kasem. So yeah, go check it out. I do a show with Nate and on Thursdays when life isn't as dumb as it's been. So
and hectic, crazy, off-season troubles.
Right. At KTopkins.ii and everything. Blue Sky mostly because we're not going to talk about the hellscape, but
we are all
do
here.
Yeah. But myself and Nate do Monday show on Optimus. We also do Friday mailbag with good friend Keith Fleming. So be on the lookout for that. That's on Fridays in the I believe early evening. But we check us out on TikTok, on YouTube, all the things. We will pump them out on socials, and please help us feed our kids. I don't have kids, but you can feed Nate's.
I've got an especially hungry kid. Like, man, he's 7. And he just eats and eats and eats. It's crazy.
He's about to auto draft again.
Dang it. You know what? I don't want Rico down.
You like 7 seconds.
Okay. Oh my gosh.
You got Keenan Allen.
That was the other guy I said I didn't want. Well, it happens. It happens. This is called real life. We get stuck plugging ourselves and talking about ourselves, and we just get lost in the Keenan Allen sauce. So
you're in the moment.
That's
the important thing.
You know what? I like Keenan Allen a few years back. I like him enough. You never know what's going to happen.
Lost in the Keenan Allen sauce.
Lost in the Keenan Allen.
Watch Keenan Allen sign with the Chiefs, and
I'm expecting big things from that man.
Or like DeAndre Hopkins of the Chiefs, but he actually does good.
There's no room at this point in that offense. They got Hollywood Brown, who I just drafted, who I think is going to be the wide receiver 1 in that offense. It's gonna be
Excuse me,
Rasheed
what?
Rice.
With
No, it's
Rice?
gonna
I
be
was
Rasheed
gonna
Rice.
say-
I was making look. I'm just saying
I
things.
was like, Hollywood
you know?
might fight for 3, but 1.
No, look at 11th round. Hollywood Brown will take a flyer on it because he's one of those guys who's gonna have like 3 or 4 good games if he's healthy, and it's best ball. So you know what? Why not?
If he's going to be a wide receiver one anywhere, he's going to have to change his name to Bollywood Brown.
Yep. Oh, 100%. Go play in the UFL, maybe NFL Europe. Is that still a thing? No, it's not still a thing.
He can play
You guys
for
remember-
the Bombay, whatever. He can go to India and play. Branding. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah.
After this
Branding.
pick by Brock, I am going to switch to an hour. And he already picked it. I was not ready for an hour. Okay, here's another update. Oh, I didn't get Jeff in time. Oh well. So yeah, we are now on an hour timer. So you guys can do your life and stuff. Again, thanks for coming on. Definitely appreciate it. Be sure
Thanks
to
for
check
having
us
us.
out if you haven't already. Again,
I'm not
anybody
gonna-
still watching, we are now heading into hour 17, which we have another guest coming on to the show. So Nate, Casey, Kevin, thanks so much. And
Yeah,
I
thank
will
you.
talk to you all again very, very soon. So yeah, as you probably are well aware of now, we are in hour 17 of our 24-hour stream. Oh, hey, we have another registration for Super League 2. Sweet. So hour 17 of our charity stream here for Extra Life, raising money for the Children's Miracle Network hospitals. We have another great guest coming on here. We are going to talk about, let me just double check my schedule so I say that right. Dynasty football. So we've been talking about Dynasty quite a bit throughout the stream, but we are definitely going to have to talk about Dynasty football with Russ. Russ, how are you doing?
I'm good. How's it going?
Good. I'm doing great. You know, Ronnie Evans is also supposed to be here. I don't know where Ronnie Evans is right now. So
I would say that's just like Ronnie, but I don't really know Ronnie very well. But
I think I got a hold of him every about 3 or 4 days on Discord, but I'm not on X, so it doesn't like it. It doesn't
makes it a little harder. Yeah. No,
does make it a
weirdly
little
enough, I messaged him 2 days ago on Discord and haven't heard back. So
I think he's also doing like a charity stream too at some point, or like some kind of stream that but I haven't heard any information after I said I will definitely do that. But
well, let's hope everything's okay.
yeah. So Russ, just so I can take a voice break here, I'm gonna play a short video of why we are doing this stream.
Absolutely.
This 24-hour craziness. Let's see, which video do I want to play this time? We are going to do,
Pick the best one.
I haven't watched JP yet, so here we go.
Hi, I'm JP, and I'm from Orlando, Florida, and I'm 16 years old. I'm a swimmer, actually, for Special Olympics. So I'm really fast. I'm one of the top swimmers. I started swimming in Special Olympics 2 years ago, actually. What I swim is I do freestyle, backstroke, and relay. So I was diagnosed with a condition called Potocki-Ducey syndrome, PTLS. It's a rare genetic form. I've been going to Orlando Health Armor Palmer for 15 years. I still have like 7 or 8 specialists that I go to every single 6 months or 5 months. It's important to donate to Children's Miracle Network hospitals because it can change kids' health and change the future.
Russ, I don't know if you had anything to do with this, but we just had a $1,000 donation.
Yep.
From Fantasy Cares.
Yeah. Yeah. That's, we understand the work and everything that goes into a 24-hour podathon kind of thing. So we saw where your goal was, and we were like, we could do that. So we got you, boy.
I told many people for the last 5 hours, I'm not gonna cry this the later the show goes on, the more a teary eye I get watching these videos, and that's incredible. Thank you.
Oh, very
A
welcome.
lot. No, I mean we all do this for the children, for the kids, the families. So it's definitely a big thank you from Fantasy Cares, everybody. So I I I can't even explain how. Yeah, now let's go back to talking about fantasy football.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Russ, you are part of Scott Fishbowl and stuff too.
Yeah.
Obviously part of the part of that planning process. Tell me about Scott Fishbowl for those that might not know what Scott Fishbowl is.
Scott Fishbowl is a very, 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 very large fantasy football tournament. It is over 4,000 people strong every year. Over 40,000 people sign up for it. And it's literally fantasy football. You're playing in a 12-person league pretty much, except scoring is everybody. You're playing literally against one player because it's still head-to-head fantasy football, but you want to score as many points as humanly possible because you want to score more than the other 4,000 plus people to be the winner, which I have never come close to.
Yeah, I've been in twice. I drafted in Chicago, drafted in Cincinnati last year. I see the T. Higgins behind you.
Oh yeah,
Bengals fan. So I've gotten the second round both years. I've been part of it, and I can't get over that second round hump. I'm hoping maybe this year, maybe I don't say that if people buy my next beer or donate to Fantasy Cares, they can pick my draft.
That's the real fun of it. I mean, of course you want to win, but the real fun is doing silly stuff like that.
It is, and that's all it's for. Like last year, I think I had somebody donate to go buy tickets or something, and they got to pick my next pick, and that's what I like to do. I mean, in this best ball draft, people are making $10 donations to pick. I now have in a 1 QB best ball league, Jaden Daniels, CJ Stroud, and Davis Mills. So
Davis Mills. Okay.
Yeah. So, but that's why we're here. I mean, it's great. Also, Bill says hello.
Hey, Bill.
So yeah. So we're here to talk about Dynasty football. So I have a couple of questions, and this could end up being a chat about Dynasty football. So what's one Dynasty strategy you used to believe in that you've since abandoned? Like, what was one thing?
This is gonna hurt to say out loud. For the most part, I've sort of abandoned zero RB. And I know that's not specifically just Dynasty, that's really fantasy football in general, but that's really, I don't know, because you used to play, I guess this also counts also, 10 years ago, we used to play saying, we're going to think in a 3-year window. I'm going to trade for this guy. Is he still going to be doing good in 3 years? Who the heck knows, right? Like, at least 3 years, at least like 10 years ago, player trades didn't happen as often. There were just as many holdouts and stuff like that for the preseason and everything. But there used to be so much more stability 10 years ago, and there isn't anymore. So it's not like you're playing for 3 years anymore. You're playing for like a year at best. Like, so when I want running backs these times, I want Christian McCaffrey. I want Saquon Barkley. I want these guys that are going to win me this year, and that they're going to do better than Aaron Jones. I mean, I love me some Aaron Jones. I love, finding the Danny Woodheads and Tariq Cohens and all of these guys that, you draft as 4th round in your rookie drafts and end up getting through injuries or just camp hype, gaining all this value and getting onto the field and that kind of stuff. But it's just, and it's the same thing with tight ends, where you used to think about streaming. I think it's really just getting old in my lazy in my old age. There you go. The right words in the right order. Where it's just that I don't want to have to think about it. I just want a guy to plug in my lineup and feel better about it. So I think instead of saying, I just said like, I can't think of anything and then gave you 4 answers. But yeah, that's really what it is. I think it's coming down to making lesser decisions and having the better players in my lineup.
Yeah, I used to be the same, like no running backs. Like I didn't want running backs. And this year specifically in different startups and stuff, I've been actually drafting more and more running backs. I drafted Jahmyr Gibbs in the first round this year to the draft. I've been focusing more on that position that I felt like my teams have been really good with wide receiver, with tight ends, with quarterbacks, like with elite quarterbacks. But I never had the running back position like solidified. I've never had the Saquon Barkley, the Derrick Henry, Jonathan Taylor. I've never had those guys. It's always been, RB23 and RB32, like limping me along into championships. But now I'm trying to focus on what is it like to have two elite running backs.
Yeah, like I have a team with Jahmyr Gibbs and Brees Hall. And like I look at that roster and I'm just like, did I put this team together or did I take it from someone else? Like, what is this? Like a team with, well, Aaron Jones, Kyron Williams, and Christian McCaffrey. And it's just like, I have 3 running backs on a team. No less one of them is Christian McCaffrey, who, I mean, I've had him for 2-3 years, so I still kind of paid a Christian McCaffrey price. It wasn't the injured Christian McCaffrey price. So it's just like, all right, okay, this is getting weird. This is getting weird. And then, I keep finding more and more teams where that's the situation. I'm like, I don't know if this is growth, but I'm definitely changing a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah. So how do you balance, youth and proven production from the vets? I mean, obviously you can go get guys like Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase, and stuff like that, which I think are still technically youthful players.
Yeah.
But how do you value, Cooper Kupp versus, let's say, a Tank Dell who isn't going to play this year, maybe never play again? Or how about Xavier Worthy? Like, how would you compare the two of them? Somebody that is a great player, has been a great player, might still have a year or two, versus somebody that's young, not fully proven yet.
It's tough, and it's team dependent, which is always such a cop-out answer, but it's really the truth. When I build my teams, I should say, because there's so many ways to build a team in Dynasty. I build around young wide receivers and young quarterbacks, and then I'll fill in the gaps of running backs and tight ends when I need to. So if I'm building a team, I'll have Xavier Worthy on there right now, and I drafted a ton of Jaden Higgins this, rookie draft season, and I'll have all of those players. And then when it comes time to like, all right, I'm ready to compete, let me go get Cooper Kupp. Let me go get, Devontae Adams. Let me go get these 1 to 2 year guys who, Derrick Henry and the like, then I'll go fill them in. And once that team is competing, I'll start doing more and more of that. I'll start filling in holes with players that have maybe 1 to 2 years until, Xavier Worthy's 6 years into his career. And all of a sudden it's just like, all right, well, he's a little bit older now. Now let's go back to the rookie drafts and let's start trading for picks and that kind of thing. It's the beautiful cycle of Dynasty where, I mean, that's a complete and utter lie. I'll never have one player on one of my rosters for 6 years. They will absolutely get traded before then.
For sure. I think the only player that is no, I don't have any players that has been on there for 6+ years at this point. T Higgins.
I've probably, like a lot of my teams, I probably have him from his rookie draft.
That's a little ballsy there. I don't think I could do T Higgins for 6 years.
Well, see, here's the thing. The way I play in low stakes leagues. I run Trade Addicts leagues, which are $42 to join. And the only reason it's $42 is because we donate a hefty sum to charity every single season. But I still want to give people something to play for. So, there's still a decent sized pot. So I'm willing to do things that are more towards my personal play style or my personal bias, I guess is a better phrase, especially for, players like this, because it's not high stakes, because there isn't that much money going into it. So I can do silly things like, reject good trades for me giving away T Higgins just because I want to keep T Higgins on my team. And also, it's impossible to trade for T Higgins these days because everyone knows how I feel because I have this giant thing hanging behind me whenever I stream, and they make me pay a premium, which usually I'm pretty willing to do. But still, it's harder to trade for him because everyone knows my bias.
Yeah. So that was a problem of mine here recently, is that we were talking about quarterback rankings and just some players that, are we didn't want to talk about the top 5. Like everybody knows who the top 5 quarterbacks are. There's probably debates between 4 and 6, 7 rankings. But we were talking about guys, you know, who might take the next step or might take a step this year, might take a step back this year, vice versa, stuff like that. And Anthony Richardson came up to conversation, and I swear I told myself I will never talk about Anthony Richardson on this podcast ever again until he proves that he's worth talking about. I'm in Indianapolis. It's a constant battle for me. But I was talking about how, you know, this is the year where he either has to prove himself or he's done. So I'm banking on the fact that he's going to prove himself at 22 years old, going to be 23 this upcoming season, the second youngest quarterback in the league. I'm banking on that. So, you know, go get him for a late second round, a third round pick.
Yeah, why not? Take that bet.
Unfortunately, everybody that has Anthony Richardson in all my leagues also listens to my show, heard my take, and is like, no, I want a first rounder. And I'm like, so like you and T. Higgins,
Yep.
I can't get Anthony Richardson for literally anything right now because they will not trade him for anything less than a first round pick.
And
like
by the way,
my own analysis has bitten me.
Yeah. And that's part of the consequences of the need for attention we have by making podcasts and stuff like that, where, you know, people get to use our opinions against us.
Yeah. Evan brings up a great point. He's starting, therefore I want a first rounder.
Yeah, but we don't know that he is. But also, just to a different comment he made, 42 is the answer to everything. Yes, that is actually the real reason my leagues are 42, is because 42 is the answer to the ultimate question of life, the universe, and everything, from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. And yeah, so that's really why it's $42, is because that's my number for just about everything. And I mean, kind of, it's an accident that they are, but that is pretty dang close.
It is. I actually thought the same thing. I was like, dang, you matched with the shirt and everything. That's on a new level.
I am not that smooth to like say, all right, you know what? I'm gonna be on a web show. I get my nails done on Sunday, so it's been a week already, and like I don't plan that far ahead.
Yeah. We do have a question in the chat. Chase Brown for God, Chef, you are still here. He's been on here the stream since 5 a.m.
Oh, good for you, man.
So props to you, man. So Chase Brown for the 112. All the running backs gone and wide receivers are still there, but have plenty of wide receivers on my team. Best wide receiver on the board is Ibuka, Harris, and Burden. I see this as Chase Brown or Emeka Egbuka at the 112.
Yeah, I think Egbuka is between these rookies, Egbuka is still the answer, even though I'm not super thrilled with the landing spot. The answer here is Chase Brown, just because they didn't do anything at running back. Like, they didn't bring in...
They drafted Taj Brooks.
Cool. Okay.
They also brought in Zach Moss last year, and that obviously did nothing. So,
well, I mean, that was injury. I mean, I'm sure. Yeah. I don't think Chase Brown's going to get as much work as he did last year, but he showed that he can handle that kind of work. So I think he's still going to do very well. That offense is going to have to score so many points because they don't have a single player on defense. So I think Chase Brown, ask me 2 months ago, I probably would have been saying the 112, but now I think the answer is Chase Brown.
Correct.
He may get some.
He will get some.
Yeah.
But let's think about all of the running backs out there, and how many of them in each draft actually go on to be very good in their draft class. I mean, we're talking like 2 or 3 running backs per draft class, and we're now saying like 7 of them are going to be like a top tier running back. I don't think it's possible to have that many, and I don't think it's going to be Taj Brooks.
Yeah, and he was drafted late, right? Like the 6th.
Yeah, it was a much later pick. Yeah.
And that's really not the bet you want to make, if anybody. Again, like if he walks into 20% of the backfield workload, assuming a healthy Zach Moss will take another 30%, giving Chase Brown still about 50. Like I think that's still in that offense more than good enough. Especially again, we're comparing to the 112 in a pretty weak draft class. Once you get past like. It got a little better than I thought it would. I think once you get past like pick 7-ish, you're starting to throw a little bit of darts. And sorry, you started moving and it just like hurt my brain. That like
Well,
something
I,
was
I
happening.
hate like being down here and where my camera is positioned. I was way down here, and I'm a very I like to be the center of the. It's a production thing.
No, I
Um,
get you. I move around. I can't sit still, so I'm always moving.
Yeah.
But yeah, so like I do. Will Taj Brooks get work? Probably. Will he get enough work to be fantasy relevant? Probably not, unless Zach Moss gets hurt again. Which who knows? Maybe it does happen. But I still think Chase Brown's going to be the dude back there, and especially if you play in a league with return yardage and he starts returning kicks again, like I think he's the dude there. So the 112, I think, is a pretty easy price to pay, but not enough to get him away from me.
I think that's fair. Who do you think is the most overrated dynasty quarterback right now?
Finally, CJ Stroud has come down to earth a bit. He would have been the answer for the past year. I never it's not the same thing we're doing with Jaden Daniels right now. But it's close. Like every year, a rookie quarterback goes kind of crazy, and then we're just like, all right, well, he's the QB2 now. And it's just like, I mean, we did this with Carson Wentz. We did this with Baker Mayfield. We did this with Anthony Richardson before he even did anything. CJ Stroud will do better this year than he did last year. Just because I see Barely Fantasy saying poor CJ Stroud. All he needs is an offensive line and actual weapons, which they went out and they did. Well, at least they got weapons. I don't know about offensive line stuff, but I like Jaden Higgins. I like Jalen Noel. That was the guy's name?
Yes. Yeah, we were talking about him earlier, actually.
I always go to say Noel Jalen, and I think it's just because I play on MFL where they have last name, comma, first name. But like I do think CJ Stroud will be better this year than he was last year, and last year was completely not his fault. Well, I don't know, I can't say completely not, but a lot of it wasn't his fault. That line was trash, and every wide receiver kept getting hurt, and there was nothing he could have done.
Yeah, and with all that said, I mean, he still finishes. He's starting quarterback in Superflex leagues. He finishes QB 18, so it's not like it was the end of the world.
It wasn't like, but if you draft him as the QB 2 or 3, you're not
right.
You're really unhappy with QB 18 output.
Right. Yeah, exactly. So on the flip side, who do you think is being completely criminally undervalued?
I can't give up on Kyler Murray. I wish they drafted a wide receiver of worth. I was hoping they would take Emeka Ibuka in the first. I saw that mocked a few times, and I'm like, all right, I'm down. I'm absolutely down for that. But they didn't really do anything, so I'm really hoping some magic happens between Kyler and Marvin Harrison Jr. But I'm just a fan of him. I'm a fan of, he uses his legs. He's a good downfield thrower. That offense needs to click a little better. Last year was the first year of a new offensive coordinator, so that's always a little rough on quarterbacks. So I'm really hoping that Kyler takes another step forward and goes back to be, again, I'm talking like he's terrible, but he was the QB 12 in points per game last year. Like, that's not bad. And he wasn't drafted as the QB 4 or 5, like I think he should be. All right, that's a little rich, like 5 or 6 or 7. But, I think he's better than QB 12, and QB 12 is literally his worst finish in points per game in his entire career. So I think he can do better, and I hope he does better.
I mean, we can definitely all hope. We want to see good things come from Kyler Murray, because of Marvin Harrison. I think so many people have put a lot of stock into Marvin Harrison with the 101 pick of rookie drafts. You expect him to just come in and dominate. He hasn't. He went out and beefed up. A lot of people said, he's a quarter pounder from being a linebacker. I don't know if you've seen pictures of him recently, but
I have not. But
he's starting to look like DK Metcalf now, which is insane if you include the talent of Marvin Harrison. So it'll be interesting to see how he plays this year. I'm curious if Tim, if you're still in the chat out here, what you think of the Cardinals, because I know you're a big Cardinals fan as well. So,
and just to talk to Lou is exactly saying Daniels at least has the rushing upside and improving weapons. Thank you. And that's why I said it's not really the same thing as Jaden Daniels, because Jaden Daniels has more to him. I mean, think about it. Everybody I talked about, Carson Wentz, Baker Mayfield, CJ Stroud, they're all pocket passers. They're all, I mean, not necessarily statues, because Baker does move around a bit, but like they're not rushing quarterbacks. Jaden Daniels at least does have that upside to him. I was hoping they would bring in someone who's more of a downfield player. Like I wanted T. Higgins to go to Washington real bad, but even though he ended up staying in Cincinnati anyway. But when they brought in Debo, it's like, all right, they are absolutely just staying pat with this close to the line of scrimmage play. But again, if you're going to do that, Debo Samuel's a hell of a player to bring in for it. Like you bring in those San Francisco Yak guys, like that's what you do.
Yeah, I was about to say that's an incredible player right there, because Terry McLaurin can get down the field, he can stretch that field out, and then Debo can keep them close with the yak yardage. So like, I mean, a quick dump off with Jaden, like a little scramble here, throw it to the other side of the field to Debo, and then Debo just takes off. If Debo returns to what he used to be, at least, if Debo's hurt or out of shape or any of that, then okay, well, it's Debo Samuel. Like, what did you expect? So, I do like what the Commanders did for Jaden Daniels. It's kind of crazy. Like, what teams did for Caleb Williams and Jaden Daniels is not what teams did for, CJ Stroud and Bryce Young and some of the other guys that went early in their days. So it's definitely, he's a perfect fit for that Washington RPO. So, so, okay, would you rather build around Jordan Addison or Zay Flowers for the next 3 years?
Oh, see, this is super tough because I like Jordan Addison better as a player, but a Zay Flowers situation is a little bit better. We saw a shift from Mark Andrews to Zay Flowers last season, and Zay Flowers didn't really have a very strong finish to the season, but still, I think my answer would be Zay Flowers, and I hate myself a little bit for it, but
mostly
really
because of
like
opportunity.
Yeah, I think the opportunity is just better there. I mean,
Zay has to fight Mark Andrews, whereas Jordan Addison has to fight, Justin Jefferson and TJ.
Yeah, like Justin Jefferson, even when he's hurt, isn't going anywhere. Like Justin Jefferson still somehow gets 3 catches a game if he's not even playing. Like that's just how good he is.
Yeah.
But even while Justin Jefferson was out, Jordan Addison was super touchdown. Like he was bolstered by a lot of touchdowns. And you can't depend on touchdowns. And all Zay Flowers wide receiver wise has to go against is what Rashad Bateman and now DeAndre Hopkins.
Yeah. And I mean, we're not talking Houston Texans or even Arizona Cardinal DeAndre Hopkins. We're talking Kansas City Chiefs DeAndre Hopkins, Tennessee Titans.
Maybe even a step worse than that because we're another year later. I mean,
it's true.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I want DeAndre Hopkins on my team, if anything else, because let him teach my wide receiver some stuff. Like, be that veteran presence, even if you can't do it on the field anymore. Like, I'm sure he's a great player to have on your team, but I think his days of fantasy relevance are pretty much gone.
I do too. I think so too. Known Titan hater over here. Any wide receiver that goes to the Tennessee Titans as a veteran their career's done. I mean, historically, it's been true. So, AJ Brown's the only wide receiver to ever escape Tennessee and do even better than he was doing in Tennessee. So,
well, see, there's something in the water in Philly. I blame that more on that than anything else because AJ Brown went from pulling his hamstring every 3rd week to not getting hurt in 3 years. Like, it's ridiculous. Like, I don't know what the hell happened. Like, there's something in the water in Philly or something in the water in Tennessee that was making him get hurt more.
Saquon goes from being hurt to being the best running back in the world.
Exactly. Like, it's leaving and it's getting to Philly is really more important than leaving wherever you were, though leaving Tennessee and leaving New York are 2 very positive things.
Yeah. I mean, it is very true. Are there any tier 2 rookie running backs or wide receivers that you're aggressively targeting before their breakout value spikes?
I don't know if there's going to be breakout value, but I do really like Jaden Higgins. We've seen that the Texans do better when they have multiple receiving options. When both Nico Collins and Tank Dell were on the field together, they both did pretty well. And I think that's still something they're trying to do. Like they purposely brought in 2 decently capitaled wide receivers. And they're both like, and the great thing about Higgins is like people's comp was saying that he was Nico Collins light. And what do you want to back up Nico Collins than Nico Collins? Like, I mean, not back up, that's the wrong word, because they're going to be on the same field at the same time. But like, that's who you want on the field with him, someone who can do that. So I think it's great for CJ Stroud, again, saying that I think he'll do better this year than he did last year. But to answer the who am I drafting a whole lot of, Jaden Higgins is the answer. Ollie Gordon at the end of drafts, he had a bad last year, but he did really well the year before. And I'm not sold on Jalen Wright as being the second running back in Miami. So why not Ollie Gordon? Why not the gigantic dude to be the pounder when you have the speed of Devon Achane? Like it fits for me, and there's no risk whatsoever because you're getting him at the end of the third or the fourth.
Yeah. So my pre-NFL draft rankings actually had Ollie Gordon in like 5-6 range.
Yeah.
But he got drafted by Miami, who's now behind Devon Achane, Jalen Wright, all of these other running backs, and you're just like, oh god. It's like Dylan Sampson. Dylan Sampson I had up there higher too because he did really great at Tennessee. We thought he was going to be a great back, like a Bucky Irving type of player. Then he goes to a team that also drafted another running back in the first or second round.
Yeah,
So
but he could be that number 2 guy. He could be I want Judkins to be a 1 and not a 1A. So, like, I think Dylan Sampson can make his way into the 2 because Jerome Ford was never anything special. So, like,
it's a good filler.
Yeah, like, so there's not to say that Dylan Sampson might be better. Yeah, I mean, who knows?
I think he is. I really do think Dylan Sampson's going to beat out Jerome Ford. We were talking about this probably an hour ago, that I believe Jerome Ford his days in Cleveland are limited, but having him in the locker room, just like he's the veteran running back that's been in the building since he's been since he's been on the in the NFL, really. And then you never know, there might be that day where the rest of the offense is humming, but the rookie running backs are not. And then you got to get that veteran in there to change that pace to get things flowing again. And that might be the Jerome Ford effect.
Yeah, but their other running backs are better. I'm trying to think if there's anyone else that rookie-wise, I'm in on. I think I'm more willing to take the risk on RJ Harvey than a lot of people are. Just the situation and the fact that they spent so much on him, they're going to give him the opportunity. They have no one else to give the opportunity to on that roster.
That is true. That is. Wait, you don't mean Audric Estime is going to be a good running back?
Sorry, like I know we want it to be a thing so badly, but I like
stop trying to make Audric Estime a thing. It's never going to happen. Yeah, no. What do you think about Caleb Johnson?
He went to the right spot for sure.
He did. He fits that offense.
I mean, going to Pittsburgh was absolutely the right thing for him, and again, similar to the whole Jerome Ford thing. I think Jalen Warren did a little better than Jerome Ford did, when he was by himself, when Najee was hurt and all of that stuff. But Jalen Warren's not a 1 or a 1A. Like, that's just not what he is. I think we've seen that's not what he is. So I think, and we see Tomlin likes having that guy. He likes having Caleb Johnson, Najee Harris, Jerome Bettis. I mean, like he wants to have that guy on his team. And again, they drafted him with good capital to show that I think he's going to get the opportunity for it.
Yeah. And
that's hurtful. Watch RJ Harvey become the next Javonte Williams. I like Javonte Williams. I really wanted him to work out too. That was injury and other things that I'll blame anything I can besides Javonte himself.
I don't like blaming injuries for things and like circling back. Oh yeah, he never panned out because of an injury like that. But I remember really heavily starting to get into fantasy, and I was listening to the show that is now FantasyNow Plus. And they were, they were pounding the rock for Javonte Williams. It's gonna be great. Jonathan Taylor, bomb, get him out of here. And I'm a big Jonathan Taylor fan. And I was like, I don't think Javonte Williams is going to be that guy. And I told Josh that. I was like, I think you're wrong. And he's like, no. And we have since come around the corner. He's like, yep, Javonte Williams is a bum. And get him out of here. Like,
Hey, at least they were willing to change their opinion. At least they were willing to face the facts.
Yes. So that is the big thing that I think. But yeah, RJ already dooming RJ Harvey to Javonte Williams status in Denver is tough, man. Okay, one more running back here, since we're talking about running backs that everybody is either super high on or kind of low on, and I think we're all low on him for the same reason. So I'm curious what you think. It's Cam Scatterboo. Or both. We all know who we're talking about.
He's fine. Cam Scatterboo's fine. Tyron Tracy's fine. Like I have no idea what that offense is going to look like. It all really, a lot of it depends on what happens at quarterback. I mean, clearly Russell Wilson's going to, but like, what Russell Wilson are we getting? Like, can we at least get the Broncos Russell Wilson instead of the Steelers Russell Wilson? Like, we want late
Broncos, not early Broncos. We want end of season Broncos.
Yeah, like he had a good season with the Broncos, but the Broncos were so bad we couldn't even really feel how good Russell Wilson was doing. And again, he had Cortland Sutton and Jerry Jeudy, who seemed like he didn't want to be there because he leaves, and then all of a sudden he just starts doing well in Cleveland of all places. But like that, I think that offense needs to be running. Like that offense needs to be doing well for either of those running backs to be worthwhile in any way. And I think at this point, they're probably just I think we're going to be into the cannibalism of running backs, because I think they're not that they're similar. They're just not different enough. It's not like one of them is the pounder, one of them is a receiving back. They're both pretty good at both. So,
I'm kind of much lower on Scatterboo just because the fact that I think Tyrone Tracy did have a pretty good year as a rookie. Also being in Indiana, you got to root for the Purdue guys. But who's going to be the coach next year? Is it going to be Brian Dable still? And if not, are they going to just look at Cam and go, no?
Especially if it's not Dable, we're talking rebuild, in which case they're just going to run with the running backs they have. But again, they're probably not going to be doing very well because running backs in a rebuild don't usually do very well.
No.
So I like you said, I don't think there's upside on either of them. And yes, I agree with Barely Fantasy. I want Scatterboo to do well just because his name is fun to say.
And it'll really confirm, is it Scatterboo or is it Scatterbo?
I like Scatterboo.
I didn't look at the phonetic. I do like Scatterboo though. Or Scatterboo. Oh. Can you imagine him being in Kansas City? That would have been a great fit for him, I think. But
almost anywhere would have been better. There's
literally, I mean, even put him on the Jets behind Breece Hall. I feel like that would have been a good change of pace. But also, I like Breece Allen. Breece Allen.
No, Breece Hall.
Breece Hall. Somebody help me out. Oh my goodness. Oh no.
Oh my God. You're making, you're rubbing off on me now.
I'm 17 and a half hours.
Braylon
Allen. Thank you. I knew it was a B. Russ, I haven't been asleep since 7 a.m. yesterday. So
yeah, man, I don't know how, good for you on doing 24 hours straight. I've done 24 hours, but it was, when we did the podathon, I did 22 of 36 hours, but I took a break. I took a 4-hour nap at night.
I told Josh, I was like, maybe we do 8-hour shifts next time if we do this again. I'll do 8 hours. I'll do the middle of the night. I don't care. Just 24 is tough. What's really crazy is in 2 weeks, from 8 p.m. to 8 p.m. on Friday to Saturday, my parents' podcast is a board game podcast. I'm doing a 24-hour live. marathon for Extra Life also to raise money as well. So I'm part of that, producing that for them. So this is just a warm up.
Okay.
The
There you go.
difference is that there's a lot more production value, but I don't have to be on camera the whole 24 hours. I can
That is
like other people can go play games. I don't have to play every game. So they have like 14, 15 people coming to like play different games and stuff. So it'll be.
I was gonna say, while playing games is fun, 24 hours straight, it really is just like, okay, break is needed, break is needed, break is needed.
Brain fried.
Yeah.
And the people are going to be rotating in and out too, so that's going to keep it fresh. But there will be a select few of us that will be there the full 24 hours again. This will be year 3 for this live stream for them. So
it's also, again, like you said, for a fantastic reason. So if you're going to put yourself through the ringer like that, it might as well be for kids.
Yeah. And so my dad is who really introduced this charity to me and everyone else that I know. It all goes to the Children's Miracle Network, and I'll just plug it now. Extra Life is the charity that goes to the Children's Miracle Network. So every dollar raised goes directly to the families and the hospitals that need it for research, labs, administrative fees, doctor fees, bills, visits, all of that. There's 32 million annual visits from 12 million children in need. So there's a lot of people are affected by this. And my dad was actually part of the Children's Miracle Network when he was a baby and a very young child. The best man at my wedding, his daughter was part of the Children's Miracle Network too when she was born. So like it's a personal thing, really. So it's like 3 years running now. I'm just raising money. So my wife thinks I'm crazy, but it's.
I mean, you are. Don't get me wrong, but at least you're crazy for a good reason, and that's the important part.
Yeah. Okay, so we got some comments here. Let's see. Actually, we have another question. What do you think about AJ Brown, the 108 and 2-3 for Marvin Harrison Jr. and Rashee Rice?
That's pretty easy, Marvin Harrison Jr. and Rashee Rice for me. Again, like I said before, like that real tier is around that 7. Like at the 108, you're talking about RJ Harvey, kind of maybe a little later. But I love AJ Brown, but he's 27, 28, so he's practically decrepit at this point. But I do like he's still going to do really, really well for the next few years. I'm not saying that he isn't going to, but just value-wise, I think we're talking pretty similar between AJ Brown and Marvin Harrison Jr.
Mm-hmm.
So the 108 for Rashee Rice, who I think is going to come back and do what he was doing before he got hurt. Like, you know.
The wide receivers we're looking at there right now, according to ADP, we're looking at, not just wide receiver, Caleb Johnson, Matthew Golden, Emeka Egbuka, Jaden Higgins, Luther Burden. Those are the wide receivers that would be there. I'd rather have Rashee Rice, assuming he's going to be healthy and be back to the way he was, than any of those wide receivers right now. And 203 is.
Yeah, like I just pulled up, like I said, I run Trade Addicts leagues, and there's 11 of them. So, and all of the rules are the same. So I have ADP because out of 11 leagues, that's a pretty big sample.
Mm-hmm.
But we do have tight end premium in our league. So the 107 and the 108, the 108 and 109 are Tyler Warren and Colston Loveland. But even if we are talking them in a tight end premium league, I mean, what you're going to get, what you're going to get out of Rashee Rice is so much more. And then the 203 at that point, at the 203, I'm looking Matthew Golden, Jaden Higgins, Trey Harris. Like those are players I want to do well, not even necessarily players I think should do well. Like they're just players I like. So just give me the known. Give me exactly what we know. I know Marvin Harrison Jr. didn't have the greatest of rookie seasons, but 900 yards and 8 touchdowns is a good season. Like, I mean, he wasn't the stud we wanted him to be, but he still had a very good rookie year. And maybe, again, first year for Kyler in a new system with a new player, maybe it just takes some time to break it in with each other. And hopefully they do so much better. But I mean, even if we're talking about 1,200 yards and 10 touchdowns, I think we're thrilled with anyone who puts up 1,200 yards and 10 touchdowns, and that's not that different from what he just did. So, like, I think I do stick with MHJ and Rashee Rice, and I think it's pretty easy for me.
I think it is too. I do like that trade. Yeah, you're giving up AJ Brown, but like AJ Brown, I mean, we just talked about what's in the water in Philadelphia where he never gets injured anymore, but we're looking at AJ Brown. That's what, like 29, I think, going on 30, where we're looking at a 22-year-old Marvin Harrison Jr. So, and if you are comparing those two to be almost identical in value, I think I would go with the, I think I agree with you there. Jerry says, Russ,
Jerry.
we're doing great, thank you. I'm somehow awake still, and if Rice isn't suspended, who scores more this year, Worthy or Olave? One PPR.
I think it's still going to be Worthy.
Worthy also. I don't know. I don't trust the quarterback situation, and
that's
New
a lot of
Orleans.
what it comes down to. But man, I think the Chiefs are going to be pissed this year. I think they're just going to say, like, we saw what, like, because, you know, the past 3 years, they don't play during the regular season. Like, how many games did they win in the fourth quarter this past year? Because they just mess around for the first three. Like, oh, yeah, we do need to win this.
Yeah,
game.
how much devil magic did they pull out? I think we counted 14 games this year.
Yeah,
I think or one in the last couple minutes of the game.
And because they know they can.
Yeah.
So I really think there's a chance that they're just going to be like, you know what? Nope. This year, 50 on everybody. And if that's, and like we even saw during the season, I know Rashee Rice was out, but like we saw that finally by the end of the season, they started using Xavier Worthy as more than just a deep guy. And he is more than just a deep guy. I'm a pretty big Xavier Worthy fan, though, of course, he has his own somewhat legal troubles also. I think it's been too quiet on Rice at this point for, like, I don't think he's getting suspended. Like, usually there's always a little bit of chatter if something's going to end up happening. But it's been absolutely nothing on Rashee Rice for the past year. Like, so I don't think anything's going to happen. And even if he does, who cares about 3 games in the Dynasty?
It means nothing. I mean, it truly, like, you can recover after 3 games. Like, you could not start a wide receiver and recover from that.
Yeah.
In a Dynasty league. So,
and I do like Olave, by the way, but like he'll never have a quarterback to throw him the ball. Like
I'm worried about the concussions also. I mean, he took quite a bit of concussions last year too. Just getting the hospital balls from Derek Carr.
I mean, like, I know that's a thing, and I know it's absolutely something to worry about, but like players are injury prone until they're not. Like the best example of this is Brandon Cooks, who got like 3 concussions in 2 games or something ridiculous like that.
Yeah.
And then never got one on record again. You know,
That's fair.
Been in the league for another 7 years. And it's like, remember Frank Gore was injury prone when he came into the league. And then he played for 18 straight seasons without missing a game. Like,
yeah, that was actually something we talked about 15 hours ago, I think, that Frank Gore has played like for literally forever, and I don't think he missed a game until he went to Buffalo or something like that.
It was like, and he missed a lot in the beginning. And same thing with Keenan Allen. That wasn't his fault. You tear his ACL, then you lacerate your spleen. I mean, like, what are you going to do about that? Like, it's not like two have anything to do with each other. But then he just
kept remembering, just like Keenan Allen, like injury prone, just immediately wrote him off in fantasy football, and then like he did really good. I'm like, oh crap, Keenan Allen's still a thing. I forgot that he's a somebody. Yeah. So okay, last question here, potentially. You're contending. Would you trade away a 2026 first round pick this for 1 year of Derrick Henry in Baltimore?
Yep. Derrick Henry's worth a first. I mean, okay, so let's amend that. Derrick Henry is worth a first when points are being scored. Would I do it right now? No. I don't really like trading for running backs during, I call it the non-point scoring season. I mean, if we're going to say that there is no off season, we can't say the off season, because there is no off season in Dynasty. It's either points are being scored or points aren't being scored. So in the non-point scoring season, it's way too risky for me. I am always worried that running backs are going to get hurt, because running backs do tend to get hurt. Even though Derrick Henry doesn't, like, he had that 1 foot injury and that was really about it. But still, would I do it right now? No. Would I do it in August or September without thinking about it? Yeah.
I think that's fair. And again, assuming you're contending, which probably means you are looking at your own first round pick is going to be a 110, 111, 112.
No. We have self-confidence here. It's going to be the 112.
It's going to be the 112 because you're contending. We don't play Dynasty to lose the game. We play to either win or completely rebuild somebody's really bad roster.
Hey, no, winning the game can mean different things in Dynasty. Winning the game can mean getting that 101 because that's the game you're playing.
Yeah. Rebuilding somebody who's very terrible lost. You either get the 101 or the 112. There's no in between to me.
In between is wrong.
Yeah. And that's all my Dynasty teams. Either I was in the championship this year or I was competing for the 101, 102.
Yes.
There was no in between for me this year. So
that's the way to do it.
Yeah. Yeah. Russ, thank you for coming on. Like,
oh, of course.
Again, really appreciate it. The donation was very generous. Did not expect that in the literally click video, go over, drops. I'm just like, I don't think you can see me backstage when you're backstage, but like my jaw did drop and I'm just like staring at my screen like, am I reading that correct? Am I delirious? Does that only say 100, not 1,000? So if you did miss it at the top of this hour, Fantasy Cares did donate $1,000 to Extra Life to put us over our goal that we set back in February. So, and we still have the entire rest of the non-point scoring season, and the rest of the regular season. We have until December 31st to hit $85 a go. So definitely going to up that. To make extra money. So we'll probably up that to probably $4,000 and try to get there before the end of the season. So again, thank you so much. I assume you're going to be at Cincinnati for Scott Fishbowl?
No, John Bosch is the Cincinnati guy.
Where are you at then?
I live in New Jersey, so I'm gonna do the New York and Philly live drafts. I don't draft live. I am far too scared to draft live. All those people are very intimidating, and like I don't do well. Like when I used to have a home league and I knew I was better than everyone else, I was completely already like, I'm like, all right, I got this. I can draft live. I can do whatever. But with all the people that play in Scott Fishbowl and how smart most of them are, no thanks, man. I don't want to be part of that. I don't need to get beaten every single time I want to draft someone and they get picked 2 picks before me, and then I'm left scattering like, oh god, what do I do? What do I do? And then I draft a terrible team. No, give me my slow draft. Give me I have hours to think about it. But also, like I said, like one year, I came in 186th out of, at the time it was 3,000 something.
Lou, I hate you.
But my most to be alive in the 90s or early 2000s. But my goal for Scott Fishbowl is always to finish top half. I want to finish better than half of the people in the league. That just makes me feel better about myself for some reason. If I make the playoffs, that's amazing. That is the victory. Making the Scott Fishbowl playoffs, which pretty much is finishing top half, is absolutely the victory.
Yeah. I definitely agree there. Again, 2 years in, second round both years is a personal victory for me in general. Yeah. But my goal every year is to beat all of my teammates.
Yeah, and better than your friends. Yeah.
It used to be just one person, and now we have 12 people. Now I have to outbeat all the other 11, so it's going to be much harder this year. One of our teammates might have finished in the bottom 10. We won't say his name on the podcast. Sorry, Sean. Oh no, ooh. I said it. Oh no, that's so embarrassing.
Shame. You're delirious. It's not your fault.
Blame it on the 1751. Yeah, no, it's definitely fun. Charity leagues are definitely a fun thing to do. What better way to hang out with people, get to know more people around the fantasy community, and raise money. We do a fantasy best ball league, a charity best ball league that is best ball, but there's fab waivers.
Gotcha. Yeah.
So you get to pick up people, you get to make no trades, but I have some very high scoring settings this year.
Nice.
A bunch of bonuses. I'm adding kickers this year. I'm doing the 1 point for every yard. A field goal is already automatically 3 points plus 1 point for every yard it goes. 50 plus is 5 point bonus. 60 plus is an additional 5 point bonus. Like if you hit a 60 yarder, you're getting like a 19 point play right there.
Wow. Love it.
It's never done the kicking and scoring, so it'll be fun. And then we have a special scoring rule that will be announced after everyone drafts. And it'll only pertain to the playoffs. So every round of the playoffs, starting around 13, we'll have this special scoring rule that nobody will know until after the drafts have completed.
Do you know the rule yet, or are you going to make it up
I
later?
do know the rule. I've already made it. I thought about this about 3 months ago and I was like, this is the rule, and we are going forward with it. The only clue I've given on this stream is that it does relate to our theme this year, and our theme is captains. So that's the only thing I'm going to say. But if any of you guys listening, Russ, if you are interested, you can go to keep trying to say the actual league name. You can go to FantasyNowPlus.com, hit the Super League tab, and register today. Currently, we have 6 divisions filled. Last year we had 7, so I want to at least get to 7. We're building up our 7th, and hopefully we can get to 8 or 9 or 10 this year. So. But drafts don't start until the end of July, so there is plenty of time to sign up, still do your Scott Fish Bowl drafts, and then draft Super League. So,
absolutely,
it'll be fun. So, Russ, thank you so much. I might actually take a 5-minute break before the next segment.
Yes, do it.
Use the bathroom, go say hi to my wife and dogs, and
yeah.
But yeah, thank you so much for coming on. Loved having you on. Love talking about Dynasty. This is my favorite thing, is to talk about Dynasty and just gain more knowledge, be better. Because too many people come to me for Dynasty trade questions, and I'm like, I'm in your league. Like,
that's always the best,
I am the commissioner in your league. Like, I'm like, I'm gonna have to start selling. Like, here's my Patreon. Go sign up for that. But
a little bit of a finder's fee. There's nothing wrong with that.
A consultant fee.
Because there you go. That's a better way. Yeah.
Yeah. There you go. So, Russ, thanks for coming on. I will catch you later on the social media. Go ahead and plug your stuff. Where can everybody find you at?
Well, I'm at Russ Fisher on Blue Sky. I still have my at Dynasty Outhouse on Twitter, but I don't necessarily check it anymore. But I don't use Twitter. It's just there's a few people they won't switch to another chatting platform, and I don't want to lose friends. So I still have its existence.
I did finally just delete it. I made the move. I was like, we have our fantasy account that I posted this stream on.
Yeah.
But that's it. Like, I don't have it anymore. Like, I don't even have it installed on my phone anymore. So it's like, I'm out. Yeah. And last night we had Seth Keller on, and he's only on Twitter right now. But Twitter was having login issues and refresh issues. I was like, I was like, come to Blue Sky.
Yes, let's
come to Blue Sky. We're all here. Yes, everybody is here. All the non-toxic people. All the people are here. Come to the Blue Sky. So yeah.
But more importantly than me, go follow at FantasyCares.org on every single social media.
Yes.
Blue Sky, YouTube. We have our YouTube channel where we go live every Monday night for Trivia Night Live. Every Wednesday night, there's a bunch of us that literally, it's called the Wednesday Night Hangout. That's literally all we do, is we sit and we just BS for about an hour and a half. Usually a lot of it's always food related. We like talking about food. But whatever happens to pop into our brains, we sit and we talk about. And now through the start of SFB, we'll probably go live every Friday for race day, where we try and get some more people into SFB. So if you're not in Scott Fishbowl yet, first of all, check out our social medias where we're always posting contests. But every Friday, usually around noon, we'll go live, and we usually give the chat a chance to get into SFB also.
And if you're not in Scott Fishbowl yet, make sure you're registered first. That's the important part. You have to register first to get into Scott Fishbowl, and then obviously check out the chat and all the extra stuff. No, I got in on not even a contest. John Bosch posted next person to post them in Scott Fishbowl attire gets a free entry, and my shirt just came in like not 30 seconds earlier, and somebody said, hey, go take a picture and tag John Bosch. I was like, what? Okay. And I did, and then it was like, and then I finally saw his post saying, that entry is happening. And I'm like, and that's how I got into my first Catfish one. I didn't even know why I was doing it. So
It's always great to have the good story of how you got in.
Yeah, and then we've been in since. So it's been a great time. But yeah, it's great chatting with you, Russ.
Yeah. I don't want to take away your bathroom break, so you go, you do that. It's been awesome to be here. Thank you very much for even thinking of asking me to come on. Yeah,
I
doing great stuff, man.
It. All right, well, I will talk to you later.
Bye, everybody.
Bye. That was incredible. I know he's still he's still in the studio, so he's still listening to everything I'm saying, which is great. But yeah, I wish I had a video of my face when the $1,000 donation came through to hit us over the 2,000 mark, because I teared up a little bit. I'm not even gonna lie. Just straight up teared up and about cried. And then I couldn't even be on the camera when I was talking to Russ about it. So Fantasy Cares was very generous there. And this is can I switch? No, it won't show. But so yeah, at the top of the hour, Fantasy Cares donated $1,000 at the top of the 17th hour to put us over our $2,000 goal, which means I have to go raise our goal. Whoever's in the chat, what should I raise it to? 4,000? 4,000 sounds like a clean number, right? Or should we monumental goals? 3,000, I think maybe should be the next one. What's the chat saying? Jerry, if you can't pick Chase, who's your wide receiver 1 this year? Why can't I pick Chase? That's the real question I have for you. But if I can't pick Chase, I don't know if I want to go Justin Jefferson this year, mostly because I don't know what JJ McCarthy's going to do. Which leads me down to CD, who just got George Pickens, or Amon-Ra St. Brown. I don't think it's going to be AJ Brown. You know what? I'll be bold. I'll go Amon-Ra St. Brown if I can't pick Chase, but Chase is the wide receiver 1 until further notice. My goal with SFB is to finish the season. Yes, Bill, it's a long season. 4K seems like a good goal, right? Like, yeah, it's a stretch goal, but let's stretch. I mean, $2,000 was a big goal when we were at 0. So why can't we get to 4? I mean, I still got 6 more hours to raise another $2,000. But I like mine. I'm like incremental. I'm also, Paul, I know you're in the background there, and I feel like you are laughing at things. Me just sitting here talking to myself right now, but I'm waiting for John to get back. So that is why I haven't brought you in yet. I know John will be here though. So how do I raise my goal? I'm going to go, okay, Lou, I'm going 3,000. We'll make incremental. I can't use words anymore. Small changes at a time. So we'll raise that. Let's see how long it takes. Oh, there it goes. Okay, it is now raised. Whew. I think this is a great time to take a small commercial break as well. While we are waiting on our full team to get here, we are going to go with just a GP. Let's go with Nolan.
Hi, my name's Nolan, and I'm 7 years old.
Okay, alrighty, I'm rolling.
This is a picture of the Justice League that I'm working on. I like karate, and this is a kit called Power Roundhouse.
Wow. Nolan is a pretty extraordinary kid. He loves to read, he loves to draw. He has always enjoyed superheroes, and I think some of that started when he was in the hospital when we were trying to figure out how to explain what a prosthetic eye is to a 3-4-year-old. So we talked about his superhero eye, and when he got chemotherapy, his medication that gave him superpowers, which it did. He really got excited about superheroes and becoming a superhero himself, and has always loved superheroes since then.
Nolan is an incredible kid. Yeah. Okay. So we have our next segment in the 2 o'clock hour. We have John and I talked about this. Good teams cover. No. Good teams win. Great teams cover. I cut myself out. Good job, Justin. Everybody can hear me. It's fine. And we are in the wrong overlay. I don't know what's going on, guys. What is going on here? What is... There we go. Okay. Oh my God. What is going on? Literally, what am I doing?
Hey.
There we go. It's been a long day, Justin. So
That was
look.
a struggle.
Yeah.
That was a
been a
big
while.
struggle.
How are you feeling?
You know, I've been worse. John, it's been a minute. It has been a minute, man. How many people have I talked to since I've last talked to you? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 people since you've last been on. Including some big names. Adam Rank was on.
Yeah, tuned
that
in
was
a wee
pretty
bit
cool.
for rank, yeah, before I went to bed.
That was pretty cool. Josh and I played college football before he came on. So that was fun until Josh decided he was going to quit in the middle of the game. Who won? He was winning, but I think he lost the connection, is the rumor. Oh, I'm on the board.
Best ball draft, maybe?
Yeah, it's at the noon hour, we did a best ball live draft. And then I think once we got to like the 12th round, we turned it on to a 1 hour timer instead of 60 second. And I'm on the clock, and I had 4 donations, pick 4 of my picks for $10 a piece.
Nice.
Which kind of sucked for me because I took Jaden Daniels in the 3rd round. It's a 1 QB league, and somebody donated for me to force me to take CJ Stroud, and then then another person followed it up with taking Brandon Ayuk, and then 2 rounds later they followed it up with Travis Etienne. And then 3 rounds later, the Texans fan that donated to make me draft CJ Stroud in a 1 QB league said, "You know what? We need his backup too, Davis Mills." It's so hurtful. I might as well just take like Anthony Richardson at this point.
Yeah, if you're taking backup QBs, why not, right?
I've got Davis Mills. Why not? That's the real answer. I think I'm going to take QJ. Okay. So, welcome to hour 18 of the 24-hour live stream. We are $2,085 into our goal. Oh yeah, John, you weren't here when I was just talking about that to myself when Paul was just watching me in the background laughing at me because I could see him laughing, chuckling. I had to raise my goal to $3,000 because Russ Fisher in the last hour came in and in the middle of a video decided that Fantasy Cares was going to donate $1,000 to put us over our goal. So, yeah, it was a big shock. So that was fun. So.
Yeah, really cool. Nice to see. Like, it was such a cool moment. Yeah, I was chuckling away in the background, but it was just so nice to kind of see and clearly see how much it means as well. Because it's a 18 hours in, as you mentioned, great stream, and then getting the reward off the back of it as well to raise so much money was really cool. So it was nice to see.
It was. So Paul, it's been a couple seasons since I've last talked to you. I learned, I was going to say today, but yesterday, that you were the only one on your podcast that is currently living in the United Kingdom. And I learned that John lives maybe like 4 hours away from me. So.
Yeah. So good teams win, great teams cover with 3 British guys, so 3 UK guys, but split across. I'm still here in the UK. John's over there in Illinois, and then we've got Joe, who's in Canada, up in Calgary. So split, but a shared love of NFL and predominantly gambling on the NFL is what brought us together to create good teams win, great teams cover. So I think we're quite a unique show in the UK in terms of our main focus is on all things gambling, and we cover everything else as well, but kind of the main driver is the sports betting side of things. I think we're pretty unique in the UK. There's not many people doing what we do in the UK from an American football perspective, although American football is greatly covered now in the UK and more so than ever before.
That's awesome. Have you guys heard of the website called Tally Site? No. might try to make a connection with you guys there. I've been on that program since it basically started back in 2020, maybe 2021. But TallySite, it's a website where you can go on there and make your sports betting picks, but you don't spend money on it. You make your picks saying, "Hey, this is who I would pick." Then you can share those picks with people, and they can actually take your picks and bet on them using whatever odds are the best. And if you then get affiliated with like DraftKings and FanDuel and all those, you can actually start making money off of people taking your picks using their links. But part of that is they rank you with everyone else so that you actually see your ROI, you see how your wins, your losses, what you're doing. I am absolutely demolishing the Eastern and Western Conference Finals right now. I am number 1 in the conference finals and on TallySite right now. So, thanks to Sean, our DFS sports betting guy on our network. So, but it's definitely it's a website I think you guys would actually probably make really good usage out of. And the cool thing is like you make your picks and then you can actually create graphics directly on their site and they'll make the graphic for you like instantaneously. It's all AI generated and you'll have that and you can share that out with all your people too. And it's a pretty
That's cool.
it's a pretty
That
cool
would save Joe, our other guy, creating all of the graphics as he does manually now. So yeah.
Yeah, because you can do staff widgets, you can do staff graphics also.
Nice.
And then say like, oh, John can't get in there to make his picks today before the games. Whoever the admin is for the account can actually log in as them and make the picks for them. So
nice, cool. That's a good shout. Good recommendation. Thank you for that, Justin.
18 hours. Okay, 6 more hours, Justin. Can do it.
You mentioned you're killing the NBA conference finals. I assume I don't want to assume, but you Pacers fan, Justin? Given what you know where you are, I'm not big on basketball, but I kind of root for the Pacers. Unbelievable start to the conference.
I've had 2 Knicks fans on during this stream, and it's been fantastic, including a Knicks fan that came on right after the game ended.
Oh, that's
I feel like that game was such a long time ago.
Yeah.
Last night.
Well, it's late for us, so I tend to record it and watch it in the morning because it's a little bit too late for
slightly
us
late.
but,
I mean, even
yeah.
the East Coast games are probably really late for you too.
Yeah, but yeah, particularly enjoyed it, especially game 1. It is a shame that that obviously the Halliburton shot, he had his toe on the line for 2 instead of 3, because that would have been the perfect moment.
So I said to somebody, I've said to multiple people actually, and we will get to our topic. I promise you that. We will get there. If Tyrese Halliburton got his toe behind the line and it went down as a 3 for the game winner, the bounce and then the in and then the choke and the celebration, the stunning of the crowd, the 14-point comeback with less than 3 minutes left in the game. Of all the all-time great shots, where does that rank for you?
I mean,
I'm including Kawhi Leonard's game winner against the Clippers or the 76ers that was very similar to that in the corner that I think sent them to the conference finals. I'm including MJ's game 6 shot against Utah, Reggie Miller's 9 points in 8 seconds.
I think it's up there just because, especially the moment, the fact it was in the Garden, the fact Reggie's there on commentary at the side on the table,
pointing
like,
at each other.
pointing at him,
like,
yeah. I think
I put it at number 2 all time.
Yeah,
that would have been number 2 all time. It's not number 2 all time, unfortunately, because it was only a 2-pointer. But if it was a 3-pointer, it would. I think it would be only behind MJ's game 6.
Yeah, it's such a shame because, like I say, it was a bit of kind of panic plays. It looked like he was going to get the ball swatted out of his hand. Halliburton had to kind of rally to come out for the shot, but yeah, incredible shot, incredible moment. And yeah, it's because then it could go the other way. If the Knicks win that game in overtime, it could just go the other way. Like, it could be a real bad moment.
So Seth, who came on, he's a Knicks fan. He's big in the analytics, big in the data, all that stuff. And he was like, "How that was such a low IQ play from Halliburton." And I'm like, "Yeah, but like Mitchell was right there, and he had been a force under the rim on defense and offense. So like that's a swat potentially. Like I'm not going to take that." But then I started looking at it yesterday, like some more slow-mo, and Miles Bridges actually poked the ball out, fouled him, but poked the ball out. So he actually lost it. He had to turn around to recover it. And he saw open lane to the 3-point line. Let's go. Let's hit the 3. And he's, yeah. So, all right. So, 2085. Okay. We are here to talk about the 2021 NFL draft. And just like a great host would do, he definitely looked up who was drafted in the 2001 NFL draft well before the segment started, because that's the kind of host that he is. And Paul or John, explain what we are about to do, what the experiment is.
So yeah, just we've done the 2024 rookie draft was so great. You know, so many great rookies last year. We recently on our show done a 2024 redraft. Give Jaden Daniels #1 pick like he deserves. You know, get Brian Thomas high up there, etc., etc. And then we thought, like, what's an interesting draft that's been recent? And 2021 came to mind. You had all the quarterbacks go. You had Kyle Pitts in the top. Did he go 4 overall? I should have this stuff in front of me as well. You know, it was just a really wild class that had such. Again, we're all fantasy players. FantasyNow Plus is obviously a fantasy host, a fantasy site. Yeah, it kind of something in the title gives that a little hint. And I mean, that class was meant to be killer. And there's been some really good players come out of it. Not all of them first round picks. I imagine the players. I'll just say it. Amon-Ra St. Brown went 112th overall. If we don't hear his name in this first round, we've all done a very, very bad, as bad as the NFL GMs did that day. And I just thought I love like looking back at past draft classes. This one's recent enough to be, you know, we're not digging in trying to remember who these players are. They're still, I mean, really, they're entering their prime right now. So I thought that'd be a fun look back. And I think for the purposes of this exercise, we'll take it as if, you know, it's a draft as it was the order of that night. We haven't included draft day trades because we figured those are, you know, you move up for a specific player. Well, that player probably won't be there. They might be there. Looking at you, Chicago. Justin Fields, he might be there at 10. I'm not sure he's had that good of a career. Although relative to the other quarterbacks in that class, he's not been too bad. He still has a job as a starter. And I'm thinking, we haven't actually discussed this, but we look at it as if, you know, who has a #1 pick? Jacksonville. Jacksonville are drafting as if they don't have Trevor Lawrence in real life. They are drafting today with the current roster they have. Might they take Trevor Lawrence? Maybe. Will they take Zach Wilson? Probably not. Not Trey Lance. Probably not.
So we're looking at current roster.
I think that's going to be easier, right? Than trying to remember who they had in
not remembering. Okay, they had absolutely nobody on their team. Okay.
Yeah.
So
I was thinking
the
about that, like,
Jaguars have Brian Thomas Jr. and Travis Hunter.
They do. But they don't have Trevor Lawrence. And the poor 49ers don't have Trey Lance. But they do have Brock Purdy.
So they don't need Trey Lance. They also don't need to trade up for Trey Lance.
Yeah, they've already made that trade, so they do have the #3 pick.
Okay, that's fair.
But I think Trey Lance it'll be available, I'm sure.
Okay.
But if somebody takes Trey Lance at 3, I vote we just kick him off the stream. Unless it's you, Justin. Because you're not getting out that easy.
I don't think Justin off.
It's your show now.
That'd be an easy out, and you just leave us, me and John, to pick up the last 6 hours or so.
Yeah.
I don't think we could make this first round stretch, this one round of the draft stretch that long, Justin.
2021 redraft round 2.
Or otherwise, we're just going to get in really deep in terms of our early look ahead bets for the 2025 NFL season.
Yeah.
We could maybe do 6 hours on that.
We probably could, yeah, truthfully.
Probably. So do you guys have something you want to display to keep?
I have got it to keep everyone up to date and abreast with what we are doing, and fingers crossed it's going to work the first time.
I was going to say, there's a present button down there, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So
perfect.
it's just how it's going to come through.
Yep.
If I load it up on the, can you do it, Justin? If you got control of the bottom, it just pops up. Oh, perfect.
Oh, look at that! Wonderful.
fits the graphic well. So yeah, just on the screen we've got the draft order, the original pick, and then who the pick is going to be this time. So yeah, just to keep us on track. And I will have the wonderful honor of updating it as we go. So I'm going to test my live Canva skills, Justin, in front of an audience.
And what we do need to do, I think, Justin, you were going to be doing this. We need a draft order. We're 100-yard rushing.
Oh, we did talk about this like 9 hours ago. Yes.
Yeah, maybe more.
I think you can be forgiven if that slipped your mind, Justin.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I just thought we want to get it on the stream.
I do love a good 100-yard rush to the side of draft order.
So good. It's such a simple thing, and it really adds so much to like fantasy drafts.
1, 3 here. We are going on Paul, Justin, and John.
I think it's interesting the different things that people use. So for our, me and John are also part of a English Premier League fantasy game that we run with actually different groups of our friends. And for one of the leagues last year, we used a horse race before we were going to draft that just so happened to have 12 horses racing in it for the 12 participants, and each person was randomly assigned a horse, and that's how we decided the draft order.
I prefer 100-yard rush, but yeah, just I like to see it.
There's a lot of settings here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love watching some of the. We mentioned Fantasy Cares earlier. Some of the Fantasy Cares videos where, like, John Bosch will have like. It feels like an entire screen of people racing. I don't know what the maximum number is, but like it looks so funny. Like the people are this big.
Then you have
this
3
is way
people
too true to life.
Well, while it's going, I mean, where would you want the first 3? I suppose it's the Jaguars, Jets, Niners.
Yeah.
Do you have a preference on where you'd want to be? And also, I suppose there's that little bit of a wrinkle I need to think about in terms of mine take 2020 out and it's today, which I didn't do when I was preparing for this.
So if I'm picking, assuming that you get every third pick, I would. Let me see if I can get this right one. Just doing. Oh well, the second pick would.
Does that get you the Colts?
It does not get me the Colts actually, but it gets me the Bengals and it gets me the Bears.
Oh, nice. I was trying to figure out the maths of getting Dallas at 10, and that proved too much for me. I just kind of gave up.
Almost.
Be first, right? Yeah.
Almost got me the Colts, but it's fine. I'll tell you you're wrong or not.
Well, it looks like I'm gonna have that.
Paul's definitely getting the first.
Oh,
it's coming down to the end.
You are on the clock.
This might be done by 3 p.m. We'll see.
It's a good way to kill some of the outer, Justin.
We'll submit our picks in text and put a screenshot out.
The next 5.5 hours is just me running 100-yard dashes, just watching it.
Yeah. You need to get those Homer Simpson "I'm not sleeping" glasses and just have 100-yard rushes repeating.
Oh, John's making a comeback.
Oh. Jet's coming up the rear. Oh, that back.
Oh, is he going to push it? No. Okay.
There you go.
Yeah, this is very true to life.
Excellent. I think this then should be quite an easy start for number one, all things considering. The Jags it was Gardner Minshew that played 2020 for the Jags, right?
Yeah, will have been, yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, even with all with the pieces that the Jags have now, the desperate need for the quarterback, and I think there's only one. And it's interesting being 4 years down the line, going what production you've had out of Trevor Lawrence. Would you still take him at number one? And I think you still have to, even looking back now, while there are some great options there who could also be worthy number one overall picks, I think it has to be Trevor Lawrence still for the Jacksonville Jaguars. Has he been disappointing so far? Yeah, I'd say so. I was certainly expecting a lot more out of Trevor Lawrence. Maybe it'll come kind of year 4 onwards. But Trevor Lawrence, I think, still has to go out of Clemson. Trevor Lawrence still has to go to the Jacksonville Jaguars at number one, I think, in this redraft.
So we are taking the Jets do not have Justin Fields because Justin Fields is in this current draft, correct?
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay. But they have Breece Hall, Garrett Wilson, the other guys.
Armin Memphis.
So they obviously need a quarterback. Zach Wilson was not the guy, but Zach Wilson had no real head coach that believed him. They had no offense, really. Did they? At that time when they drafted Zach Wilson, I don't think they had Garrett Wilson. They didn't have Brees Hall. They literally gave him nobody. I'm pretty sure. Oh, dang, this is tough because I want to take a quarterback here, but who? Mac Jones? Like,
As if that guy hasn't been through enough just to
but
the Jets.
you know what though? I mean, okay. Let me go back to my 2021 knowledge of how the quarterback class was at that time. It was Trevor Lawrence, Justin Fields. It was 1-2. That was supposed to be Trevor Lawrence, Jaguars, Justin Fields, the Jets. So if I had to go back and repick for the Jets in 2021, I would be taking Justin Fields. I think he did fall in the draft to where people thought he was going to go. So he ends up with the Jets anyway.
Before you lock it in, I just want to make sure as well. Like, I'm viewing it as we've seen these players in the NFL.
Okay. So not thinking 2021. Okay.
So it's just the players of 2021.
So
you can still take Justin Fields if you want a quarterback. Obviously.
We are punting the quarterback position for the New York Jets because you can build up your entire team like the Seattle Seahawks did and then insert a random quarterback later. Give me, and I hate to say it, Jamar Chase.
There we go.
To pair with Garrett Wilson and Brees Hall.
Yeah, Tyrod Taylor's going to be MVP.
Yeah. Tyrod Taylor is going to be this year's Sam Darnold.
Who hopefully doesn't choke when it matters. Sorry, I'm not.
I mean, he will, but.
Alrighty. So I picked for the 49ers. But I just want to check, you would have still took Trevor Lawrence. You understood we've seen him in the NFL, right? Perfect.
Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure that we were.
He's still the best quarterback in this draft, unfortunately.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Who do we add to the Niners? Imagine Jamar Chase with that offense. It's two real tough picks to pick from, though. I'm going to take that O-line and make it special. Let's put Penei Sewell the other side of Warner. And yeah, we'll go Penei Sewell at the third pick. I said Warner. I meant Trent Williams. Fred Warner is not a lineman. He's a linebacker. But yeah, imagine that Niners O-line with Penei Sewell on one side and Trent Williams the other. CMC's got for 7,000 yards.
What's up, Sportertainment guy? Yeah, we're doing an NFL redraft part of this 24-hour stream. We've got Paul and John here as two guests from the Good Teams Cover, Good Teams Win, Great Teams Cover. I keep trying to get it backwards. Yeah, we're going through the 2021 NFL draft as if they're being drafted now, but with current today's rosters. So look at that Jamar Chase, Garrett Wilson stack. That's going to be insane.
Looking at the Falcons, I think even though we are looking back 4 years ago, nothing really seems to change too much with the Falcons. And we constantly saying the Falcons need pass rush. The Falcons need a pass rush. And that's been the case for a very, very, very long period of time. And I think even redrafting 2021, that has to still be the case for the Atlanta Falcons. So it isn't going to be Kyle Pitts at 4 for the Atlanta Falcons. It is going to be Micah Parsons for the Atlanta Falcons, which feels, I think that's up 8 spots from where he went in the actual draft to the Cowboys on draft night. But yeah, Micah Parsons for me here for the Atlanta Falcons.
That plus rush is cooking now. They've got James Pierce as a rookie, Javon Walker as a rookie. And Mike Parsons is a very old rookie.
That's a really old rookie, yeah.
That's a killer pass rush. Jeez Louise. If they can't get to the quarterback now, it might never happen.
Okay, so I remember this draft very well because I was on the train of give me Penei Sewell, not Jamar Chase.
Yeah.
And I'm crazy for thinking that. I know. So I'm going to go with the next best option since Jamar Chase and Penei Sewell, both my guys, are gone. We're going Rashawn Slater to the Bengals. Let's shore up that offensive line for Joe Burrow so he does not get injured. And again,
Wonderful. Like that. Okay, so we have the Dolphins. We have lost Jalen Waddle. Eek. Someone who's actually good. But he's not as good and he's not as valuable as the reigning Defensive Player of the Year, who is coming in as a rookie. We'll take Patrick Surtain at number 6 to Miami. Miami have needs everywhere. They're sneaky. I think one of the most who-are-looking rosters in the league. I've been harping on that since before the draft. I'm going to keep harping on it. I'm going to use any opportunity. I come on the FantasyNow Plus live stream and decide to harp on it now. Yeah, they need everything. They have Tyreek Hill, they have Johnny Smith, they have Devon Achane. They can cope without Jalen Waddle. Pat Surtain would really, really, really help that defense.
In an interesting spot for the Lions, I guess, after Penei Sewell's already gone. But the Lions, I think, are going to end up with somebody they get much later in this draft. And he's not going to be having to remember, how many wide receiver names is it? 16?
Yes.
Names that Amon-Ra St. Brown reels off.
What easier now?
It's a lot much easier now. It's only one name that Amon-Ra St. Brown has to remember. But it feels like a perfect fit. Amon-Ra St. Brown to the Lions at 7. I know
it'll look good in that jersey, I think.
Yeah, it'll look good in the jersey. It might be 100 and something picks higher than he was taken in the draft, but given what we know of Amon-Ra St. Brown, it feels a great fit for the Lions at 7. Oh wait, hang on, have I just jumped? No, it is me, right? Yeah.
Oh no, it's you, yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Is Rashawn Slater injury prone? Did I just draft an injury prone lineman?
I don't think he's too injury prone.
He did. I think he did miss some time, and maybe I was thinking of Christian Dare. Not the guy who went to. No, okay, 2022. He did miss time, but he has been in almost every game since then. So
yeah.
We're fine. I'm not stressing about that anymore. Okay.
Adding Amon-Ra St. Brown to the sheet looks wrong, doesn't it? Is it me, or have I spelled Amon-Ra St. Brown wrong on the sheet?
Amon-Ra St. Brown. No, you're good.
No, that's perfect, yeah. When you got Mika Parsons wrong, but I'm not gonna.
Oh yeah, there's just a rogue H at the end.
Yeah, I wasn't gonna call it out, but since you were asking about spelling, I thought we'll get back to it.
Oh, that was the guy. That's fine.
I spelled it wrong twice as well.
Yeah, that's outstanding. Yeah.
It's hard, but I appreciate Joe doing this when we're recording. That he does it when we're doing things like this.
I was saying to Justin earlier, like all I do really is just turn up and talk about whatever subject we have. Like Paul's like the admin, organizes everything, our recordings, our guest does all, and Joe does all the graphics. Paul does the editing, etc. It's like I'm so blessed. Like I don't know why really. Well, I'm not going to start that again, but like why do they have me? But maybe I'm the good looks or the brains or something or. Pity. I have the dog. I have Charlie. That's what it is.
Charlie, yeah.
Yeah, who's not here, unfortunately. I can't put him on screen. He's in-laws, but well, my in-laws. I guess he's great in-laws. Justin, it's your pick with the Panthers anyway. Sorry, don't need to hear that much about my dog.
Oh, you're good. I wish my dogs would come talk to me, but they are ignoring me right now. So.
What do you have?
2 golden doodles.
Ah, wonderful. Who doesn't love a golden doodle?
Yeah. Well, my wife's allergic to dogs, so that's the only thing we can have.
Nice. Not nice she's allergic, but nice you have such a wonderful solution.
What's the solution?
Having golden doodles.
Oh, yeah. Okay, Carolina Panthers are on the clock, and we are looking at. Dang. How did I feel like we might have missed this player because he hasn't had the Pro Bowl yet. We're going to go with. We're really going to help Bryce Young out. We're going to give him another Alabama guy, Devonta Smith.
Love it. That receiving room's starting to cook.
Tet, Leggett, Devonta Smith.
And one for the Corkheads, Jalen Corker.
Yeah. It's true.
Love it.
We got the smallest quarterback wide receiver combo that you can possibly ever have.
That's outstanding. Yeah, good point.
Denver Broncos.
Oh, it's me. Oh goodness.
John.
Who do the Broncos? The Broncos are a really solid team. Ooh. I'm in two minds, but the last thing I want to do is take away the speed element. That has to be Marvin Mims. That's my boy. So instead of another Alabama wide receiver, we're going to slot in a Michigan wide receiver, Nico Collins, who has really, really come to fore in the last couple of years. Really, really strong receiver. Real dog receiver. I love watching Nico Collins. Really one of my favorite receivers in the league nowadays. He just reminds me of Andre Johnson. Just like he will run through you, he will run past you. He's a bit of a throwback, but I really love watching him. So yeah, we're going to put Nico Collins in there. He can pair it with Cortland Sutton, and then we keep Marvin Mims, that speed element. Jalen Waddle's not touching it. Let's go.
Yeah, I love doing these when we do these pieces and we see guys that jump up quite a way. And Nico Collins is another sort of example of those third round wide receivers that when you look back on 2021, just makes that huge leap. I was interested to see kind of how you guys would see it as well in terms of how those kind of four wide receivers stack up and what your preferences are. But yeah, I think it's a great fit, Nico Collins there to the Broncos at 9.
I totally forgot that the Bears did not trade up to 11 in this draft.
Yeah.
The Giants. Just remembered that.
Oh, well, let's see how we
picking
go.
For the...
I was so confused. I was like, the Cowboys did not draft Devonta Smith. What are we doing here?
Yeah.
You know what? When I put this together, like, because I had to find like a draft, a mock draft from the day to have the order of what was traded on the day. It just makes it easier than trying to pick through the trades. Because again, we don't like to do it with like, well, they traded up for this. I can't believe the Cowboys traded with the Eagles. That seems so out of character. Like, I honestly don't remember it happening. I had to like look back a few times. Like, did that actually happen? And
truthfully, that was a win-win. Just first round picks. That was a win-win for both organizations, I think.
It's rare to see one like that happen when teams move first round picks. I think where you come looking back in it going, that worked out perfectly for both sides, really. It doesn't really happen often. But yeah, I'm going to take the Cowboys. So the Cowboys have it based on this draft because one of the guys they've got playing interior defensive line is in this draft. Is taken much later on, Osa Odigizua, 4th round pick out of UCLA. It's a huge part of Dallas's defensive front now, just got paid. But they don't have him in our scenario here. So it's a real weak interior of the defensive line for the Cowboys currently. Mazzy Smith. So the Cowboys need some help. So I'm going to give them Alan McNeil, who's at the Lions, is kind of a bit of a run stuffer, disruptor for the interior of the defensive line. And again, another guy on the defensive line who got paid during the 2024 season with a big extension. And that'll help Dallas get a little bit better against the run and toughen up that interior of the defensive line, which is greatly needed in Dallas.
This is tough because the Giants obviously need a quarterback. In my opinion, they need a quarterback. I don't know too much about that defense, though. I mean, Cowboys fan down there. How's that Giants defense?
pass rush is solid. They've got Abdul Carter, Brian Burns, Kayvon Thibodeau, Dexter Lawrence at the line. After that,
so we're lacking on that secondary, is what I'm hearing.
More so, yeah.
I think you kind of need to lean towards that other Pro Bowl corner that went early. In fact, right before Patrick Surtain. I'm going to go with JC Horn here to kind of beef up that secondary.
Nice. Another player who just got paid, right?
I believe so. Yeah.
I mean, we're going to do this for all these guys, aren't we? Right? I guess because that's just the end of getting towards their end of their rookie deals. I guess
All the ones that got paid, yeah.
He's been on all my picks. I didn't even read this until just now. Yeah, they do need a quarterback, but they definitely need that defense. And before that, Devonta Smith for the Panthers. That's definitely a tough choice, but I mean, just continue giving Bryce Young more and more weapons.
Yeah.
So I keep forgetting I follow you, Justin, and I'm just here gawping at nothing really. What do the Eagles need? Jeez Louise. What they could do is having Howie Roseman make this pick because he's going to be better than I am at it. So,
actually, I know what I would do here.
Well, we'll see if we agree because they just lost Devonta Smith, so just give him Jalen Waddle.
That's exactly what I would have done.
Yeah, I just seen Jalen Waddle still on my board, so yeah, let's take Jalen Waddle. That's a real easy one.
The other Alabama wide receiver.
Yeah, those guys were so special. I don't watch college football really, but like I do my draft prep, and those guys were so great to watch. Like they just run. They're just like oil slipping in and out of their routes. Like they're just so smooth. And I mean, they've kept it up at the NFL level as well. Two real good players to watch.
So the Chargers, interesting. So the Rashawn Slater went 5 in our redo here. So I feel like I probably do need some help on that O-line. Probably do some wide receiver help as well, but I think the top 5 guys have gone. What do the Chargers do? This was not as easy as I thought it was going to be when it got to the Chargers here now. I'm a bit stuck with what to do for Jim Harbaugh and the Chargers. I think the easy answer is what would they do? They would probably pick on the 2 lines, wouldn't they? That is what they would do. Yep. And I'm probably going to give them an interior O-line player. I feel that feels like a good option for them. And while they might already kind of be strong there, feels, and it's 2 really outstanding centers that probably are both going to go. I don't know. We'll see. I'm going to give them Creed Humphrey. Steal him away from the Chiefs. Feels like a good move for the Chargers. Creed Humphrey for the LA Chargers. Help to the 2 running backs that they've got through free agency in the draft, and help protect Justin Herbert. That's how you're going to get Justin Herbert into the Hall of Fame, Jim Harbaugh. Got to protect him. So yeah, we got Creed Humphrey out in LA for the Chargers.
So the Vikings ended up trading back this pick to take this player with the 23rd pick. Yes, he got hurt last year, but he's been a very solid offensive lineman for this team. We're gonna stick it with Christian Darrisaw. I do think they need that offensive line help. Without Darrisaw on the current roster, it's not quite the same. And that's an offensive tackle.
If we can do it, all right, if we do a quick promo for some of our friends here, Justin, because you've made that pick and it will make sense. So we've got one of the guys who's been on our show recently does the Steelers Island podcast, but does his own podcast as well called Gaelic Gridiron. And he sat down and did an interview with Christian Darrisaw this week as the Vikings are going over to Ireland to play the Pittsburgh Steelers. So yeah. Check it out. It's a great interview. Jimmy English, the guy who runs Gaelic Gridiron, does a lot of great work over in Ireland. And yeah, got the chance to sit down with Christian Darrisaw. So cool interview.
It's pretty awesome.
Excellent. Byron, the Patriots.
Yes, indeed. What do we need?
A quarterback. Oh wait, no, you guys got Drake May.
Oh, they have Drake May. The future's very bright. Fall between O-line and D-line, truthfully. I'm just going to go Gregory Rousseau, get a pass rusher. Been up and down in his NFL career, I feel, but I think he's starting to come into his own a little bit. So, yeah, got to put Gregory Rousseau at the end and have him rush the passer. Paul, Arizona Cardinals.
I'm trying to multitask, so apologies. If you can talk a bit more about Gregory Rousseau if you want.
Dang, Paul, you got one job over here, man. One job.
It's just tough, Justin, to do. Is RO or IU? Russo? IU
R
double
or
S.
U.
OU double SEAU.
Perfect.
Yeah. I'm gonna put OLB. Edge.
Jerry, we are going on the 19th hour. I have been live for 18 hours and 42 minutes. I've been awake since 7 a.m. on Friday.
Oh, you didn't take a snooze on Friday beforehand?
I tried. I really
Yeah.
did try. I couldn't. I just can't take afternoon naps. I
Yeah.
physically cannot do it. I try. I almost thought about taking melatonin for like 2 hours and just like a melatonin, and it didn't happen. So
And you're getting into these late hours, and you probably just brain drain, and we're like, okay, try and remember who the 27th best player in the 2021 draft was, and then slot it into a current team.
You know what? I mean, funny that you say that, because like next will be easy. We're talking about current rookie ADP, which I feel like I've talked about already. Then we got a Packers Bears Jeopardy later, with Packers and Bears fans. So that's already taken care of. I already got that game set up. I just have to push some buttons. Then we're doing a dynasty startup mock draft, and then a dynasty rankings. That's going to be the tough 6 p.m. block, where I'm now having to remember my rankings from like a week ago. And then the 7 p.m. block is just, talking about football and fantasy. And this is the easy part.
I'm going to give the Cardinals some interior O-line help. I'm going to give them a 2024 All-Pro, who the Broncos have. I'm going to give them Quinn Meinerz at 16. I still think it's an area where they could do with a little bit more help. The Cardinals, there's probably, you could argue, maybe running back, but you could maybe do with another wide receiver as well. But all I think the first round ones have gone. So I'm going to give them Quinn Meinerz.
Well, not all the first round ones. You've got Kadarius Toney still on the board.
Of course, that was
How could you miss on Kadarius Toney or
16.
Rashad Bateman? 2 first-round picks right there.
Yeah, I made a list of like who I would take, and I got to 5, and sadly those guys didn't make the cut. Kadarius Toney used to be cut more than most, I guess. How's his hip hop career going?
I'd say about as well as his football one, but he got a Super Bowl ring. I don't think he's getting an Emmy, so
he does have a Super Bowl ring.
An Emmy? Is it Emmy TV?
Oh, I'm not too sure. Grammy?
Grammy, yeah.
I'm in my 6th hour here.
Emmy is definitely TV. Yeah.
Or a Tony? Or is that musical? Is that musicals?
That's what you get. Good teams win, great teams cover.
That's the quality of gag you get 19 hours into a live stream.
I don't want to stress you, Paul, but we do need a new page for the.
Oh yeah, I am on
and
it.
Justin, you're up as the Raiders. If that isn't, there we go.
Yeah, Alex. Speaking of people that aren't in the league anymore, Alex Leatherwood.
Yeah, what happened to him? Like in general, like
one of the best players to be named after 2 materials, though. After Billy Cotton Silk faded out of the league.
What did happen to Alex Leatherwood was because you can just go through like it's like Henry VIII's wives, isn't it? Like married, died. You can do it with Raiders first round pick, jail, jail cut, retired. You can do that with Raiders first round picks as well. I'm sure Aston Gente will be much different for the Raiders.
Well, Chip Kelly's already changed his stance. Let's hope that doesn't head in a beheading.
You know what they did not figure out in this nope, never mind, they did figure out. I almost blanked a very important player, the 101 of fantasy drafts, and I almost paid for that. I was about to give the Raiders Najee Harris. That would have been bad. You know what a good running back needs? A good offensive line. You know who is a really good interior offensive lineman, including the guy who snaps the ball? Landon Dickerson. I go Landon Dickerson here.
He was just getting ready to go to Miami.
Sniped.
Very much so.
Yeah, great selection.
This is a good call here, Chef. Chef has been on this stream since 5 a.m.
Wow.
You just stand over here and do some
impressive.
jumping
Yeah,
jacks?
Chef.
Yeah, got to keep limber. I feel like if I'd have been sat there for like 18 hours straight, like Justin's been like, my back would have seized up by now. Like, I'd be having like hamstring and like knee issues. But
my
yeah,
butt
what
hurts.
trooper.
My butt hurts. I'm glad I'm in a nicer office chair, but if I was in my old office chair, I'd have been done a long time ago.
As we got sniped on our offensive lineman, we're going to take a different offensive lineman. We'll go with what I think might be the latest pick we end up taking. Maybe not. Trey Smith, who went 226 to the Chiefs. He is now going 18 to Miami. Better payday for him. God bless you, Trey Smith.
OG? Yeah.
And yeah, Miami had 2 picks in this round. I didn't realize. Did I make both of them? Yes.
Yes, because they were. Why did they have 2 picks in this draft? What trade was that?
One of them was from
Tyree?
the Niners.
Oh, for Trey Lance. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, I don't think the Chiefs gave them a first-round pick for Tyreek Hill.
No, yeah.
They probably gave something up. Hell of a trade.
Yeah, that'd have been
Tyreek Hill
great.
first-round pick.
Get rid of this guy. We don't want him around. Yeah, I don't know what the other one would have been for, though, truthfully. Maybe prior year. I don't think they had any players worth first-round pick, so.
Yeah.
Paul, back to you with the Washington Commanders.
Yes, the Washington Commanders.
Quarterback.
They do, yeah. They're in a real good spot. They're in I say real good spot. They're in a relatively good spot, right? The Commanders now. Especially strengthened that whole line with draft and trade picks this off season. Maybe they could do more with more on the D line. Maybe more pass rush would help the Commanders. You know, if you're looking at what they need to kind of be successful in the playoffs. Yeah, he's had battles with injury, but he's only going to go 1 pick down from where he went in the draft. I'm going to give him Jalen Phillips.
Nice.
Yeah, that's going to help the Washington Commanders out a bit. A bit of depth as well, I suppose. That helps with the other players they've got. Create depth at the edge position. Of all the different ways to spell Jalen, by the way, that's the thing. The first time I've ever seen that way of spelling it before.
Yeah, the NFL really opens you up to unique spellings of names.
Yeah.
I can't remember who the third one was now. Devontae Parker, when you had Devontae Parker, Devontae Smith, Devontae Adams, all spelled differently.
Yeah.
I'm thinking here.
Justin, you are a Chicago Bears. You are Ryan Pierce.
Yeah, can I request something? Can I have the next 2 picks?
Hey, if you want to make the Colts pick, I'll make the Bears pick.
But I have both their helmets.
Oh, you know what? Yeah, you just take the Colts pick for me. That's absolutely fine. You go ahead.
I realized they were like back to back. I was like, oh no. Well, at least I'm getting one of them.
You take both of them, Justin.
Actually, you know what? You're in the Chicago area. You go ahead and make. We'll trade.
Okay, cool.
You get the Bears. I'll take the Colts.
Alrighty, what do the Bears need? Justin Fields is there. Might be good to reopen those debates from a year ago.
Caleb Williams or Justin Fields.
Yeah.
Pat Freiermuth is right there. Kyle Pitts is right there.
Yeah, I mean Colston Loveland who? I think what they could do though is actually.
I know who is currently on their roster that was not drafted by the Bears, it was drafted by the Colts.
Currently on their roster. You might need to just tell me that one. That isn't entering my head quickly.
Dio Dengbo.
Oh, yes, he just joined, right?
Yeah. I don't think he's worth the 20th overall pick, though.
No,
for what it's worth.
I think you're right. Did we go? In fact, who have the Bears got safety? Yeah, let's go safety. I think they have Kevin Byard as starting safety, which isn't good enough. Who did I just see when I was looking through my list here? Where's he gone? The former Miami safety. Javon Holland. Let's take Javon Holland as safety. Bears have I like the Bears depth chart. I know it's the off season, so everyone's.
I feel like we'll hear every off season
exactly
with that at the minute. Yeah. Ever since we started Good Teams and Great Teams cover, at the start of the 2023 season, we're 3 years in, we have the same conversation.
But just in your hometown, Indianapolis Colts, who are going?
Yeah, so they just drafted their tight end. I feel like every
I've
year
heard it's going to be a top 6 tight end.
some would say that.
Yeah, I've heard that. Yeah.
Some would definitely say that Tyler Warren is going to be a top 6 tight end in fantasy football this year. Chris Ballard definitely usually would draft a edge rusher, which actually he did right here with Kwity Paye.
Mm-hmm.
But they really need they need secondary. Kind of. Am I about to talk myself out of a pick?
Sounds like it.
Ricky Rousseau already went. JOK had that. We're assuming he has a neck injury right now, right?
Yeah, he's ruled out for the entire season, I believe. Which sucks. Really fun player. I mean, it'd suck if he wasn't a fun player.
Oh, you know what? I'm going to take linebacker, Super Bowl champion linebacker, Nick Bolton.
Yeah, he was on my mind for the Bears.
Damn it, that's where he was just about to make a new home in Tennessee.
Well,
we've done him a favor there, then.
Maybe. Yeah, that's where I was thinking Titans could get some help at linebacker. I mean, it doesn't mean that they won't, I guess, although we're out of linebackers on the list for the first round. So big old reach for Tennessee, I think, if we were going additional linebacker. Could this be where the Titans take a flyer on a tight end? No, that seems a bit much. We're going to give them some. Oh no, they started that in free agency. They got Kevin Zeitler, didn't they? So they're pretty set. And we're out of tackles as well. So let's continue to make a strength and an even bigger strength. Possibly best player available. It could be quite the argument on that, I guess. I'm going to give them Milton Williams, D tackle. Stick him in with Sweat. Stick him in with Jeffrey Simmons, and just make the interior of that defensive line completely impenetrable.
I'm back up on the Jets, right? Because I also was the Jets GM earlier. So who got Jamar Chase there?
Double Jets. Nobody needs that in their life. Double New York Jets.
Okay. Hear me out. The Jets need a quarterback.
They do.
They have Jamar Chase, Garrett Wilson, and Breece Hall. He cannot mess this up. Give me my boy, Justin Fields.
I love it. I'm picking as the Steelers, and my quarterback, Justin Fields, just got stolen from me for the second time in 3 months. Absolutely beautiful. Boys, we're rolling with Mason. Get Aaron Rodgers on the phone. I was like, yes, get Justin Fields back in Pittsburgh. This works perfectly. Okay, great. We still don't have a quarterback.
So while you're coming up with the Steelers pick, as we are coming at the end of the 2:00 hour, we are coming up on hour 19. We have been live. I've been live for 18 hours and 56 minutes, raising money for Extra Life, part of the charitable organization for the Children's Miracle Network hospitals here in the U.S. Every dollar raised will bring money directly to the hospitals, to the families, for things like labs, research, bills, food, places to stay, everything that you can possibly imagine during the worst time of your life with your kid being in a hospital. This charity goes and helps pay those things for those families. It's a huge, huge charity. 32 million patient visits every year by 12 million kids every year are seen. And we had a goal of $2,000. Right now we are at $2,085. I've upped the goal to $3,000, and we still have 5 more hours of this live stream to hopefully, make another $1,000, or not make, raise another $1,000. So all you people watching, if you're new to the channel, you're new to this stream, be sure to check us out. Subscribe to the channel so you get updates. We'll be doing stuff like this all season long. We will have 8 shows weekly once the season gets here. Currently we have 2, we'll have 3 here soon, and we'll just keep upping it all the way until the beginning of the season. With that, John, you got your pick now?
Yeah, we're gonna strength on strength. We're gonna add to the D line and take Quitty Pay.
I like that pick.
Paul, Jacksonville.
I
Another
get to
double
go
pick.
double Jacksonville.
Worked out really well.
We get enough of double Jacksonville in London as it is. So
You do. You really do.
Thankfully not this year. So they took Travis Etienne. What do we take for the Jacksonville Jaguars? I also wrote back from this is the Urban Meyer year, wasn't it, as well, for the Jacksonville Jaguars, 2021.
For 25, you have Liam Cohen. So
yeah, it wasn't a pretty year. I think I went to the Jaguars game at Spurs that year. Well, Urban Meyer, I think it was Urban Meyer's one and only win. Maybe he won 2 games before he got fired. Before the end of the season. A lot of needs, I still think, for the Jags. Very much looking forward to seeing Travis Hunter. So probably going to go see them again at Wembley this season. But to help them in the 2021 redraft, defensive front's pretty with Walker and Josh Hines-Allen. Defensive front is pretty good, but it could get better. And I suppose I feel like you don't want to take the health issues into consideration. The talent alone, I'm going to give them Christian Barmore. I think that help the interior. They're pretty set. Trayvon Walker hopefully makes a step. Josh Allen's a beast. Christian Barmore in the interior of that defensive line. I think he's pretty good value at 25. I think he went top of the second round in the 2021 draft, pretty early in the second round.
Yeah, 38 to the Patriots.
Yeah.
Did Creed Humphrey get taken?
yeah,
He did.
he's a Charger.
Yes.
Yeah.
Dang. There goes my whole plan. Yeah, so they really need offensive line. They need everything, literally everything, including the quarterback. Dang, this is really getting bad. We're in the first round. You know what? They need a corner. They didn't get their corner with Travis Hunter. They drafted Greg Newsome here, but I mean, he has been a nickel corner, which is not. You're not wanting to draft a nickel corner in the first round, in my opinion. I'm gonna go ahead and take Asante Samuel Jr.
Nice.
From the Chargers.
Such a fun player, Asante Samuel Jr.
Yeah.
I love these corners that kind of gamble loads. We have one in Trayvon Diggs, don't we? Cowboys, but yeah, I love Asante Samuel Jr.
And he's not even on the Chargers anymore.
No, he's still a free agent, I think.
Yeah.
Because if he's or was injured, wasn't he? So he will be picked up at some point over the summer.
Yeah, I'm picking for the Baltimore Ravens, and I'm going to go a player we mentioned earlier, but kind of surprised he's still on the board. Oze Adigawuzua for Cowboys D tackle. Baltimore, not really a huge need, but they don't really have that many huge needs. So I think that's the kind of pick they would make, and just continue to strengthen up their trenches.
Trying to spell Adigizua on the fly.
I can. Have you done it?
Well, yeah, I think so. I managed to practice it pretty well. I wrote a Huddle UK article about the free agents the Cowboys needed to re-sign, and then obviously Adigizua was a big part of that. And yeah, he's just from memory now.
But not under pressure. How long ago the 2021 draft was? Paul, you're picking as the Saints at 28.
Yeah, remember
What
the
the hell?
Saints were good. My partner, who is a big New Orleans Saints fan, is in the room as well, so she just doesn't like it when we trash the Saints. But 28, and that pick didn't work out, did it, Peyton Turner? Didn't quite work out for the 2021 New Orleans Saints. Saints, what can we do to help Kellen Moore? We want to help Kellen Moore out, right? We like Kellen Moore. Oof. He's got a quarterback. I suppose aging running back in Alvin Kamara. No real depth. Could one of those guys fit there and help out? Another option, wide receiver. Again, I think it's a reach. I'm gonna go. I think they're not too bad from an offensive line perspective. Kelvin Banks drafted Lee Swagger last year. Maybe a guard helps. Let's give them Vera Tucker at 28. Let's give them another guard and strengthen that line a little bit more, and that's going to help. Give Tyler Shook. We settled on that yet? Tyler Shook a little bit more time, and yeah, open up some more gaps for Alvin Kamara. And maybe with this revamped line, Alvin Kamara gets his 1,000 yards on the ground.
Not much else going on there. So, Green Bay, Justin.
Yep, doing a little bit of research here because we know they're not going to go a wide receiver. I don't think that's a feasible option there. I was gonna say Dylan Radunes because it's a North Dakota State guy. It felt like it was the right move for them, but I don't think it is. He's not even a starter in the league anymore at all. I think actually I'm gonna go on the defensive side. Yeah. No. Oh dang! I pass. I want to go like with an edge rusher, but I mean Rashawn Gary's there, Lucas Van Ness is there. I mean, I guess we're looking at like a rotational guy. Quiddy Pay already went.
Got Adafe Aware, the Ravens, who they took a couple of picks later. He's kind of came on last year or so as a DE.
Oh yeah, that's fine.
As a DE, sorry, yeah.
Away. I like that. Adafe Away, which is a lot easier than what I was about to make you spell out.
Appreciate it.
Not Paul, me.
No.
Jeez Louise.
It's Odafe Owe, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, it's on the screen, Paul.
Oh, is it?
It went.
It went to the Ravens. Yeah, sorry, yeah.
As much as I'm picking for the Bills, I could give him the right tackle back, Spencer Brown, but we're gonna trust we'll find someone in the 2022 redraft we're gonna do before the season, apparently. And as much as it's an incredible story, Damar Hamlin, I think, is a bit of a soft spot in that DB room as a starter, a rotational piece, definitely. So we're going to take Talona Hufanga, fresh at the Broncos. Broncos didn't get much bang for the buck, didn't play a single game for them in this reality. He is going from San Fran, stopping visit in Denver, straight over to Buffalo. Paul, Baltimore Ravens, they're not getting away. That one's been taken away from them.
That has been taken away from them. Very good. I am just updating Tal Hufanga. Trying to multitask, doing a terrible job of it. I also, for some reason, miscalculated and thought I was going to be drafting for the Bucks. So I've got a great Bucks. I'm going to just put this in and then rectify it in a second.
Yep.
So Ravens, yes. Oh, yeah, I'm going to get the end. Oh, Osa's gone.
Double Ravens picks as well at the back here. At least this one was different GMs.
Yeah. They don't need a lot, do they? Really?
No, that's why I ended up taking the DT because
the positions that are left, like of what I've got is like I've got a couple of running backs that could maybe go, tight ends. To what they love running 2 tight ends, don't they? The Baltimore Ravens.
They're likely to do it a lot this year.
Let's do it. Let's do it. All the way from 4 to
No.
31.
Ah.
Let's do it. Kyle Pitts. This is the year. It's gonna come good. Kyle Pitts. Let's give him Kyle Pitts. Run 2 T's with Kyle Pitts.
I gotta find a new player.
Oh, is that you?
I know they've got their guy Kate Otten's okay. Buccaneers, I'm gonna go with the offensive lineman here. Aaron Banks from Notre Dame.
Nice.
Close out the first round.
Wonderful. Sorry we went slightly over time, Justin.
It's okay. They're chilling in the background. As they said. Thank you guys for coming back on. This was a fun little experiment. So happy to have that on there. It was good. Good to see you again, John. Good to see you again, Paul. Be sure to follow these guys. Good teams win, great teams cover. See, I can still get it 19 hours into my stream.
It's our own fault for having such a stupid podcast name, to be fair.
I want to get the other way around, and yeah. So, okay. I don't know. Okay. But yeah, thank you for coming on. Be sure to follow them, guys, and catch them on the flippity flop.
Cheers, buddy. Stay strong.
Cheers, Justin.
See you guys. And next up, we've got Evan and Lou. How's it going, guys?
Hey, good. It's great to be here. Thanks so much. I hope you're doing well.
I am hanging in there. It's definitely so yeah. If you didn't for some reason hear, we are in hour 19 of this crazy 24-hour live stream, and right now, so we just did that 2021 mock or redraft as if the current players are on the roster, and then we're drafting the 2021 players. Evan, you are muted, by the way.
Yes, I am. I was wondering why that was sounding weird. First of all, hello again. Second of all, imagine Kyle Pitts going to the Baltimore Ravens and how awful of a pick that would be for them.
It'd be their first bad pick in my lifetime, it feels like.
They've been the best team to draft in like recent history.
Yeah.
But what if Kyle Pitts might have actually been good on any other team other than Atlanta?
I mean, what if? What if?
Because imagine if they drafted Kyle Pitts and then instead of putting them at tight end with Mark Andrews, they put him at wide receiver with Zay Flowers.
And then he never gets hurt and never gets sapped of all of his explosiveness and on, and a butterfly flaps its wings sort of deal. Yeah. That's the fun of it, right?
It could happen, as they say in Angels in the outfield. So, guys, we talk about rookies, right?
Well, first I want to talk about Lou's new microphone. When did you get that, my man? It looks great.
Thank you. It's been a minute now, but yeah, it's making its first appearance actually in frame with me here.
Yeah, it's great to hear you sound so much better.
Oh, good.
Hold on. Wait.
Girl, the shade of it all.
It's a Drag Race reference. Sorry, I'm in hour 19, guys. That was a little shade there, Evan. I'd be like, Lou, you sucked at your sound sucked, and it finally sounds good. is what I just heard in hour 19.
Anytime you're using,
just wait till we start talking about DeAndre Swift.
Oh, goody.
Anytime anybody's using like a built-in microphone in a laptop or just the phone microphone.
Yeah, that's definitely fair. It doesn't sound the greatest.
You got to get a real mic for this stuff.
So, Lou, I need to temper my expectations here so I just know where your mind is at. What is what team do you root for in these days of football?
Oh, I am a dyed-in-the-wool Buffalo Bills fan. Like I was in middle school when they were in their Super Bowl run. So I was indoctrinated and inundated with the. Do you know what
that's
Bills
right.
stands for? It's boy, I love losing Super Bowls.
I knew this already. I don't know why I even asked you, but yeah, I did know that. Somehow I don't remember how I remembered that, but yeah, I did.
Because it's hour 19, and that's okay.
It's fair. It's fair.
I got you.
Truthfully, like just not that long ago, 2 hours ago, I said goodbye to Kevin and Casey. And that feels like it was a lifetime ago. So
don't worry, we're here now. We got you.
4
hours, 48 minutes to go. So not that I'm counting down. So guys, we are here to talk about the current rookie ADP, which I think this is about a good time to really start getting. A bunch of rookie drafts have already happened. And we're going to start getting more rookie drafts from the not super diehard dynasty players over the next probably month or two. As we start getting into June and July, we'll probably see the rest of the rookie drafts really happening. So I want to talk to you about some of the values here that we have currently. Ashton Genty, clear 101. Is there any conversation?
I mean, if you feel like arguing with the wall, sure.
Yeah, I think there are select formats where maybe you take somebody else. If you play IDP and you think Travis Hunter is going to play defensive snaps, okay, maybe go Travis Hunter. I have taken Travis Hunter in an IDP rookie league, so that's the only reason why I didn't take Ashton Genty. But other than that specific scenario, is there another quarterback? Is there another player that you would take over Ashton Genty? Even say you have Saquon Barkley, Derrick Henry.
Even if I was rich at running back, I'd still go Genty, because we all know how running backs don't last that long after. The average running back has, 4 seasons in their prime before they fall off in fantasy points. I'm going Genty even if I'm running back rich.
Yeah, right now we're in late May. Even if you're not doing your rookie draft for another month or two, you don't have starting needs until September. Get the value now, get Genty now. You can always trade one of these guys later if your league is anywhere remotely close to healthy. Like, those are guys that will be in demand once points start being scored. Just no doubt about it.
Yeah, Russ Fisher and I were just talking similar about this and how running back dynasty running backs really have their value is their value until we actually start playing snaps. And once you start playing snaps, their value immediately goes up unless they get injured. So right now, you draft him, you hold him.
I'm with Lou on this one, because you got an older running back who's probably going to leave their prime soon. Trade him for a wide receiver. Get your wide receivers that way.
Trade him to a team that thinks they need one more piece. Get a first-round pick out of it.
That thinks they're contending, and then they take 6, a.k.a. my team.
Okay, so in Superflex formats, Cam Ward is often the first quarterback off the board, like by far. And by often, I mean he is the first quarterback off the board in Superflex formats. Do you believe his ADP accurately reflects like being selected 102 in Superflex? Or do you think that's still too high for Cam Ward?
Absolutely not. I like Cam Ward as a player. I think he is fine as a player. I am so terrified of that Tennessee Titans team. Ward, he's not a running quarterback. He's got young man legs, so he can kind of get around a little bit, but he's not Jaden Daniels. He's not Caleb Williams. He's not Bo Nix, who's going to go out here and get big chunks of yards schemed up for him even to help give him that fantasy floor. So he's all on his arm, which is fine. But when you're throwing to, 75-year-old Calvin Ridley and the ghost of Tyler Lockett as your main weapons, and then the young bucks coming in are 4th and 5th round rookie draft picks, that's not someone that I want to be spending my 1.02 on unless I legitimately have no better options, which I believe do exist in this draft.
In Superflex, is there such a thing as taking a quarterback too high? You know how it is with common Superflex dynasty players. Quarterbacks are like these must-have. Everybody would play all quarterbacks and all Superflex slots if they could. It's like this quarterback obsession that I got to get off my soapbox here because I hate Superflex, and Lou already knows.
In fact, somebody has talked to on this show today about how you hate Superflex. I think Nate and Kevin were talking about how Evan definitely hates Superflex. So.
Yeah, and they're right. I do. It's such a weird slot to me, but and anyway, to get back seriously on topic, I mean, if you had like no quarterbacks left, yeah, I could absolutely see taking Cam Ward at the 102. If you were stuck with like Derek Carr and like, I don't know, Matt Stafford or Geno Smith or Russell Wilson, yeah, I would absolutely go Cam Ward because you have to at that point.
And I could almost argue that I'd rather have that other rookie that people look at as value instead and trade for a different quarterback that I would actually have ranked higher than Cam Ward. Because I don't see a scenario at this point, at least, where I'm going to say, yeah, I want to go out and buy Cam Ward.
Yeah, I suppose I'd have to be a Titans homer to really want to buy Cam Ward because I don't hate Cam Ward, but just like you, Lou, I am scared of that Titans offense this year. It's going to be bad. This Titans team is going to be at the bottom of the AFC for years to come.
Yes, they are. I personally do not like Cam Ward. I don't think his value is at the 102, even in Superflex. I did draft him at the 102. I'm a hypocrite. I only had Brock Purdy, and my lineup is starting to fill in. Literally, Brock Purdy is my only quarterback on my roster. So I needed a quarterback, but I feel like at a certain point you could probably just, punt a running back or a quarterback for a week during his bye and just hope for the best and take the next best player. My goal was to take, Amari Hampton or Travis Hunter with that 102, but.
And quarterbacks get hurt during the season. They get hurt a lot. These backup quarterbacks, you're going to be able to kind of spot start for a few weeks here and there as you need.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So Trey Harris has been climbing up the draft boards. Now he's often selected in the early to mid second round. What factors do you guys think are contributing to this rise, and is it worth the investment at that price?
I think just the fact that he's a second round pick and there's really nobody behind Ladd McConkey, that I think those are the top two factors on why that there are a lot of people grabbing Trey Harris a lot higher than guys like Jalen Noel, for example. I mean, I'm looking at sleeper ADP for one quarterback leagues, and I don't think he's too high. Like, he's behind Jaden Higgins and ahead of Jack Beck. That's fine to me because I don't think the Chargers are going to be as big of a passing game still as we want to believe, because now they got Najee Harris, now they got Omarion Hampton. I think they want to be like the Lions and run with two running backs.
I could definitely see that. And if there is a wide receiver who can catch the ball and is going to be seeing time on the field with Justin Herbert, they're worth something at least, right? Because, I mean, we've seen how many passes go the way of DJ Chark and Quentin Johnston and whatnot these last couple of years, and every single one of them just feel like a waste. So if Harris can get out on the field and make those not be a waste, yes, he has value. Do I think he's going to be seeing consistent volume throughout the year and then into future years? No, not really. So, Justin, with your question as far as is his price tag getting uncomfortably high? Yes, I definitely believe it is. And that being said, I don't necessarily hate it. I'm never going to be the one pulling that trigger.
I don't see a reason to reach for Trey Harris either, because I don't think he's as talented as all the other wide receivers. I don't feel like this is a good wide receiver draft either. Like, outside of guys like Hunter, McMillan, Egbuka, and Burden. Those are like my top 4, and I'm willing to put Jaden Higgins in 5, but aside from that, I'm a bit iffy on the rest, especially Matthew Golden, knowing how the Packers like to throw the ball these days.
Yeah, there's a couple guys I like that are like those kind of slot only type options, just because they do tend to see pretty decent volume if they can latch on in that role. And I mean, he's not that guy, so he kind of fits. He's a really squishy middle between those guys that you mentioned, Evan, and those next slot only guys.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's like I guess that's the sentiment that Lou put perfectly. I'm not going to be reaching for Trey Harris. I don't personally think he's too high, but if somebody else wants to reach for him before me, I'm not losing sleep at night over that.
Yeah.
So Luther Burden III is being drafted currently at ADP 13, which is early second round. Do you see this as a potential steal at that ADP? Do you see any concerns with that draft position with the soft tissue issue that apparently is a thing now?
I mean, I'll defer to Evan being a local there as far as the soft tissue issue as to whether it is an actual issue or not.
No, I'm not concerned about a soft tissue injury at the end of May. Caleb Williams did not have a soft tissue injury last May as well, but there was reports coming about him struggling at the volunteer training camp as well, and you know how the news media has to be at this time of year. They got to make a bigger deal out of it than it actually is. It's May. I'm not worried about any rookies at this point. We got all summer to train. We got all summer to heal up. Luther Burden is going to be behind DJ Moore and Romo Dunze as far as getting to develop in the NFL, so there's a lot less pressure for a guy like him to be able to come into his own. And now that we have Ben Johnson running the show, the Chicago Bears are finally going to be known as throwing the football, which is completely unprecedented in team history, being known for running the football and playing great defense. This is not yesterday's NFL. This is a whole new league. I'm excited to see it. But as far as second round steal goes, I don't think it's a steal. I think it's right where he should be, considering that I don't think he's going to be like top 20 right away.
So I mostly agree with Evan, but I've got it slightly different. I've got Burden as my wide receiver 1B to Hunter being my wide receiver 1A. And that's mostly just because, we've kind of been iffy on what Hunter actually is or is going to be as far as what he's playing. I don't think I could love Burden's landing spot anymore, as far as environment there and ecosystem, as far as what he's going to be coming up in. I know DJ Moore has had attitude problems and effort issues in the past. Whether or not that happens under Johnson is TBD, and I'm not saying it's going to happen, just that if it does, you have a replacement. He can do everything that DJ Moore does, only he's younger and cheaper right now. So it's that whole, all right, the groom split, so everybody just takes one step to the left and on we go. I had, in a rookie draft this year, I took Luther Burden at 1.4 and felt absolutely phenomenal about it. So if you're getting him in the early second, I think that's a major steal.
Yeah, and
especially if you're following up a 1.1 of Genty with a 2.1 of Burden. Congrats on your rebuild. You've done it.
Yeah.
I wanted to mention one thing too. Anytime you have somebody like DJ Moore, that's the top paid receiver, who is vocal about being unhappy with the way leadership and not getting the ball enough is, they're always painted as, oh, he's just a wide receiver diva. He's got effort problems. He's got this. He's got that. But there's no coaching last season on the Chicago Bears. Everybody had to coach themselves. And non-Bears fans aren't going to know that unless they actually talk to Bears fans who watch every single game like I did. And that's the thing. Like, DJ Moore, along with Cole Kmet, Romo Dunze, and Caleb Williams, at the very least, were all front row at Ben Johnson's first press conference when he was first hired by the Bears. DJ Moore is all in, and we got him in his prime right now. And I'm excited to see Rome Odunze and Luther Burden step up when DJ Moore is no longer in his prime.
Yeah, that's fair.
So, I mean, you're talking about the Bears players here. What? How does Colston Loveland fit into that? He's currently being drafted mid-second round right now, and is that a good stock price for Loveland?
I'd say that's about right. What do you think, Lou?
Yeah, I think that's fine. Rookie tight ends don't usually tend to show out. Rookie tight ends that aren't Brock Bowers, at least, don't tend to show out to be.
Dalton Kincaid was okay. Trey McBride did kind of, but not fully. There's a couple of hit or misses.
Right. And they tend to be, if they do, they're kind of like in that, okay, I can work with this, but they're not like, oh my God, I need to start this guy every week like Bowers was.
Yeah.
I'm afraid Bowers has kind of broken some people's brains as far as reasonable expectations from rookie tight ends. I have no problem with Loveland. He's clearly a very talented tight end. You have to be if you're going to go 10th overall. Is he going to see a lot of the field right away? Probably not, but I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing when you consider the learning curve of going from tight end in college to tight end in the NFL, where we see so many guys who need a couple years to really get into it. Even the really, really talented guys need a couple years to get into it, to get their feet under them.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with Colston Loveland going in the middle of the second round right there with Tyler Warren. I could absolutely see Tyler Warren getting a 25% target share right away if all goes well in that Colts offense. I mean, I told you last night, Justin, I do not like that Colts offense under Shane Steichen. I think it's really bad. I think it's a horrible waste of talent considering the talent they do have between Josh Downs and Michael Pittman and Jonathan Taylor. Like, they got some really talented pieces that Tyler Warren will definitely help out with, but Warren's going to end up getting the bigger lion's share right away because this is just not working with the quarterback issues they have, where Colston Loveland is definitely going to get a smaller piece of the pie right away, drafted to be Ben Johnson's guy. It's like the equivalent of the closest equivalent we have to Sam Laporta, hoping Loveland works out to be like that. And I don't know how many of you saw how I was on the Optimus live stream when we did draft night. I was so confused by the pick. I just walked off camera because I really wanted a running back and we couldn't get one.
I saw you in the Discord, and that also was not great. So, but I know you saw me and when the Colts picked Tyler Warren a couple picks later. So, I do agree with you on the snap share that I think Tyler Warren will get. Obviously, Josh Downs is going to get that deep ball, the outside ball every now and then. Josh Downs is the best wide receiver in Indy. I will say that. Michael Pittman Jr., I love the guy, but he's becoming very one-dimensional. He can go be aggressive and go get those plays, but if I'm going between Josh Downs and Michael Pittman, I'm throwing the ball to Josh Downs because he's more reliable, in my opinion.
What outside those back issues are behind Pittman, and that just kind of explains everything that we saw. Yeah. I hope so because I loved the way he played.
He's a target hog. Like Pittman is a target hog, like 11, 12, 13 targets a game, which is great. That's what you want out of a fantasy receiver, especially in PPR. But outside those two, I mean, you're looking at Alec Pierce for what, a deep ball a game, 2 deep balls a game. You're looking at Adonai Mitchell, who can't run a route or catch a ball. So Tyler Warren is the third best option right now. And if you can get him on that under route, 5 yards out, and then break open in the open field, he's going to be explosive. It's just, I think his ADP right now is lower than how he's going to finish this year.
You know who Alec Pierce is? Alec Pierce is the guy who goes undrafted in the vast majority of your typical 12-team redraft leagues. Somewhere in like week 6 or 7, he's going to go off for 2 touchdowns against a terrible secondary like the Jaguars. And everybody's going to go, oh, he scored 2 touchdowns. I got to go get him. And then he's going to score like 2 fantasy points the following week. And everybody's going to go, foiled again. Watch it be the top waiver wire ad in one of these weeks. That's what's going to happen with Alec Pierce.
He has been last year actually. I mean, he is he is like a top 12 wide receiver for average yards per play. Average yards per reception. Like he is one of the top wide receivers in the league. But that's because he's getting 4 balls every other game. Like it's not consistent enough. And he's coming on at the end of his rookie contract too, so he's got to turn something around as well, and has something to prove there.
So, Justin, before we
as
get
a wide receiver,
you finish first, Lou. Go ahead.
As a wide receiver 4 or 5 on a real NFL team, Alec Pierce is absolutely fine. I have zero issue with him whatsoever. But as a fantasy starter, it's do better. You can do better. You need to do better.
So before we get on to another rookie, Justin, I wanted to ask you, with Jim Irsay no longer with us and his oldest daughter being the de facto principal owner of the team, do we see the Colts get ripped apart and she wants to go in a different direction?
Not this year. It's way too late in this year, in my opinion.
But soon. Not this year, but soon.
Not this year. Caught me by surprise. I'm not going to lie.
If things don't turn around quick. Shane Steichen is 17-17 as a head coach for the Indianapolis Colts. Currently 15 games into an experiment at drafting a 20-year-old quarterback that's only played 1 season of football in college. Has not worked out, which reflects poorly on both Shane Steichen. It reflects poorly on Shane Steichen, Jim Bob Cooter, and Chris Ballard, who all went out there. It reflects poorly on the scouting team. It reflects poorly on everybody. Richard Steichen and Ballard tied themselves together to Richardson and his development. If that does not work out, Chris Ballard has all these drafters like, you know what? I need a quarterback. Like, I've built this team up. We've never gotten that quarterback in the draft. They said they got their quarterback in the draft. They have to prove it. As much as, I mean, you know, I'm a big supporter of Anthony Richardson, but at the same time, you got to hold him accountable. If he's not the guy, move on. It's time to move on. And I don't think the answer is not Daniel Jones. Don't think the answer is Daniel Jones. I don't think the answer is even Riley Leonard, but I think you bring in the rookie just maybe on the off chance you might need him this year. But I don't think if the Colts improve at all, say they go 9-8 this year, 10-7 for some reason, somehow, they will not clean house. If they go 7-10, the whole house is getting cleaned, including Chris Ballard. And that whole team is going to be gone.
For what it's worth, I'm a Richardson believer.
I am too.
I want to root for Richardson. I think he's a victim of the poor Colts culture that's going on right now, when we've got reports about people not being held accountable for showing up late to team meetings because Steichen isn't being a strong enough leader for these players. And it's a there's strange bits and pieces of the culture that I don't like to see, especially where there was one whole drive where Anthony Richardson felt he needed to take himself out because he needed a break. I think that's a result of what happens with this particular team. I think he's better than what that particular moment shows.
I do agree. And Evan, you're probably one of the only people that has ever said that to me, to my face, which is thank you. Because usually everybody's like, he tapped out, he's done. He's a 19-year-old trying to learn how to play the game and play in the NFL. Like, a lot of people don't think about that. They see his size, they see how big he is, they see his draft value, they see what he's supposed to be, but they're not thinking he was 19 years old. Like,
Lou, how many starts did he have in Florida?
I think it was 12 total.
12 starts. How the heck is he supposed to live up to number 4 overall with 12 starts?
Right.
Compared to, you look at the quarterbacks that came out last year, I think the least experienced had 40 something. Which is absurd when you look at that difference in between that. To this point, Richardson has had fewer starts in college and the pros than someone like Bo Nix had in just college.
in Auburn.
I think Richardson might need to go the Baker Mayfield route and find success somewhere else in a better culture. But I do believe in him long term.
I think he could be very good in that route, and in even a Justin Fields route, like where he might just be a perennial backup if he doesn't figure out this year. The goal is obviously he figures it out, becomes top 10 quarterback in the league in fantasy. That would be great, because if Anthony Richardson lives up to his potential, this means Jonathan Taylor is going to be a top 5 running back this year. This means Josh Downs and Michael Pittman should be top 36 wide receivers. Tyler Warren should be a top 5 tight end in the league this year. And I have been saying that all offseason. As soon as the Colts drafted him, he will be a top 5 tight end.
I think what hurts quarterbacks like
on Richardson playing to his potential this year.
What hurts quarterbacks like Richardson and Fields is that when they have to run for their life on a lot of these plays because the offensive line is so bad, they lose experience with passing attempts because they have to keep taking off with the football. And if you can't get your quarterback enough time to get rid of the football out of their arm, how do you expect them to get better in games? Like, it's one thing to practice all these routes and these throws, but in game day, it's not the same thing. So I think a lot of people are unfair to people like Fields and Richardson as a result.
Yeah, no, Fields was never set up for success in Chicago. The good thing for the Colts here is that, and I don't want to make this all Colts Anthony Richardson talk, but they did not re-sign Ryan Kelly, their center, their longtime center. They let him walk. They let another guard walk. More upset about the guard walking, but I'm glad Ryan Kelly is gone. Tanner Bortolini, who did play a couple of games in Ryan Kelly's absence, played much better than Ryan Kelly did. So hopefully that fixes that. I mean, Quentin Nelson is still Quentin Nelson. Braden Smith still allows like no sacks ever. And Bernard Ryman is still a very good left tackle. So like the offensive line is there. It's just now they need to mesh. I think the right guard is still the common denominator, which it is every single year.
Hey, Justin, how different would this conversation be if we got Quentin Nelson instead of Joe Thuney?
Oh, wow. Well, I guess that answers that, huh?
You know, Evan, there's this thing where there are 3 teams in the NFL where I'm okay with them moving players around that I like, and that's the Bengals, Colts, and Bears. Because Bengals are by far my favorite team. The Colts are my locational team. I grew up in the Peyton Manning era in Indianapolis. You kind of root for the Colts, especially when the Bengals are trash at that time. And then the Bears are my in-law team. So I have to keep up with the Bears. So I'm fine if they take some good players.
Well, at least the Colts get to hold on to Nelson probably for life. I don't think he's going anywhere.
I don't think he fits other cultures. That's the thing. I think he fits the Indianapolis Colts culture. Now, if they clean house and they want to try to recoup picks, Lou, you're not talking. If they want to recoup some picks, you're still muted.
Sorry, say again. I had someone in my house I had to talk to.
Okay. No, I thought you were trying to talk to us and you were muted. I was like, we can't hear you.
No, sorry.
Now, if the Colts do change leadership and they want to trade Quentin Nelson for picks and whatnot, it's not my team. I'm not the one paying the bills.
So I know that I think it was Russ earlier that was talking about RJ Harvey being with the hype that he's got right now. Yeah, and then we have Jerry Bagshaw asking the same question as well. I have to agree, Jerry. I think RJ Harvey is going a little too high to my liking. Not that I necessarily like Scattaboo, Tootin, or Jaden Blue, or Dylan Sampson much better, because the opportunity is there for somebody like an RJ Harvey. But my fear with the way that the Broncos run the football and who they have with their offensive line right now, I fear he's just going to be another platoon back, not much better than Javonte Williams ever was. What do you guys think?
Well, how high is too high for you? Is kind of so I can just kind of get a baseline.
So I see in ADP on Sleeper that he's behind Egbuka and above Warren. And I don't think I'd want to grab Harvey that high. I'd rather have Warren or Loveland at this point.
So rookie ADP on Fantasy Pros has RJ Harvey as 6 overall.
6 overall?
6 overall.
What?
He is only behind Ashton Genty, Omarion Hampton, and Travion Henderson.
He's ahead of Judkins?
Mm-hmm.
On Fantasy Pros, yep.
What are you guys smoking? No way. I want Judkins all day over Harvey. I'm sorry, Lou. Go ahead.
No, you're good. I have no interest in RJ Harvey in the first round of rookie drafts. Just none. Evan was kind of starting to go down the same path that I go down every time it comes to Harvey, is that he's not built to be a thumper. And if you look at Sean Payton's coaching history, he always when he has his team built the way he wants, he's got his thumper and he's got his scat back, which is fine. Javonte Williams kind of had a foot in both areas for that. But it's not like Peyton is exactly turning over a new leaf at this point. Harvey's probably going to slide into that Jaleel McLaughlin, Tyler Beatty-ish role where he does see a lot of receptions, which is fine and good, and that plays for fantasy. But he's also probably not going to be getting those goal line carries that you want, those goal line looks. That's going to be going to Audric Estime. So thinking of taking him in not just the first round, but the first half of the first round, that is wild to me. And I cannot co-sign on that in any way, shape, or form.
Is this another running back by committee?
Well, sure. I mean, I think it's safe to assume that most running backs these days are going to be by committee. It's just which side of that committee are you getting? Okay,
but I'm not talking about like RJ Harvey being like the lead back where he's getting like 65 to 70% of the snaps. I'm talking like a split between 3 running backs where Harvey's going to get like 40, 45% tops.
I would say that is the danger that people don't want to recognize with him, because this is Sean Payton and he is evil like that. He doesn't really have a reputation for it for some reason, but he is very much that guy. So if you're going to be taking RJ Harvey, like, go in with eyes open and understand that you could very much be looking at Jaleel McLaughlin 2.0 sitting there on your roster with the 1.06 pick, and fantasy gods help you.
Justin, thoughts?
Russ and I were talking about this exact scenario. We gotta stop making Audric Estime a thing, because he's not going to become a thing. I think Sean Payton drafted the running back that he liked the most, even though he is the oldest running back in the draft. I'm not even close to touching him in the first round. The closest I would go would be 12. And at that point, if I'm drafting at the 12th spot, I'm not taking I'm not taking a running back. I'm going to take the best wide receiver off the board. Maybe a tight end to replace a tight end.
You take Luther Burger. Yeah. Oh, fine.
So
I'm not saying that Audric Estime is going to be a thing. I'm saying that Sean Payton will use him because he's Sean the Devil Payton.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I'm tired of even Sean Payton trying to make Audric Estime a thing.
Valid. So valid.
So I have a question about more running backs at this time. I have Quinshon Judkins as my RB3 in my rookie rankings over Travion Henderson. Change my mind on this, if you guys can.
As in he's too high or too low?
Too high above Henderson. Because I see Henderson above Judkins in a lot of rankings.
You have them both higher than I do.
So I'm not going to get you to change my mind.
I've got Judkins as my RB2. So.
I have Judkins over Henderson as well. What did you say?
Never mind.
It might be the wrong crowd for this one.
The wrong crowd here, bud. No, I mean, Travion Henderson has to go. I mean, he also has Ramondre Stevenson there, which is not. I mean, he's not dead, but he's not like. But we're also forgetting like he's a year removed from a top 12 season, so it's not like he's done for. Whereas Judkins is going to a team with Jerry Jeudy, like.
I mean, Jerome Ford is there ish.
He's their car, Cleveland's car.
Yeah, their veteran running back that they're going to keep around for RB3 snaps. Between Judkins and Dylan Sampson, I think they end up doing a dual back. I like Judkins more than Henderson. I don't know why. I also don't like the two of them.
It's just I'm looking at the opportunities that Cleveland has right now, and Lou just brought up, you just brought up too. Their top receiver right now is Jerry Jeudy, and I don't hate Jerry Jeudy, but I don't really like him either. And if David Njoku can stay healthy, the passing offense is not expected to be good at all this year in Cleveland. They're going to have to run the football a lot, and that's going to be Judkins. And I don't know about Dylan Sampson, unless he's just going to play like a James White role where he's going to catch more checkdowns than anything else from whoever is playing quarterback. So, who's playing quarterback for the Browns? Let's hear it from you guys.
It doesn't matter.
No, but I know, but like
I understand the question, and I see where you're getting with it, but just to kind of head that off, it does not matter. It does not matter. So what? No, it doesn't matter. What about no? It does not matter.
3 quarterbacks this year.
Which of their 5 quarterbacks is going to end up starting? And it better not be freaking Flacco.
It's going to be Pickett, Flacco, Shador.
And Gabriel will get starts at some point. I mean, they had Dorian Thompson-Robinson starting at points last year because
they had to.
Because it's Cleveland. They didn't have to. They had whatever, doesn't matter. That was last year. Can't hurt me anymore. Yeah, my big thing with Travion Henderson is I really like him as a running back. The problem is he's a scat back, which is fine. Stevenson is not a scat back, also fine, but that works very well as pieces of a puzzle that fit together. And Josh McDaniels is the offensive coordinator there, and he uses 2 running backs. He uses them everywhere he goes, except for that one Josh Jacobs season with the Raiders where McDaniels ran him into the earth for, reasons that only Josh McDaniels could possibly know. But there will be a nasty split there because this is the Patriots running back room that we all came up with and we all know. Woe unto you who bets on Patriots running backs.
So, Justin, I wanted to ask you something too. Travion Henderson got praised by Colts GM Chris Ballard. He said last month that Travion Henderson might have been good as a pass protection back as I've seen coming out of college. What comments do you have on what Chris Ballard said?
I don't agree with everything Chris Ballard says. You know why I'm here.
That is incredibly diplomatic for going on 20 hours in.
Russ made me a softie earlier. I almost cried on stream earlier. So when Fantasy Cares decided to just drop a 1K on us to hit our goal. So that was anyways, awesome. Travion Henderson, Chris Ballard said great pass protector, right? That's what you said?
Yeah, as he's seen coming out of college.
I mean, that's fine. What the interesting part here is that I know how much praise he is Jonathan Taylor because they're Wisconsin guys, and he's giving an Ohio State guy praise. Chris Ballard is a very smart guy. As much crap as I just gave him, he's very smart on what he is doing. And what this is actually doing is saying, hey, Jonathan Taylor, you suck at pass protection. Get better because we're paying you to be one of the best running backs in the league. That's what that is telling me.
Because we're paying you to take 75% of the snaps, and right now we can't have you do that.
We can only have you taking 60. We're taking you out of passing downs for Tyler Goodson. We have to bring in Khalil Herbert because we can't trust you to be in a passing down. So when Jonathan Taylor comes in, what do you think is going to happen? They're going to run the ball.
The ghost of Khalil Herbert at this point. He's out of his prime.
So that's what that is telling me, is that Jonathan
sense.
Taylor needs to hit the weight room and learn how to pass protect better and not just be a running back.
So
Evan,
which
let
of
me
these...
ask you something. Oh.
Yeah, go ahead, Lou.
So popular, mid kind of second round rookie draft pick right now is Bashal Tutin. What's your range of reasonable outcomes for him, and what should people be expecting out of him, especially if that's, and as kind of a corollary to that, do you think that mid second round pick, where's that fall in the too high, too low, just right?
As far as rookie draft capital goes?
Yeah.
In sleeper ADP, he is behind Jack Beck and ahead of Jalen Noel. I still think I'd rather take a chance on Jalen Noel over Tutin, considering what a mess the Jacksonville backfield is right now, being that they still like Tank Bigsby as a change of pace behind Travis Etienne, as much as people don't want to believe that Etienne is still the lead back. Yes, he is, until he proves that he can't be the guy anymore after he had 3 different injuries last year that held him back until it was time to just rest and get the heck off the field. But he's still ahead of Jadon Blue, and I will gladly take Tutin over Blue. He's not my boy, Blue.
Interesting. So even though Blue has a more clear path to actually getting snaps and fantasy points, you'd still prefer Tutin over Blue?
I would still rather take a chance on Tutin. I don't think the Cowboys are going to be doing anything more than a running back by committee with the guys they paid. I think they settled on Blue to see what he can do before they try another running back in a future draft. I don't think he's a real Jerry guy. I think he's just going to be another possible utility guy the way Deuce Vaughn was, and now Deuce Vaughn's... Blue is probably just going to take work away from Deuce Vaughn, if anything.
So another Rico Dowdle type.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
That's best case scenario for Blue. How you doing, Justin?
No, I'm trying to connect my 2 hours ago. My AirPods decided to stop connecting to my board, and I've been trying to figure it out since then. So that's what I'm doing right now. If I look like I'm dead, I'm not. I'm really frustrated.
No, you look super focused on something, and I was kind of expecting something to come of it, and this makes sense.
No, the amount of rookies I have talked about in the last 20 hours is more than I ever want to talk about ever again, I think.
Oh no.
Let's change gears a little bit here.
Yeah.
Could you highlight Cap for Life's comment about Bo Nix?
Yeah, this one. Thoughts on Bo Nix sophomore slump, perhaps?
No, not slump. He might fall a little, but not slump. He's got the weapons to not slump.
The thing is about sophomore slumps, especially for quarterbacks, is usually it's because they're 22, 23. They got into the NFL. They're excited. They're playing fast. They're like, oh, yeah, got it. And then they come in their second season going, I know this. I don't need to prepare as much. I did great. Then they slump because they exceeded expectations their rookie year. Now they have to exceed their expectations again for their sophomore year. I think Bo Nix is older than I am. So I'm 33. So he's been there, done that. I don't think it's necessarily going to be as bad, especially when you have a guy like Sean Payton, who is like a quarterback whisperer. I think it's fine. He'll be fine.
Adding Evan Ingram is like the perfect tight end weapon for Bo Nix this season, because when he was playing at Oregon, he loved hitting the tight end. So now that he's got somebody better than Adam freaking Troutman, I don't see why he'd go into a slump. Lou, do you have any concerns about a slump?
Yes and no. Kind of piggybacking on what Justin said with, that preparation coming down. Personally, I believe it's more that, the NFL has a year's worth of tape on you now. They know the offense, especially place like this where the offensive system's not changing or anything like that. They know what weapons there are. They know how to combat those weapons. They've had a whole offseason to prepare, and that's not nothing. Just ask CJ Stroud. And now with that being said, Peyton's offense being as as short and as timing based as it is and everything like that, and addition of Ingram and Harvey and these guys that can, where these short passes aren't going to be wastes like they would necessarily be with little Jordan Humphrey and Devon Vele. I think it's going to be okay. So, I mean, it kind of depends on what your expectations are going in. If you're going in expecting another top 10 quarterback season, potentially flirting with top 5, yes, I think he's going to slump. If you're going in expecting him to be a decent to high-end QB2, no, I think he's going to do fine. But I think that's right around where he ends up.
I was just about to say we have to temper our expectations because he did finish as QB7, which is higher than what CJ Stroud finished as in his rookie season. And CJ did take an 8 position drop into mid QB to low QB2 range. Bo Nix did finish as QB7. And if we're talking about QBs in that range, I started talking and then realized I didn't actually have the right thing pulled up. So last year we were talking about the only people scoring better than him were Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, Joe Burrow, Baker Mayfield, Jaden Daniels, Jared Goff. All had incredible seasons. So we're talking about guys just better than Sam Darnold, Jalen Hurts, Kyler Murray, Patrick Mahomes, Justin Herbert, Gino. So I think he is going to end up falling a little, but not a lot. I think more like in the 12 range, 11 to 12 range, which, okay, sophomore slump. If I drop 5 spots and I'm still a QB1, it's not a slump. You're still a QB1.
Right. Yeah. I really, like you said, it all depends on what expectations you're going in with, so as long as you're going in with that kind of reasonable range of expectations and you're okay with that, no, I don't think it's going to be a slump.
Right now, I have Bo Nix as my QB8 in PPR draft rankings right now for your regular fantasy football leagues. That may change by June, but that's where I have Bo Nix right now. I think he's going to do similar, but I think he'll fall just a place or two. He's got the weapons to succeed.
Now, I haven't updated my ranking since January for redraft. So temper your expectations, but I have him at 13. That will change. So...
yeah.
And I haven't done my redraft rankings yet, so.
Justin, can I hit you with one more rookie?
Yeah.
Pat Bryant. Where does he fit in with this Broncos offense?
Did you just break my brain?
It looks like it.
I have him at wide receiver 16.
Rookie wide receiver 16, right?
Rookie wide receiver 16. Yeah, not overall. Good Lord.
Imagine.
Yeah, I have Pat Bryant at wide receiver 13 among all the rookies, ahead of like Torrey Horton and Ty Felton.
I never even truly heard of. He's an Illinois guy. That's why. Okay. Cortland Sutton still exists. Marvin Mims still exists. Troy Franklin still exists.
Devon Vele arguably exists.
Like, there's still guys that he has to fight up the depth chart. So, deep leagues, okay, go get Pat Bryant in a deep, like, I'm talking like 5-6 round rookie draft, and you have a bunch of bench spots. Sure.
Yeah, because right now, like what Jerry's pointing out, yeah, there's a lot of hype for Pat Bryant. A lot of people are saying he's potentially the next Michael Thomas 2.0, being amazing at slant routes and could potentially break out and be a guy that gets 150 targets and 150 catches, but I think we need to slow our roll on Pat Bryant.
Not everybody can be Puka Nacua every year. Like, there's not a Puka Nacua every year. There wasn't.
Yeah, and just remember, those people hyping Pat Bryant, I mean, that's Sean Payton, who loves to hype guys like Marvin Mims, who has still yet to see a 50% snap share at wide receiver. Like
JJ McCarthy.
I mean, believe these hype things as you will, because I mean, some of them are bound to be right. I would just really, really caution you to, I mean, take Sean Payton's with a whole salt lick, not even a grain of salt, because it's nasty out there.
Yeah.
Sutton doesn't play like he's 30 though. He still plays like he's 28.
Sutton did not get enough usage in his earlier years, which I think is good for his health, where he's not taking as many tackles with the football. And we got Evan Ingram also going to be a big target hog for Bo Nix, so that's going to hurt Pat Bryant for the foreseeable future. But, well, I mean, time will tell. But I'm not holding my breath for Pat Bryant.
I'm also not saying Sutton is like clear wide receiver one material. Like he has some very, very good games. He had 135 targets with Bo Nix though, so it's like you hate to take that number one option from somebody. And then again, yeah, you have Evan Ingram. They also just drafted Troy Franklin, who is supposed to be the next big guy there too. He coming from Oregon, and he did pretty well for some weeks, week 6 and 7, sorry. And didn't really break out after that. I don't know. I'm not gonna waste anything higher than our 3rd round pick on Pat Bryant.
And I think as a 3rd round pick, that's fine. You know, like at that point, you're kind of just throwing stuff at the wall and seeing what sticks, right? So 3rd round pick, I have no issue with it. To Jerry's point there about being the who is there though and Sutton is 30, yes, and I mean, we saw the New England Patriots last year, right? There was nobody there. We had these 2 highly drafted rookies in Javon Baker and Jalen Polk who couldn't do anything. So it's not just about the opportunity. It's you have to be good enough to actually make good on that opportunity. I'm not convinced that Pat Bryant is that guy. I'm not saying he's not. It's just let's not get out over our skis over this.
Do you remember last year around this time when everyone was like, which one are you taking, Javon Baker or the Jalen Polk? Which one are you taking? They're both, one of them's going to hit. Which one are you taking? None of them. The answer was none of them.
Yeah. And I want to remind people, it's easy to fall in love with rookies because they're 22 and everybody's thinking, oh, I get this next guy for the next 9 years. Age is just a number in fantasy football. Stop hating on people above the age of 30. They can still perform. Bad. Very bad. Okay, I'm done scolding people now. The fantasy football community hurt me, of course.
I'm still playing soccer every Sunday for 60 minutes, so not tomorrow.
Good.
We are off this week, thank God, because I would not be alive tomorrow. Hopefully I won't be. We'll see. I'll be asleep. That's what I meant by that. Lou, thank you for coming on. Evan, you were sticking around for another hour. Lou, great to have you on. You're part of the Optimist crew over there. Where can people find you if they want more Lou?
Yeah, hey, I'm always online somewhere. Various Discords and whatnot. I won't go through all of them, but at BrewPython27 on Blue Sky. I'm only there. I am not on that other site because yikes. So yeah, find me on Blue Sky. I'm always there. I love talking ball, as Evan and Justin will tell you. I'm always up for something.
Yeah. Well, thanks again for coming on, and we'll catch you on the flippity flop. I like saying that. It's fun. All right, see you, Lou. And Evan.
Let's get.
You have. Oh, okay. I was like, what is Stan? That makes sense. Duh. I don't know why I didn't think of the John Hancock. Not the John Hancock. Yeah, the John Hancock, right?
Formerly called the Hancock Building. Now they call it by its actual address on Delaware, and we're all calling it Hancock. It's just like the Sears Tower. Hancock doesn't own the building anymore. They call it by its address, something Delaware Avenue, because it's a condo building. And, I mean, it's got some antennas, too, for some radio and TV stations, but... yeah, John Hancock does not own the building anymore, and it's not going to matter to us. We're still calling it the Hancock Tower.
I would like to bring in other fellow Northeast Illinoisan. Michael, what do you think of this Hancock Tower?
It's always a Hancock Tower. Sears Tower is always a Sears Tower.
Bam.
The bean is the bean and not Cloudgate. It's always gonna stay what we all know and love.
What the? Never mind.
That's the
Oh,
actual
yeah.
name of the piece that the artist called it. Everybody calls it the Bean, yes, but that's the actual name of the piece, Cloudgate.
Unfortunately.
We need a new plague. Joining the stream now is just me apparently. Topher Kurt. Topher, how are you doing, man?
Not too bad.
Haircut there, I see.
Yes, I got that yesterday.
The old
specifically
Dustin
for
cut, it seems like,
specifically for today.
I did not. I'm actually growing my hair out. I don't know if you guys can tell this, but like I have hair back here I can pull now. Which I guess, Michael, you haven't seen me in a long time, so this might look normal to you. Evan, you probably seen me on video, so this probably is like okay. But Topher has seen me before. I've usually have a bald fade.
Yes.
But I'm trying to grow it out a little bit, see what I can do before I lose it all. So
that's fair.
So I just throw a head on.
So we are here to talk about fantasy, or talk about football, not fantasy this time, but
good old football.
This is Jeopardy!
all right. Welcome our contestants, Michael Flores. How are you doing?
Fantastic. How you doing? 20 hours in, huh?
Yeah, 20 hours, 8 minutes. It's there it is, 20 hours, 8 minutes. We got a little under 4 hours to go. Evan, been here for a minute. How's it going?
Just a minute.
Good.
Doing well. Excited to do some more Jeopardy, just like last night.
Yeah, see if you can win it this time.
Well, yeah, because remember, I let Jeff win.
That's what's playing it. Topher, how are you doing?
I'm doing good. I've been watching the stream since about 10 a.m. when I woke up, and been enjoying that.
How's life in Kansas, Topher?
Oh, it's muggy and rainy and gross, and yeah.
Topher, I have breaking news.
What?
This is very important.
Oh, I saw that earlier today.
My wife just sent it to me. Obviously had to break news here. Matt Bolton and Colleen Reed, the couple that got married in 4 years ago from Love is Blind,
Season
are
3.
splitting up.
Yep.
Also, I don't think they ever moved in together.
Oh, really?
The whole time, I don't think they might have just recently moved in together, and now they're splitting up. So, sorry, that is nothing to do with Jeopardy. That deals with a different group chat. I need an opinion from you guys. If you guys have 0 points and you miss the question, do you get negative points or do you just stay at 0?
I think it's just 0, but I also say if it's an egregious miss, that you penalize us.
What do you guys all think? Should we go negatives or?
It's your Jeopardy, your call.
We're an hour 20. I last played Jeopardy like 18 hours ago.
I'm fine with negative points.
Okay, negative points it is. See who can get the lowest score. I mean, highest score. Well,
I gotta be.
And I kicked every one of you guys back out because I don't know how to do this. There we are.
Hey, but we're back. We're back, baby.
We are back. That is the wrong screen.
Or is it the right screen? Because, hey, please donate.
Yeah, please donate, guys. This is the correct screen that I wanted to show everybody. Little housekeeping. We are in hour 20 of a 24-hour live stream. We still have 4 hours to go to raise money for the Children's Miracle Network through a charity organization called Extra Life. I'm holding off a sneeze. If you're just not joining the stream, please don't feel the pressure, but we would love if you could donate at least $1. The link is in the description below. It is fixed if you were here earlier and it didn't work, but it does work now, I believe. I hope so. And if
did
you
earlier.
are new to Fantasy Now Plus or new to Finstock Sports Network, be sure to give us a hit that subscribe button. Finstock Sports Network does a lot of we do fantasy content. They do Dolphins content. They do wrestling content. They do all sorts of different things. Fantasy Now Plus, we cover all fantasy football things, and we will have 8 weekly shows with some of the people, all of the people on this screen. Actually, we won't get into the gist of it of all the shows. Be sure to just follow our social medias, and you'll see benefits of joining, subscribing to Fantasy Now Plus. All that daily content during the season. We have shorts going out like almost daily, and we'll have shorter content. All of those live shows will be cut down into shorter segments that you'll be able to just consume in the palm of your hand. So definitely go follow us, subscribe. I think we've actually gained like 15 subscribers. I got to do the numbers later, but at least 10 subscribers. I'm pretty sure we've gained at least 12 or 13 subscribers just on this stream today. So
Nice.
it's been a whirlwind of a day. So and we've had people in and out of here. I mean, Cat for Life was here last night. He's back again. Jerry has been in and out all day. We had, I think he's finally gone, but Chef TPTB has been here since like 5 a.m. It's just watching.
Crushing it.
It's definitely great. So let's get to what we're all here for. Not that. Well, we are here for that, but Bears and Packers Jeopardy. We have 2 Bears fans and 1 Packer fan, and I will like to call myself the split household. I grew up in a Packers household with my dad, and then I married into a Bears family. Imagine the year I brought my now wife, to Thanksgiving, and it was Bears Packers that night. I wore a Matt Forte jersey.
Love it. Love every moment of that.
Absolutely.
I've never seen my dad so disappointed in me. So guys, we will have we will jump on the board here. We'll go with Michael on the board. So all the categories are Packers legends, Bears legends, rivalry moments, drafted or past, stat sheet showdown. Now, I'm trying to remember if I have the answer key to these, because this will be quite interesting. I actually remember the answer key. Hold on. This will be very important, because if you get the question wrong, somebody else can steal. And that's pretty important. Oh yeah, I can edit. That's right. What's this password? Okay, perfect. I can see the answers too. Cool.
Thank you, Brooklyn Nine-Nine.
No doubt,
Yes,
no
thank
doubt,
you
no doubt, no
for-
doubt.
Oh God, I love that show. It's my favorite show.
That's okay.
Okay, I'm gonna stop mumbling on here, and we are gonna get to the show. So if you don't know, if you've never played Jeopardy, there will be we will go through all 25 of these questions. You need to answer in the form of a sentence. If you do not answer in the form of a sentence, it's wrong.
You
You'll
mean
go to the next
form of a
person.
question?
Form of a question. Did I say? I said sentence.
That's okay.
Form of a question. If you do not answer in the form of a question, somebody can steal. All you got to do is say your name, and that's going to be your buzzer. So Michael can pick the first category. We'll go ahead and reveal it, and first person that says their name gets to answer the question gets to answer the answer in the form of a question. Everybody make sense?
Yep.
There will be a random daily double that I will choose at some point, and that is going to be double points. And if you don't get it right, you lose the double points. And if you and somebody else can answer it for the double points. And then we will have Final Jeopardy. I forgot to text 2 of you guys saying, make sure you have a piece of paper and a pencil.
I have something.
Okay. Evan was ready. He knew. So
Done this once already.
Oh, I'm not going to play it again. Okay, Michael, you are on the board.
All right. I'm probably pretty biased. I think this is one of the best rivalry in sports. So let's go rivalry moments for 100 to start us off.
Rivalry moments for 1. Wait. Oh, yeah, okay. The Packers and Bears first played each other in this decade.
Evan.
Evan?
What is the 1920s?
Good job.
Evan, you're on the board.
We'll keep going. Rivalry moments for 200.
Oh, sorry. This Bears player returned an interception for a touchdown to upset the Packers on Monday Night Football in 2018. We're looking for who is Eddie Jackson.
Nope. Forgot about him.
Evan, still on the board.
Rivalry moments for 300.
In the 2010 NFC Championship game, the Packers defeated the Bears at this stadium.
Topher.
Topher?
Soldier Field.
Evan.
Evan.
What is Soldier Field?
I said it. If you don't answer the part of the question.
Completely valid. Completely valid. I shot myself in the foot there.
Evan, you're on the board.
Rivalry moments for 400.
This Packers player sealed a 2018 comeback win with a 75-yard touchdown after playing injured. You also don't have to wait for me to finish the entire question.
Topher.
Topher.
Who is James Jones?
Michael. I'm
Michael.
hoping I got this one, but who is Randall Cobb?
Aaron's guy.
Michael, you're on the board.
Let's finish it off with rivalry moments for 500.
This Bears QB out-dueled the Packers in a snowy 2007 win.
Topher.
Topher.
Who is Rex Grossman?
Evan.
Mike.
Evan.
Who is Kyle Orton? Neckbeard.
Yep.
Evan on the board.
All right, let's go drafted or passed for 100.
The Bears selected this Heisman Trophy winner in 1965.
Evan.
Evan.
Who is Mike Ditka? Ooh, okay.
We're looking for who is Gale Sayers. I think, Evan, you are still on that board.
Drafted or passed for 200.
The Packers selected this QB in 2005, but the Bears chose Cedric Benson earlier.
Evan.
Evan.
Who was Aaron Rodgers? Boom. I'm surprised you didn't get that, Topher.
I was playing around with the year. I was playing around with what year he was actually drafted.
Evan is a little practiced. Evan, you're on the board.
Drafted or passed for 300.
The Packers drafted
Topher.
Topher.
Who is Rashawn Gary?
Kind of on the board. You're at negative 600 points. Topher, you're on the board.
Draft or pass for 400.
This linebacker, a top 10 pick in 2018. Topher.
Who is Roquan Smith?
And on the board.
Draft or pass 500.
In 2023, the Bears traded away the #1 overall pick to acquire
Topher.
Michael.
Topher.
Who is Caleb Williams?
Evan. Wait, Michael didn't say his name second.
Yeah, Michael.
Okay.
I don't know if this was too early. Is this
I mean, if you want to redo that, because you.
Yeah, well, I can go ahead and let Evan
You can
take
pass
that one.
if you want.
Yeah.
Evan.
All right. Who is DJ Moore?
Yes.
Oh, I read it too quickly.
Yeah. Evan, you're on the board.
All right. Stat sheet showdown for 100.
This Packers quarterback has the most passing touchdowns
Michael.
in franchise. Michael?
Aaron Rodgers.
Topher. Who
Topher?
is Aaron Rodgers?
Topher, you can come back with negative 100 points. Topher, you're on the board.
Stat sheet showdown 200.
This bear is the franchise.
Michael.
Evan.
Who is Walter Payton?
Oh, it was Walter Payton. Oh, no, don't read that.
Let's go for it anyway. Stat sheet showdown for 300.
The Bears have this many NFL championships, including pre-Super Bowl titles.
Michael. What is 2? How many is 2? What?
Evan. What is 13?
I'm not losing any more points.
We were looking for what is 9.
Oh my gosh, that was the number I thought of. Ah!
Get it. Evan on the board?
Yes. Bears Legends for 100.
Bears Legend 100. This running
Evan.
back was Evan.
Who is Walter Payton?
Evan, you're on the board?
Bears Legends for 200.
Did I give you the points for that?
I didn't see.
So
No.
far ahead. Oh, that's not the question. You said 200. He was the fiery head coach. Evan.
Who is Mike Ditka?
On the board?
Packers Legends for 100.
This legendary coach.
Topher.
Topher.
Who is Vince Lombardi?
Back on the board was 0. Topher.
Stat sheet showdown 400.
This Bears defender has more career interceptions than any other player in team
Evan.
history. Evan.
Who is Charles Tillman?
Michael. I'm going to hate myself for guessing this, but I have a feeling it's going to be someone random. Who is Steve McMichael?
We were looking
No.
for what?
I said no.
Nope.
Not.
Who is Gary Finnick? Or
Finsick. Yeah.
Finsick.
Okay, stat sheet showdown 500.
Daily double. This is worth 1,000 points. This could get anybody in the game, or Evan just way ahead of everybody. This is the only player to rush for 1,800 yards in a single Packers season.
Topher.
Who
is Amon Green? Yes. There we
on
go.
the board with 1,000 points for the comeback.
After being in the whole 900.
This is golf rules, right? Lowest wins.
It was when I was losing, but not anymore.
You're on the clock. Or on the board.
Packers Legends 200.
He threw over 400.
Evan. Who is Brett Favre?
Yeah.
Legend.
Evan.
Bears Legends for 300.
This linebacker was the heart of the 2000. Evan.
Who is Brian Urlacher?
Evan.
Packers Legends for 300.
This wide receiver was Aaron Rodgers' top target. Topher.
Who is Jordy Nelson?
Evan.
Who
is Greg Jennings?
I'm already in the hole, Michael. Who is Randall Cobb again?
That's a good guess, though.
We were looking for who is Devontae Adams?
Find that one hard to believe, but all right.
He had more targets in the 2010s than Jordy Nelson did. I find that hard to believe. I could be very wrong.
I mean, he played with them for 6 years in the 2010s. And Jordy Nelson only played for Green Bay for, I guess 7 years. Dims the rules. That's the stat. You all got that wrong.
Hold on, even with Devontae Adams' first 2 years being duds and Jordy Nelson in his prime, I'm coming back to that. If I lose, I'm coming back to that. Or Devon.
I think it's still my pick. Bears Legends for 400. Evan.
Michael. Oh.
Evan.
Who is Devin Hester?
Yep.
Yep.
Evan.
Packers Legends for 400.
This Packers player holds the franchise record.
Evan.
Evan.
Who is... Why am I blanking on his name? Oh my god. Terrible moment for me.
5, 4, 3, 2.
I'm blanking. I'm sorry.
Who is Reggie White?
That's who I was going to guess, too.
I looked this one up because I didn't believe it. We're looking for who is Clay Matthews?
Oh, here's my other guess.
I never would have guessed.
Yep.
He was a beast.
Evan on the board still.
Bears Legends for 500.
This Bears QB threw the most passing touchdowns in team
Evan.
history.
Michael.
Evan.
Who is Eric Kramer? I just realized. Okay, I know who it is now.
Michael.
Michael.
Who is Justin Cutler?
Do you want to rephrase that since you're at negative 700 points?
Give it to him.
No, I can take the loss.
No,
I'm okay
give it
with
to him.
that. I deserve that.
We're giving it to you anyway. Close enough.
Michael.
I don't know where I came up with. I think I was looking at Justin and said Justin.
On the board, Michael. And the final question here before we get to Final Jeopardy is, before Aaron Rodgers, this QB.
Is it me?
I don't know.
Rock, paper, scissors.
Yeah. Yep. Rock, paper, scissors it?
On shoot.
Okay.
On shoot. Ready?
Here we go. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Okay, again. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Ah, you got me. You got me.
Who is Brett Favre?
Yeah.
How is that the 500? How is that the 500, Justin?
I don't know.
You had to come up with Gary Fenchek, who I don't know, who works at like a grocery store.
I ChatGPT this, man. What do you want from me? It's 21 hours.
And then you chose this easy of a question for the 500. Oh, here we go. Jordy Nelson targets.
Look at Lou's comment.
Jordy Nelson targets. Green Bay 751. Devontae Adams 553. Interesting.
Yep.
So that was what was that?
Thank you, Lou. Thank you. Appreciate you.
It didn't sound right either with Devontae Adams. I didn't think he was that amazing in that decade.
So Topher gets
Finally got there.
300 points for getting that correct.
Yes.
So we have a total: Michael at 300, Evan at 1,400, and Topher at 600. Final Jeopardy. You need to write down your bid, how much you are doing. Yeah, that those words make sense, right? And then Justin has to go and find the Final Jeopardy question that I came up with.
I should write it bigger. That would help.
ChatGPT comes up with here.
You're wasting water, Justin.
And on top of that, you have to double check that answer.
Yeah, I am.
And on top of ChatGPT wasting water, there's a lot of other things that waste the equivalent of water too.
Like not donating to Extra Life.
If you're listening, getting your donation to Extra Life, it's a fantastic charity.
Do it. Do the thing. My dogs are all in here and they're all looking at me right now because they want me to judge the people that haven't donated so far. So
that's.
What was that?
Somebody's mowing the freaking grass. I'm just double checking here. Gotta make sure this question is correct.
While we're waiting, please subscribe to Fantasy Now Plus. Hit that subscribe button, as well as the Finn's Talk Sports Network if you're watching on there as well.
Okay. Oh my god, can we chill out down outside? Seriously? Oh, my window's open, that's why. Hold on 1 second.
Michael, are you also an Illinois guy?
I am. Currently, I'm in Johnsburg, which is right around the McHenry area. Not sure if you're familiar.
I don't go to McHenry County often, but yeah, I know the region. I know the direction you're in.
Yeah, I'm about 20 minutes out of Wisconsin.
Lou, yes, we did retroactively add 300. Wait, did I add 300?
Yeah, you added 300.
You did.
I gave you
Yes,
600.
I did. Thank you, Lou. I appreciate you.
Yes, we did that. Well, I was because you had 300, I thought.
Yes.
But, so we took 300 away from you, but did we give you 300 back?
Yes.
So you had 0 before we corrected that answer?
No, I had 300 before you. Oh, yes. You're right. Yes. Okay. So yes. I need 600 points.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you have 900 points then.
Yes. Ooh, okay. See, that changes things.
They might change some things for everybody here.
Yes, it does, including my bid.
So everybody will have until the music plays out for the final Jeopardy. Once we get you guys, everybody got their bids in ready to go?
Bid is ready.
All right. In the 2010 NFC Championship game at Soldier Field, this quarterback came off the bench for the Bears, but threw the game-sealing interception that sent the Packers to the Super Bowl. Remember, form of a question. Thank you, Lou. All right. Michael, how much did you bid?
300. Well, you can't see that.
$300. Okay. And what was your answer here?
Who is Kyle Orton? Somewhere if you can see it.
No. Evan.
As soon as I started writing down my answer, I realized I messed it up because of the year, but I guess I have to take my L. So I went all in and I wrote Kyle Orton, forgetting that he got freaking traded by the time that happened. So I'll take my L.
What's that?
I'll take the 0. It's fine.
And Topher.
I was dumb and I bet everything as well, but who is Josh McCown?
I cannot believe this.
We all lose! Woo!
The answer is, who is Caleb Haney?
That's the guy.
Wow.
That guy sucked.
Haney?
Number 12 for the Chicago Bears.
Caleb Haney was so cocky and he was nothing.
can't believe you guys all lost.
Who remembers Caleb Haney?
Duh.
Duh.
Oh.
Get
And of
out of
course,
here.
That's my kid putting in the duh.
I feel very attacked.
Relax. Yes. Yes. I am very much Laganja Estranja right now.
This is the greatest game of Jeopardy of all time where everybody just takes a 0 for a three-way tie.
I don't know what happens next.
Come up with another one. Come up with another one.
Oh my gosh.
Everyone scores 0 in Jeopardy.
What if Jeopardy was just the friends we made along the way?
You know what? Well, no becomes the returning champ for the next episode. You all just lose. You know what we're going to do? We are going to pivot into trivia because I have trivia questions and this will determine the final winner. Now if I can just figure out where my trivia questions went. There we go. Okay, here we go. You guys ready for this one?
Okay.
So we will have 4 rounds. There will be 5 questions in each round except for round 5. And first round is worth 1 point. Second round is worth 2 points. Get the gist there. Third round is 3 points. Fourth round is 4 points. And then at the very end, you will be able to bid all your. You'll be able to bid how many points you have total, and go from there. So, are we ready?
Are we just buzzing in the same way? Say our name?
No. So, what you're gonna do is just say your answer, and I will record whether you are right or wrong, but I will not tell you until the this will probably be the last time we play Jeopardy. So maybe I'll actually go through some of the right answers and maybe see who won. 4 people have played Jeopardy so far. So are you all ready for this?
Let's do it. Also, Josh McCown was the backup for the Bears from 2011 to 2013. This is a year after.
So close. The Packers fan almost got that question closer than you guys did.
Well, I grew up in a Bears household, so
that's fair.
Yeah.
Okay, first question. What TV show featured a group of friends in a long-running fantasy football league?
Oh,
who goes first?
Just say it as it comes.
Oh,
the league.
The league.
Which NFL analyst is known for his fantasy-focused football podcast and work with ESPN?
Matthew Berry.
Matthew Berry.
Michael, do you
Matt
agree?
Berry. Yeah.
Okay. What
Sorry, I'm
former
just used to
NFL
Jeopardy.
player once drafted Andrew Luck in 2020 after he retired on a live fantasy podcast?
Say that again?
What former NFL player once drafted Andrew Luck in 2020 after he retired on a live fantasy podcast?
Live fantasy podcast.
For
Steve
what
Smith.
Pat McAfee?
I was going to go with Gronk because that sounds like a Gronk thing to do.
For what it's worth, so far, nobody has gotten this answer correct today. Which actor from Parks and Recreation is a known fantasy football superfan and hosts leagues with NFL players?
I don't know, but I'm going to guess Nick Offerman.
Adam Scott.
Tracy Morgan? Oh, no, that's not even the right. That's 30 Rock. Never mind. I have no idea. I don't know if I've ever seen Parks and Rec, if I'm being honest.
Oh my God.
I don't watch it either.
And what is the name of the major charity fantasy football league started by Scott Fish?
Scott
Fishbowl.
You guys are all signed up, right? I know Evan's going. Topher, you're in.
Yeah, I'm in.
Michael,
Yeah.
did you ever sign up?
I don't think I'm up on the Scott Fishbowl.
Evan, are there still openings in Chicago?
As far as I know, yes, there are still openings in Chicago. It's if you'd like to come to the live draft, it is $100, but you get a 4-hour open bar and there are free appetizers. So you will get to eat, drink, and be merry with us.
Yeah. So Michael, after you get off this, go to scottfishbowl.com, go register, put Fantasy Now Plus as your affiliation or whatever, and then there is a live draft interest form, Mark Chicago. If you do that, they will generally like try to fill up positions.
Yeah.
And Evan, you might reach out to, is it John McGlynn that is doing yours?
I forgot. I forgot which one is actually putting it on, but I know Steven of Steven Roto is another one.
Yeah. Steven. You might reach out to him and say, "Hey, Michael is registering for Chicago. If Michael can do it,
Absolutely.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, Michael, come on down. It's gonna be fun.
It is a lot of fun.
Yeah, I did the one
He
in
did
Kansas
donate
City last year.
$1,000 to us today, so
Yes,
Oh,
they did.
awesome.
Okay, so after the first round here, we have Michael and Topher at 3 points and Evan at 4.
Ooh.
Second round.
He got the Tracy Morgan question right, didn't he?
In Superflex leagues, what position becomes more valuable compared to standard formats?
Quarterback.
QB.
What does handcuffing mean in fantasy football strategy?
Taking the backup running back or backup player at that position.
From the same team.
From the same team.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, the backup player. What is the most common number of teams in a standard fantasy What is the most common number of teams in a standard fantasy football league?
12.
10. Just got to do something different.
Got to make yourself a little bit different. Okay. So you said 12, 12, and 10.
Mm-hmm.
What scoring format awards 1 point per reception?
PPR.
PPR.
I didn't hear the question, but I'm assuming that's the answer.
Yeah.
What is 1 point per reception was the question. In dynasty leagues, what major difference separates them from redraft leagues?
Keeping your whole team.
On the players.
Michael's
and rookie drafts.
Yeah.
At the end of that round, you guys are. Oh no! How did I do everything? Timeout.
Topher, what does your cup say?
Oh, it says Big Yellow Cup. It's from a place called Dickie's Barbecue.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Michael is at 13 points. Evan is at 14 points, and Topher is at 11.
The 10 was wrong.
Okay, so who holds the record for most fantasy points in a single game by a quarterback? These are all worth 3 points.
Oh, each round gets more points. Gotcha. That's why I was like, okay, say the question again.
Who holds the record for most fantasy points in a single game by a quarterback?
Lamar Jackson.
I'm going to go Josh Allen just because he probably ran in 5 times on the 1 yard line.
I'm going to go Tom Brady.
I'm going to say this: out of 7 people today, only 1 person has gotten this question correct.
Was it one of us?
I can't tell you that. Which wide receiver had a 99-yard touchdown reception in 2011 and again in 2018? Questions do get harder, by the way.
2011 and 2018.
I feel like it's been the 20th hour for like the last 3 hours.
I'm going to go Jordy Nelson.
(2011 to 2018). Sweet baby Jesus. Who would that?
So long ago.
It kind of was, really. That sounds crazy. 2018, 2011.
We're going to move on here in a minute.
Yeah. I'm going to go Eric Decker.
Michael,
I don't think I have an answer.
In PPR scoring, which running back led all players in receptions in 2019?
Christian McCaffrey?
Which player led all running backs in PPR scoring? 2019.
Running backs.
Oh, running backs. Yeah, sorry.
Which running back led all players in receptions in 2019?
Oh, blood receptions.
Alvin Kamara?
Aaron Jones.
Which running back exploded in 2021 with over 2,000 all-purpose yards and 20 touchdowns?
James, no.
In
Derrick Henry.
21?
Derrick Henry.
21?
In 2021.
Yeah, that's Derrick Henry. Nope, wait. No, hold on.
I think I might go McCaffrey again.
Sorry, did you say 2018 or 2021?
In 2021, which running back exploded with over 2,000 all-purpose yards and 20 touchdowns?
Jonathan Tate. No. He didn't get that high.
James Robinson.
I'm going to go Jonathan Taylor.
Michael?
I think I'm going McCaffrey again. I can't remember if that was 21 where he went off or he was injured. One of the two. It's very possible.
In 2023, who is the wide receiver one in fantasy points per game?
Oh, CeeDee Lamb.
23, you said?
Mm-hmm.
Fantasy points per game. That's got to be... I'm going to go Justin Jefferson.
I'm going Chase, I think.
After that round, we have Michael with 19 points, Evan with 14 points, and Topher with 14 points.
Okay, so I got one. Michael got two right there. Good job. I want to hear some of these answers. Can you give us?
Yeah, we'll go through the answers at the very end.
Okay, awesome.
Category 4, because we're done with trivia. Nobody else is doing trivia, so. Okay, category 4. In what year did ESPN launch its fantasy football platform? Actually, I'll post all of the winners.
Platform as in like it's like content or as in its online playable website?
What year did ESPN launch its fantasy football platform?
Okay, I'm going 1999.
2000.
Let's go. Man, I feel like it's going to be really late, but 05 for some reason. I feel like it was already well into the century.
Nobody's gotten this question right today.
Ugh.
But two people have guessed the closest answer. Who was the first tight end to finish as the overall tight end 1 for 4 straight seasons?
Antonio Gates.
4 straight.
It's either...
I'm just going to go Kelsey just by default, but I have a feeling it's going to be way earlier than that.
I'm trying to decide between those two.
Or full seasons, like the number 1 tight end of every season for 4 years.
Okay, Travis Kelce.
Which team did LaDainian Tomlinson play for during his record-breaking 31 touchdown fantasy season in 2006?
San Diego Chargers.
Chargers.
Michael?
Yeah, Chargers.
Yeah.
Or did you want specific San Diego at the time?
Yeah, Michael and I both said San Diego.
Okay. And final question is, what was the original name for fantasy football when it was invented in 1962? And I will tell you, only one person in the chat has gotten this right all day.
Oh.
Time to scroll up.
Not telling you which stream it was in.
Yeah, that's true. Fantasy Gridiron.
Money football.
I'm going to stick with fantasy football just because they never changed it. Trick question.
I've listened to the story before. Oh.
All right. So at the end of round 4, Michael has 27 points. Evan has 22. And Topher has 18.
Ugh.
So took a hit there. Okay. So now you get to bid your points. How many points would you guys like to bid?
I'll go 11.
I have how many again? 18?
You have
right?
18.
How many did Evan have?
Evan had 22.
And Michael has what?
27. You guys are the only ones that have not bid everything. It's quite interesting. Remember, 4 other people have also played today, so
I'm going 16, so I don't flatline.
after Jeopardy.
Let's go 10. Solid 10.
Okay. In the modern fantasy football era, post 2000, which wide receiver posted the highest single season PPR point total without scoring double-digit points?
Like double-digit points, like in any game in that season.
Wait, hold on. Did I read that question right?
Because that's
in the modern fantasy football era, post 2000, which wide receiver posted the highest single season PPR point total without scoring double-digit touchdowns? I said points, didn't I?
Yes, you did.
Touchdowns, double-digit touchdowns. It would be impossible to score the highest point total.
That's what I.
Only
Yes.
9 points each week. This is one I think if you really, really do think about it, you'll get it right. For what it's worth.
You said it was a wide receiver, correct?
Yes.
Antonio Brown.
Ooh, that's good. I'm going Andre Johnson.
I can't remember if the Falcons were doing well or not. I kind of want to go Julio Jones, but don't know.
Julio rarely ever scored double digits. That's smart.
Jerry probably looked it up.
I'm sticking to that one, I think.
You're sticking to Julio?
I think so.
Okay. So, should I just tell the 7? Okay, the 7 out of the 7 contestants, we have a tie for last place between Jeff, Tommy, and Dustin Ludke with 0 points. They all bid everything and lost it. They had 20, 18, and 13 for what it's worth beforehand, but they bid everything and lost it. In 4th place, we have Topher with 2 whole points.
Yep.
In 3rd place, we have Evan with 11. Michael has 37 in 2nd place. And then John Byrne, who was on twice today, or once yesterday and once today, has 52 points.
Ooh.
Wow.
Now, we've got 6 minutes to answer these questions. I think I also have to finish filling a mock draft, so I might recruit some of you guys. Okay, in Superflex leagues, what position becomes the most valuable compared to standard formats? Quarterback. You all got it right. Everybody got that right. What does handcuffing mean? Yeah, drafting the backup. Everybody got that. Actually, everybody got that right because one person joked around. What is the most common number of teams in a standard fantasy football league? 12 is the answer. Topher 12.
Yeah.
What scoring? Everybody got PPR correct. And in what dynasty league or in dynasty leagues? What does it mean? You keep all your players.
Yeah.
Which everybody pretty much got right. So. Who holds the record for the most fantasy points in a single game by a quarterback? Michael got this right with Josh Allen. He is the only person today to get that question right. Which wide receiver had a 99-yard touchdown reception in 2011 and again in 2018? That was Victor Cruz.
That's a throwback.
Bears
and
legend.
PPR
I
scoring.
didn't even
was-
realize he was in the league in 2018.
In PPR scoring, which running back, and if that answer is incorrect, everybody got it wrong anyway, so it doesn't even matter. In PPR scoring, which running back led all players in receptions in 2019? Michael is one of 3 people to get that question right with Christian McCaffrey.
Good job.
Yeah.
And which running back exploded in 2021 with over 2,000 all all-purpose yards was the key, clue there, and 20 touchdowns. That was Jonathan Taylor.
Yes, I did get that one.
Very nice.
In 2023, who was the wide receiver 1 in fantasy points per game? Tyreek Hill was the answer. Tyreek Hill, which
that
only
makes
one
sense.
person got right today. What year did ESPN launch its fantasy football platform? 2 people guessed 1999. That was wrong. It was 1995, but that was the closest guess today.
Wow.
I thought about going 97. But
who was the first tight end to finish as the overall tight end 1 in 4 straight seasons? That was the Travis Kelce. San Diego Chargers for LaDainian Tomlinson. That's why Michael, I was like, what'd you say again? I was waiting because if you said Chargers, you're wrong because it could have been the LA Chargers. And then what was the original name for fantasy football when it was invented in 1962? It was the Greater Oakland Professional Pigskin Prognosticators League, or the GOPPPL. And only one person got that right all day, and he was in the chat, and that was Bill Underwood, who is 68 years old. And the final question was, in the modern fantasy football era post 2000, which wide receiver posted the highest single season PPR point total without scoring double-digit touchdowns? There was only 2 people all day to get that right, and that was Julio Jones.
Once Michael said that, I almost changed my answer because I was like, ooh, Julio used to go off and have like 4 touchdowns.
Yeah, so that was it. So yeah, we do have a mock draft. It looks like we have 1, 2, 3, 4 slots open. One of you is already in here. I'm gonna go ahead and throw this in the chat for anybody that wants to join. We have 4 slots open in a Dynasty Startup mock draft, where Tim will be on here just momentarily, and we are going to cover this mock draft. So, Topher, Evan, Michael, thanks again for joining in hour 20 of our 24-hour stream for raising money for Extra Life. You are listening to the FantasyNow Plus show on the Fins Talk Sports Network. You can be sure to subscribe to the channels, both channels preferably. That way you get all the content, whether that's Dolphins and fantasy and wrestling, or it's just straight fantasy 8 days a week during the regular season. All of us will be on various different shows. I think Michael's on 1, Topher's on 1, Evan's on 2, and I'm on 3. So, yeah, I can't wait for the season to start, guys. I can't wait to get all of you going. And when you guys are ready, then maybe start talking shows. Let me know. We'll start getting shows set up so you guys can start getting on air, get some game reps in. It's the preseason. But yeah, guys, again, thanks for coming on. And hope you guys enjoyed this one, and peace out for all of you guys. Everybody else stay here. So yeah, we're raising money for Extra Life. As you can see here, we have raised $2,095 out of our $3,000 goal. We actually had a $2,000 goal, which we had to up because we did hit that goal with a $1,000 donation at the 2:00 hour. So that was incredible. Loved that. So we are going to bring in our next guest here, a new face to where's my screen at? What happened? There it is. A new face to FantasyNow Plus. And I say face because he is not he's familiar in the written world on our website. If you go to our website, you can see a bunch of his articles, including 2 of the currently the top articles on the website. Tim Holstad, and I actually have to bring you in. Tim, how are you doing?
Good, man. How are you?
I'm doing great. I'm great. Good to see you. No, I don't know that we've actually. I don't think I've actually ever seen you face to face, because I think when we talked about you joining and writing and stuff, we just did the writing part. We didn't do the face to face,
Yeah, it was all on Blue Sky, so this is technically our first time talking live.
And in the real world, yeah. It's awesome to have you on here. Well, thank you for joining the stream. This is an incredible organization that we're raising money for, and it's something that is dear to me and my family and stuff. And so every dollar out there that anybody can donate is well appreciated. You can get that donation link in the description of this video right now. Just scroll down just a little bit. There's a little Extra Life donate here. Click on that, take you to a donation page. It'll show you this YouTube video on the donation page, and then you just donate and throw a couple zeros on your donation and send it off, or just $1, whatever. But every dollar helps. So Tim, you were in a best ball draft earlier, and that's still going. Is it my pick? Keep getting stuck. No, it's not my pick. Okay.
No, it's on the turn near me.
Yeah, it's Brock's pick. Okay. So oh dang, you went 3 quarterbacks here at the end. Fields, Lawrence, and Young.
Yeah.
Much better than the 3 quarterbacks I have.
Well, 2.1. At least you can drop him as soon as the draft is done.
I'm commenting because I had some donations come through that made picks for me, and that picked after picking Jaden Daniels. Somebody picked CJ Stroud in a 1 QB league. Somebody picked Ayuk, Travis Etienne, and then Davis Mills. So that's fun. Yeah. So we are going to get into this mock draft, and we have one open. Oh wait, am I even? Yeah, I am in there. Okay.
Yeah.
And Evan is already in auto draft mode, so maybe because he's already. So we're gonna go and start this. I should probably actually share my screen so the world can see what's going on here. Oh, and that's the wrong one, and I'm gonna have to do some live editing here. Sleeper. This one, we got that screen. Okay, so that's there. We're gonna do one of these numbers so you can see. And then
this is Superflex, but the rankings are not reflecting that, so keep that in mind.
Oh, is it real? Oh, it's not.
Come
is
on.
it? Interesting. Oh, and I just deleted you out of my board. We are talking Superflex, so that's a good idea. I go Josh Allen. Oh, that's the wrong screen. Josh Allen here. I will bring you back, Tim. You might be in here. I don't know. There you are.
We're like splitting the same screen.
There we go. Okay.
There you go.
We're good. Yeah, that is odd that it didn't.
Sleeper.
All this is Superflex. FYI. So that's a good call there. But I don't know. What do you think about Jason Jefferson going 101 and 102, even in a Superflex dynasty?
I'm not that opposed to it. I have like a 4 quarterback tier at the top, and then I have a pretty big receiver run after that. So I don't think it's really that big of a stretch.
That's fair. So Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Jaden Daniels off the board here. Chef is back. Chef, oh my goodness, I see you in the chat. Chef was in and out, mostly in since 5 a.m. today. So that's 12 hours spending time with me. Chef, I hope I've been entertaining all day. Please let me know. If I've been dying and boring, then I don't think you'd be watching. But yeah, so close to the end. 3 more hours. Are we really at? Oh, I keep pushing the wrong buttons. We're definitely near the end. This is the end. We have 3 hours left. Okay. So, Tim, who's your favorite? Your asset. I mean, you're at the 112, so you're expecting to get that turn, plus the 3rd round reversal. Who are some targets that you are aiming for to start up a dynasty?
Well, depending on if my quarterback falls here, I might be grabbing him. But usually, when the rankings aren't wonky like this, I'm aiming for, some of these breakout second-year receivers, your Malik Neighbors, your Brian Thomas Jr., maybe even your Ladd McConkey in the 3rd round. Really looking for youth and stable assets that can ascend in value. That's what I'm looking for in a startup. I'm not necessarily worried about filling out a roster in most startups, not unless I'm trying to compete like immediately, but I'm usually just interested in like asset accumulation more than anything.
Yeah. Yeah. Do auto drafts here. So once you pick, it'll go pretty quick. Actually, there'll be 3 auto drafts here. So you got Jalen Hurts in the at the 112 and CeeDee Lamb. I do not hate that at all. I know you're a big fan of Ashton Genty. Any reason you want CD over Genty?
It's always a little riskier to pick a running back early, even if he is a rookie and as good as Genty projects to be. And for me, CeeDee Lamb is actually part of the top tier of receivers with Chase and Jefferson. So the fact that he fell this far, and same with Hurts, he's part of those top 4 quarterbacks I mentioned. I see him as my quarterback 3. I'm pretty sure. I haven't checked my rankings today, but pretty sure he's either my 3 or my 4. So
let's see, Dynasty rankings, QB Tim. As of 10 days ago, you have Hurts at 4.
For sure.
Which is I mean, you drafted him at 5, so that's pretty solid. Value right there.
Yeah, I have a tier between Hurts and Burrow. I know that's semi-unpopular, but I think Burrow's on a hot streak as of late because his defense is just that atrocious that he has to throw basically all the time, and it's great for fantasy, but I'm gonna grab Nico. He's in my first, second round conversation as well.
Do you like to go to quarterbacks early in Superflex Dynasty startups?
If there are trades, I will absolutely try and get to top 4 to 5 in the first round picks and mortgage some later picks and some future picks to try and get that. If I can't get one of those or 2 of those 4, then it kind of depends. Like, I like Caleb Williams. I like Drake May. I like Michael Penix. I like some of these younger quarterbacks, but I'm not necessarily going to take them over like elite assets like a Puka or CD or Nico Collins or people like that. So
yeah, I think if you can do it right, there was a dynasty I started up 3. We are in year 4 now, and in the startup I had the 101 random draft order. Ended up with 101, took Josh Allen, and was able to trade up to 106, and was able to get Patrick Mahomes while he was like still pretty fantasy relevant.
Yeah.
And that set me up for the future. I mean, I won that championship. I was in second place the next year, and I won this past year's championship. So it's definitely set me up here. Okay, I have 20 seconds here. I'm looking at there on the board. I'm just looking at best player available here. You got Travis Hunter, AJ Brown, Ted McMillan. Are you looking at any of those guys when I already have Marvin Harrison? Is this a running back spot? Do I go get Sam Laporta, or do I take one
I'd
of
go
these
AJ Brown?
Yeah, I was thinking the same too. He's a little bit older now. I mean, 27 is not old,
You
but
get 2 to 3 years of peak. I think
he's pretty solid. I also like when I do any builds, trying to pair up the top wide receiver weapon with your quarterback. I like that stack. If it's worth it, I don't think Josh Allen has that stack early.
I would name maybe 1, maybe 2 receivers that should
Maybe-
be drafted in this mock draft of his.
Yeah, I mean, Khalil Shakir later, like it's not like a top 5 pick that you're taking, but yeah. So
He's an okay bench player.
I think I'm gonna probably lean more towards my normal builds here and go no running backs.
Yeah, I know that it's somewhat divisive in the community, but like, I just don't see the point in taking running backs and startups unless they're rookies or second-year players. Like, it's so easy in season to trade for like your James Connors and your Alvin Kamaras of the world. Like, I can just throw any random second at a manager and they'll probably just do it if they're in the lower half of the league. And like, I would much rather draft players that could end up being worth 2 firsts next year They're not now,
Yeah.
but they might.
Yeah. So Will here, our friend Will, Hurts at 12 is something.
I'm gonna blame that purely on sleeper ADP, to be honest.
I will too, because I think some of these guys, especially even the auto picks, probably would have taken Hurts. I mean, QB 5 at the 112 in the super flex. That, come on now. Yeah, I would definitely agree with that.
Yeah, I think there'd be a lot more red on this board if quarterbacks were prevalent. I mean, like the auto drafter ahead of me is just spamming running backs.
Yeah, I mean, if we're picking the running backs, I mean, at least, Jesus. This is like you in the best ball draft earlier. I mean, just
Yeah,
running back.
that at least is a 1 year deal. This is good luck winning. I mean, at least they're young running backs.
Yeah, Bijan, Genty, Hampton. I mean, he's got running backs.
Yeah, I'd say he's got 3 of your top 8.
Yeah,
in Dynasty, and like Kyron and Jacobs have top 12 like potential still. So yeah, I mean, I wouldn't do it, but I'm not going to say that he's just blowing it either.
Yeah. Okay, so let's look at Jerry here. He's got Burrow. He took Mahomes at 205, Garrett Wilson, Xavier Worthy, and DJ Moore. What do you think about that build?
I like stacking Mahomes and Worthy. I'm in a somewhat unique camp that I think Worthy's the best receiver on the Chiefs. I think he's better than Rashee Rice. Again, I don't think Mahomes normally falls to a 205 with Superflex ADP, but I think that's where he should go, which I know is also very unpopular.
I agree with you. I think he's. I mean, we're looking at like QB 13 through 15 range for Mahomes right now. I believe I have him. Oh no, I have him ranked significantly higher. Actually, I need to actually go in and adjust my rankings. But
I do too.
I have him at 6 actually, which is a lot higher than I thought I did. So I might consider changing that, but I do like the fact that Rashee Rice will be back.
Yeah,
most
and
likely.
I think yeah. I mean, Kelsey's not dead yet.
Right.
Hollywood can still give you a good year, especially as not a primary option. Yeah, like I have Mahomes as 6, not because I think you should take him 6, but I think he has the trade value of the QB 6. I would draft him purely to tier down from him and get picks, which is why I have him at 6. I mean, I've done experiments on X back in the day and Blue Sky of like you can get Amon-Ra straight up for him. You can get CeeDee Lamb straight up for him. You can throw in a second or a first and get up to Jefferson or Chase. And I'm like, that's not that high of a price to pay for a quarterback that I'm not that in on. So I'll gladly use him as trade bait in startups for sure.
Yeah, this ADP is very interesting because like there's players like Jordan Love still out here, and
yeah,
there's quite a bit of QBs that could still be drafted, which sometimes you just got to let the board play itself.
Yeah,
I think I'm taking my first running back in round 6. I don't have a second quarterback yet, but it's fine. I talked to several people today that were like, you don't have to take 2 quarterbacks in a super flex. It's good if you get 2 elite quarterbacks, but the chances of you getting 2 top 12 quarterbacks is seldom. But then again, also QB 20 scores more points than wide receiver 52, so it's makes sense. But if you can get elite studs all the way down through your flex positions,
I mean, like, especially in 4-point passing, like that second quarterback is obviously he's not pointless, but he's also not like going to be a difference maker for you unless you just happen to hit the season for the guy. So yeah, I think it's totally fair to grab someone elite early and then punt until you're in the like to Geno Smith, that kind of range where it's like you'll happily start them every week, but you're not going to lose that much production if you have to start someone else either.
Yeah.
I'm going to go Jameson here. And I'm going to go Jalen Waddle.
I don't hate that. I mean, in the 7th round, I feel like Jalen Waddle is pretty good value right there. I feel like his ADP is probably higher than that. So, I mean, getting him that late is, I think, pretty good.
Yeah. I prefer him in best ball, just injuries, and he'll just disappear for 4 to 6 weeks at a time. But
yeah.
He's not disappearing. You love to have him.
Yeah, that's true. I think I know what I'm going to do here.
Yeah, there's definitely some big quarterback names
never
that
mind.
are floating around.
I can't do what I was going to do. Dang it. I had a plan. Plan was spoiled in round 6.
Yeah. I'll say you getting Ted McMillan in the 4th round is really nice value for you.
I feel like that could go a long way. I feel like he's got huge upside that could pan out very well for me.
Yeah.
What is he taking? I can't believe I'm going to do this. Do you know what I'm about to do?
I don't. Anthony Richardson's already off the board.
I was going to go Josh Downs and then Anthony Richardson, but he was already taken.
I mean, Josh Downs, perfectly good pick there. I think he's easily the most talented receiver on that team.
I do too.
It just doesn't really matter right now because Richardson can only throw 50 yards and not 10 yards.
Is it going to work? It's not going to work. Is my plan going to work? That's the real question right here. Don't do it. Don't do it. You already have 2. I got Josh Allen and James Cook right here. Can I get my guy? And wait, is the other one taken? Where is? Oh, okay. I have 2 options here then. Okay, so I have Kyle Pitts. I have Ted McMillan. There's Penix and Bryce Young available.
Penix by a lot for me.
Penix by a lot. Yeah, that's the route I was gonna go.
Yeah.
And maybe if he comes circles all the way back around, which a bunch of these people are in the stream right now, so he's not going to. But Bryce Young in the 9 there as the backup to, have 3 stacks at your quarterback position is generally what I try to do. Is I try whatever quarterbacks I do end up getting, I try to stack them all together.
Yeah,
smart.
I like what Lou is doing from an ideology standpoint of just going for rushing upside, just Konami code.
Very high rushing upside. Like if they break out, they're going to be very good. If they don't do anything, then you got Baker Mayfield this year.
Yep. Well, and that's the thing is like when you have someone like Baker, like he's not a top 5 QB in Dynasty, but I'd say he's a top 10 pretty firmly. Like you feel good about, I'm going to take shots on my QB2. I'm going to take Fields. I'm going to take Richardson. In the 20th round, I'll probably take Milrow. Like just going for players that can break fantasy, because ultimately that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to get a team that's just beating your opponent by 50 points every week. You can't do that by just magically predicting which of these 18 pocket passers is going to throw for 5,000 yards this year, because unfortunately we just can't do that.
Yeah. There goes Cleo Shakir. I'm pretty sure Lou is still in this in this stream, which is great. I'm glad people are in this stream. If anybody wants to donate $10 to Extra Life, I'll let you make my next pick.
We might need to add some rounds. We're flying through this.
We are. That. Oh my god. We literally. Let's see. Can I add?
Maybe make it 20.
The best ball draft was taking so long. I was like, oh no, it won't do it.
It's crazy the difference between 30 seconds per pick and a minute per pick.
Yeah, it really does. I mean, it's half the time, literally. So it's that's fine. I mean, we could talk about this board, talk about who we like off this board. So
yeah.
Pay attention. He's just my top wide receiver there. Yeah, Lou, you say that, but I know you. I know you stole my guy.
Speaking to the question in the chat about Tyreek Hill getting a 28% target share, I wouldn't. I'm drafting him in best ball, not assuming he's going to, but hoping he will and accepting that he probably won't. But like, I don't want to miss out if he does. Like, I don't want to sit there and be like, of course Tyreek Hill went for 2,000 yards. It's Tyreek Hill. Like, I don't think the age cliff is going to hit him like it does other receivers. I think he's very Derrick Henry-esque, where it's just like sometimes what you expect of athletes just doesn't matter for certain people, and I think Hill is one of those people.
Well, and he will fall off
when
he retires.
Yep, that or catastrophic leg injury, like then I'll start having pause, but like he's never suffered that still, and hopefully he does.
Or hear me out, he goes to the Tennessee Titans.
It worked great for DeAndre Hopkins.
And everybody that's Andre Johnson, Robert Woods.
Yeah. Good old retirement home.
Yeah. It literally. Oh, here we go. So I saw my guy. Where'd my guy? Got sniped. It's fine. I'll take Bryce Young. I was gonna take Keon Coleman here just to have him with. I don't like having three players from the same team, but I mean one's a running back, so getting the wide receiver and the quarterback would have been nice to pair together. But it's fine. I'll take Bryce Young, who is now paired with Tet McMillan. So.
Yep. And again, this is a startup. Sometimes just take value. You can trade them later.
Exactly.
That's why I've got 4 quarterbacks. I'm not going to start 4 quarterbacks, but there's other content creators across the platform that attribute, like have this idea, and I'm one of those believers. Like, it's totally okay to quarterback hoard in Superflex. Like, if you just keep getting quarterback value, take it.
So
good point.
Refresh your browser screen. Oh my god, that was ugly. Yeah, good call there, Evan. Everybody watching, refresh that browser screen. I added a couple more rounds just because we literally are flying through this. So
yeah. Shout out, y'all. There's some good veteran running backs still on the board at this point.
Yeah, we're getting the hero back phase, I feel like, at this point.
Yeah.
Some veterans that have done it. They've been there. They've done that. But also, like, are we trusting them?
Most of them, no. I see a couple that are kind of surprising. James Conner feels like a smash here for me.
Yeah.
Then I'm going to keep quarterback hoarding, and I'm going to take Jackson Dart.
Ooh, tired. I don't know why I'm tired.
Yeah, only what, 3 hours to go?
2.5. 2 hours 35. I've only been up for 34 hours. So
it's okay. I think they say madness sets in around 36. So right as
you're
perfect.
I did tell my wife that I was like, once the stream is done, I don't plan on just immediately going to bed. Like I'm going to try to stay up till 9:30, 10 o'clock so that like my body resets and I can just be good to go. So
Is there like a
light at
NBA
the end of the
playoff game
tunnel.
today?
Do what?
Is there like an NBA playoff game today to get you through it?
Not even the game I want to watch. It's the Thunder Timberwolves tonight. I watched the Pacers Knicks game last night, which I'm sure you know. I'm a big Pacers fan here, so that was fun. That game started at 8 p.m. at the beginning, so like I just kept going back and forth watching the game all night. Is there an NBA team you root for?
I'm based out of Arizona, so basically all Arizona teams. So
pretty much.
Yeah, you're basically following my son's track the year they lost to the Bucks. Currently with your Pacers of just like young, spunky team with a couple good veterans that are just beating every team they come up across so far. So hopefully you do not come across a Bucks.
I hope that's not the Thunder. It might be the Thunder, but I'm hoping not. I'm gonna take a value tight end here. I love me a Jonnu Smith.
That is a good value.
I don't know why I love Jonnu Smith so much, but I mean, look at the tight end 4 last year.
Yeah.
At 29, tight end 17 the year before in Atlanta. Like, I'm a big Jonnu Smith fan here.
Yeah.
So that's gonna be a smash hit for me.
I gotta say, some of Sleeper's ADP is really confusing to me. I don't know where they're pulling this from.
Yeah, I don't know if it's like current ADP or like last year's ADP mixed with some rookies in here, but it's definitely odd.
Yeah, we've got Cade Otton and
Evan Ingram behind Jonnu Smith.
Yeah, Travis Kelce's behind all these guys. He's still on the board. Like, yes, he's old, but he's not that type of value. You're welcome.
I do like me a bunch of tight ends on my team too. So I have plenty of teams where I have Travis Kelce right now, and I'm contending. And I've been trying to sell Travis Kelce for 2 years, but I will not accept a 4th round pick for him.
Yeah.
It's just not worth it. Like I'd rather just him retire on my bench than get a 4th rounder for him.
Just ride him off into the sunset, to be honest. Like
exactly.
Tight ends are almost never proper trade value anyways. I've found do you really want to give up 3 to 4 1st round picks for Brock Bowers? Probably not, but that's probably what he's worth to the guy who rosters him. So
yeah, that's every young tight end. I just saw Tyler Warren go for, I think, 3 1st rounds, a 2nd, and like 2 players.
Goodness.
He is a Colts fan, so
he paid for it.
He definitely paid for it. He also paid heavily for Michael Pittman a couple years ago too, which put him in a hole. So
yeah, playing fantasy by rostering your favorite team players generally doesn't work well unless you're an Eagles fan.
Yeah, or you're like a 2006 Colts fan.
Yeah. Or Patriots. And just have all of their players through the dynasty.
Yeah. Jadon Blue with a 1208. It's a name that keeps rising up. 5'9", like 197 pound wet Jadon Blue.
He is so expensive in best ball right now. He goes in like the 120s, I want to say. Like
so 10th round.
Yeah. 10th to 12th round, and I'm so not interested at that price. Like, I don't even know if he'd be worth that price, and we did know he had the job, but we don't even know if he has the job yet. Like, we're just casting.
You bring in Javonte Williams for all that money.
Yeah,
we're just gonna give it to Jadon Blue. Like, come on.
I'm gonna take my first tight end.
Mason Taylor, not a terrible pick. Justin Fields concerns me with that, but he did okay with Cole Kmet.
Yeah, it's a short.
Taylor gets into the open field pretty nicely, so
he does, and like he's going to be on the field basically all the time. They have no one else besides Garrett Wilson and their running backs. Like, they're not going to give Malachi Corley more work or Alan Lazard. They're just not. Like, yes, they might sign like the corpse of Amari Cooper or Keenan Allen, but even then, I kind of doubt it. So I think he produces year one, and if I like what I see, I can keep him. And if I think it's kind of a flash in the pan, then I can sell him high. Famously very similar players.
Very similar. Basically identical players. Malachi, Deshaun Jackson, Corley. Yeah.
I think he's just his son.
Fields does. That is true. Evan, Fields does love throwing to the tight end, so might actually work.
Yep. Hopefully he loves throwing to Garrett Wilson somewhat, but
yeah, hopefully he loves throwing it to him way more. And Aaron Rodgers did. Like, I feel like Aaron Rodgers didn't really throw it to Garrett Wilson a lot.
Yeah.
Kind of a dead player last year.
I still don't even know what to think if he's going to actually play for the Steelers or not at this point. I've just kind of...
I'm in denial that you will.
Yeah.
I do not think you will. I don't think he will play football this year.
I think either way, I'm going into the assumption that their offense is going to be putrid. Like, just absolutely can't move the ball whatsoever, regardless of who the quarterback is.
And that's the quarterback that I think will end up playing for the Pittsburgh Steelers this year.
I think it's a good bet to make. I mean, I was kind of hoping that Kyle McCord went there, but he gets to sit in the Eagles graveyard behind Hurts forever.
And DTR and all the other quarterbacks. Yeah, that is true. He just got drafted to be a perennial backup.
Yeah. Well, and like, you have the Browns quarterback situation, which have any of those guys gone yet? I don't even know. I don't think so. They better not have. It's very early for all of them.
Dylan Gabriel's still there. Shador Sanders is the next quarterback on there.
Congratulations, auto drafter team 9. Yeah, like, well, have heard rumors that like they're already trying to trade Flacco like immediately after signing him, because apparently this is not what he signed up for, and I'm confused what he thought he was signing up for. Like, I don't know. I don't know if the Shador pick threw everything out of whack for them or what. Yeah. That's another offense where it's just like, I'm not touching any of it. Like, I like Njoku. I like Cedric Tillman more than most people probably should, but it's not going to work this year. Like, not unless one of those rookies is just magically good, which I kind of doubt.
Okay. Coming around to the end. We got 3.5 more rounds to go here. Getting prepared for a sky that's thighs out summer. No, I'm not going to Twitter. What is this, Ethan? Yeah, I'm not going to Twitter. I'm not doing that. Evan, stop it. Stop trying to send me to Twitter. I don't know what that is.
The artist formerly known as Twitter.
Yeah. I'm going to start sniping you more if you keep sending me Twitter links. Oh man, the audio is coming now. Oh no. Oh no, the end is near.
You got this. At least you've got fun guests lined up to finish it out.
Stephanie, yeah, we got Stephanie, who you will then be talking about dynasty rankings, which will be interesting to do that after this. And then the final one is somebody that's actually here, kind of local to me, that we've been in several different fantasy leagues, but have actually never like met each other. So that'll be fun
Nice.
to just close out the show and probably talk about the Pacers, to be honest with you. So
Good way to end it.
yeah, ended on a high note.
Yeah, it's funny. Like I had heard about Extra Life because of like the video game space of like, back in the day I used to watch like Rooster Teeth and companies like that just did massive streams for it. Like they'd go 24 hours, they'd be hitting like $2 million, $3 million raise.
Absolutely crazy stuff. Yeah.
And so when you brought it up, I'm like, oh hey, I haven't heard that name in a couple of years.
Yeah, so this is my third year being involved with Extra Life. So my parents do a board game podcast. And part of Extra Life, they have like tabletop days and stuff now and stuff like that. So they do a 24-hour live stream also. And that's actually in 2 weeks. So Friday 8 p.m. to Saturday 8 p.m. in 2 weeks, I will be producing their 24-hour show, which has more production value. There's more camera angles and stuff.
Yeah.
As I'm talking during your last pick here.
You're good. I honestly don't know who to take.
Chiga Okonkwo. Get your second tight end there.
That's not a bad idea.
All right, there we go. So yeah, I'll be producing that show.
Yeah.
The more cameras and stuff, but like I don't have to be on the camera for 24 hours. So like I can go and like lay down on a couch and just kind of relax for a minute.
Take a break.
It'll be interesting, but this is the preparation. I have a week in between, which I feel like I need to spend with my family definitely next weekend. Yeah, probably for my best interest, I think.
Yeah.
Okay, to end it out, I'm going to go with Ollie Gordon.
I don't hate it. He could just get a bunch of work.
He could take the RB2 job in Miami.
Could even get a pseudo RB1 job. Could be Raheem Mostert-ish.
Yeah, need a goal line back. And wow, really, Evan? Aaron Rodgers at the end? That's kind of like, well, not kind of like, but the year Andrew Luck retired in 2019, I drafted Jacoby Brissett in a keeper league with the final pick of the draft, thinking Jacoby Brissett is the new quarterback for the Indianapolis Colts. This is going to be great. I have my future for a while.
Yep,
that worked out.
That was a crazy year.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I was mid redraft draft when that news broke.
Oh, were you really?
Yeah, for like my home league. And it was like someone had already taken him, and it's an auction league. So we were just like, well, that really sucks for you because you paid a lot of money.
A lot of money for him.
It's a 2 QB league. So not even super flex, just 2 QB.
Oof.
So he paid like $60 for that.
That's a tough pill to swallow.
Yep.
Very tough pill to swallow there. Yeah, let's talk about a couple of these rosters here.
Yeah.
Obviously, Team 9 is probably in trouble. Tua and Russell Wilson being their 2 quarterbacks.
Russell start at least.
I guess it won't let me. Yeah, I mean, at least they will both start, so that's good, I guess. So Topher said we had someone who had him as a keeper in my main league, and we didn't let him switch it out. You're a jerk.
Bloodthirsty game we play sometimes.
It is. No F's given here. Let's look at this running back. 5 running backs in the start of the draft. All of Devonta Smith, Michael Pittman, Ridley, Debo, Bateman, Kyle Williams, Quinton Johnson. Only one starting quarterback, Geno Smith, and then TJ Hawkinson and Hunter Henry. What do you think about that build?
I mean, yeah, I don't know if it was pure. I mean, he was on auto for a while, but I think it was still set on a queue at some point. But quarterback's going to be, I mean, Geno will get you a decent amount of points. I like the Raiders a lot this year. I mean, there's a non-0% chance that Daniel Jones starts more than half the games if Richardson truly doesn't take a step forward, even though we would love him to. But
he's going to. We're speaking this into existence. He's taking
Yeah.
the step. He's taking the step.
I sure hope so for some of my fantasy bags because I have him in a lot of places.
As somebody that lives in Indianapolis, I really hope so. The city needs this. But with Caitlin Clark, why is there? Am I missing something?
I'm not sure.
Is the draft still going?
No.
Oh, you know what
it's-
just happened?
I
Wait,
think
no.
it's our best ball league. I think you're on the clock in our best ball league.
Oh no! Did I just?
Maybe. I'm not sure. No, it's done. The mock draft is done.
It's on Brock. Oh, Brock just. Okay, Brock just auto pick there. Okay. Where is Sleeper at on my? Oh, it's in this little screen down here. That's why. Okay. So this is what we're. Yeah. So we hope. I hope Anthony Richardson pulls it together for the city of Indianapolis.
Yeah.
Will I love it if he doesn't because of the fact that everybody that would not trade a second round pick for Anthony Richardson with me because they listened to the show and saw my opinions about him and why I think he's going to be valuable this year? Sure. You guys all get screwed. I tried to give you all second round picks.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody would take them or take the second round. They wanted a first and more. Whatever.
No thanks.
Don't play in fantasy leagues that when they listen to your fantasy content.
Yep.
Okay. Any other teams that like really intrigue you here?
Let's see. I mean, honestly, I really do like what you did. I like that core of Josh Allen and those wide receivers to start out with. You've got at least two core foundational pieces in Brown and Allen and two other young receivers that you hope can become foundational as well in Harrison and Tet. I'm high on Ekbuka as well, even though he seems blocked this year, but I am starting to wonder if he actually is or not, which could be a different topic for a different day. But I don't know. They did not need him whatsoever, and they like ran to the podium to grab him. So
they didn't need him, but Chris Godwin's not going to last forever. It's literally a replacement for Chris Godwin. And if you believe this is the wide receiver of the draft, then run up to the podium and get him.
Yeah.
This could be, the future Justin Jefferson of the draft. You never know. Probably not. I see it more as the JSN of the draft. But we'll see. I do. I like the fact that, AJ Brown, Josh Allen should keep it competitive. Penix and Young are both young talents that could do something. They might not. You got young talents like Marvin Harrison and Ted McMillan that really needs to come in here and prove themselves and become great wide receivers like they're expected to be. You look at the tight end position, you got two old guys and a guy who should be good. I hate Kyle Pitts. I said I will never do Kyle Pitts again. Here I am drafting Kyle Pitts because I wanted Penix the next round.
Yep.
Running back wise, Cook, Tracy, White, Gordon. There's nothing hitting home there.
Yep.
Cooper Kupp later in the round. He's good, great. I'm not going to be able to sell him, but if he's good, great. So I'm a little concerned about Kelsey and Kupp, not being able to retain any value there. But
yeah,
if they're both good this year, that propels you towards a championship, I think, from the start. So it's like yours. You have a bunch of quarterbacks here. What do you like the most about yours?
I honestly just kind of abused the sleeper ADP more than anything in this draft. I've got a lot of quarterbacks that fell that probably shouldn't have fallen to where they went. I don't think Kyler's a fourth round pick. I'm pretty sure he's like a mid-second to mid-third in normal Superflex. I still value Dak very highly. One of the more eye-opening things that I made in my Patrick Mahomes article was that like he's basically had the same fantasy production as Patrick Mahomes in the last 2 years, at least before the injury. Like they have pretty much the same ceiling and the same floor, and he's like 1 year older than Mahomes. It's not like he's 34, like he just turned 31, I want to say. Like, so to get him top of the fifth, I love that personally. He's a very common target for me in startups as like my QB2, because everyone just kind of forgets he exists because he is always buried in sleeper ADP, regardless of what time of year it is. And then I just went for receivers that can either keep or accumulate value pretty much. Like CD and Nico are my core. I like Jamison Williams. I think, as far as I know, Dan Campbell has been talking about getting him even more involved in the offense, which would be interesting to see. I think Waddle's just going to permanently have early second to late first rookie pick value for like the next 4 years still, just kind of because he caught a bunch of passes that 1 year. Like he just never loses value. Godwin's kind of like an upside, like if he's fully back and is 80% of what he was last year. I mean, he was the wide receiver 1 last year. So he's someone I could just stick in my flex every week and feel very comfortable with that. James Conner fell a long way for some reason, but I think he's just going to be another RB2 this year outside of injury. And then took a few shots late at running back. I think Jordan Mason has a non-0% chance to just replace Aaron Jones at some point this year.
Yeah, I agree there.
Tyler Algier is like the best handcuff in football and is criminally just underdrafted. But if Bijan goes down, he just becomes Bijan and has proven that he can do 80% of what Bijan does. And then, yeah, took too many quarterbacks that I would sell later if this was a real league.
Yeah, for real. Okay, so Chef, you are commenting about your team here. Your team feels very balanced. We're looking at Ward, Goff, and Darnold as your quarterbacks. Running backs, Paul, Henry, Pollard, Bigsby. Wide receivers, Neighbors, Rice, Olave, Metcalf, Tillman, Royals, and Keenan Allen, hopefully. And then McBride and a couple of tight ends there at the bottom. Yeah, I mean, it is really balanced, but like also at the same time, like outside of Neighbors, who's pushing that point total? Who's getting you 20, 30 points a game outside of Neighbors and maybe McBride? There.
I mean, Henry this year at least, or I would say the next 2 years, as long as he's under that contract, I feel pretty good that he's, if nothing else, he's going to give you touchdowns and a couple 80-yard chunks every year. Again, you're not going to be able to sell him for a cookie, but you didn't draft him to sell him. You drafted him to start.
Yeah.
I hope Breece Hall keeps his job, but that remains to be seen, unfortunately. But if he does keep his job, he's kind of a steal there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like his quarterback room as well. I mean, like, you don't have a heavy hitter, but Goff can get you back-end quarterback 1 production as long as he doesn't turn into pure pumpkin.
I mean, he'll probably get you 20 points a game. Maybe high teens. So, but like I said, there's no. He's got one heavy hitter with Malik Neighbors. That's how I'm seeing it. Is one very heavy hitter. McBride is borderline very heavy hitter. Breece could be there, but we'll see with that offense. Henry might get you 15, 18 points also, but there's not. I'm looking for multiple guys that are going to score 20 points right off the bat. every single week, that's where I want to see more. Yeah, very balanced team. I do agree. We're looking at, everybody scoring 14 to 18, 19 points on that roster. So
Yeah, and I think that is kind of the trade-off that you have to think about when you take Bowers and McBride that early, is like you're losing out on a possible hammer in the first couple of rounds, and like you kind of need them to be a hammer every single year. I think Bowers has a much better shot at that than McBride personally. I am way too high on Brock Bowers, but I think he could absolutely just be the next Travis Kelce of just every year he's the clear tight end one outside of a couple freak Mark Andrews years. Like
because he also doesn't need the touchdowns to be tight end one.
Nope, he didn't get them last year.
Nope. Which is something that Sam Laporta got a lot of, and that's how he finishes tight end one, is all the touchdowns. So
yeah, and
well,
he's arguably too high now.
yeah, I agreed. Well, Tim, thank you for coming on. I really appreciate talking to you. Very knowledgeable of fantasy, getting startups going. Be sure to check out Tim's stuff on our website, FantasyNowPlus.com, where you can get a bunch of good best ball information, everything there. So, anything else you want to plug?
Yeah, definitely. Thanks for having me on. This is technically my first time ever on camera, so hopefully I wasn't too loud or too talkative or whatever, but I appreciate it. I have a couple articles I'm working on. I just finished up my list of the worst picks in every round in Best Ball Mania on Underdog, and I will now be coming out with the best picks in every round in Best Ball Mania 6. So look for those in the coming week, pretty much. And yeah, I will be around. Might pop in on.
I appreciate that. Sorry, I was pulling up the website and I clicked the wrong one. You can catch all of Tim's stuff here on our website. He's got 2 articles just right there at the top.
Yep.
So,
but yeah, thanks for having me on. It was a blast, and you're almost there. Just
almost there.
A couple more hours, man.
2 more hours. I actually think I'm gonna take a water break and go get water. So I'm gonna run a commercial. We'll be back here very shortly, and at the 6 o'clock hour, Stephanie Miller will be on to talk dynasty rankings. So we will go through some of that stuff and do some comparisons, which I think she's actually here. But Stephanie, I know you're in the background. You're in the green room. I'm gonna go get water because I got 2 hours left, and I'm feeling the throat. It's feeling great right now. So, Tim, thanks for coming on. Really appreciate it. I will talk to you later, probably when I wake up from my slumber. So, have a good one, Tim. And with that, guys, just as a update, we are at 21 hours, 54 minutes of this 24-hour live stream where we are covering a lot of stuff. We've talked about fantasy football. We've talked about regular football. We've talked about basketball. We've talked about golf and bowling at the 3 o'clock hour with Adam Rink. We talked about The Last of Us at 4 o'clock in the morning. We've done 2 different drafts today. I'm trying to find my notes now. I don't even know where they went. Here we go. We've had trivia, we've had Jeopardy, we've had tons and tons and tons and tons. I've cooked on camera today, made breakfast this morning, so we've done all of it. And guys, we did reach our initial goal of $2,000. We are at $2,095, which is phenomenal. Especially thanks to Fantasy Cares. If you're still watching this, $1,000 donation really hit us over that hump. That was incredible and still gonna make me tear up. But I did raise that goal to 3,000. It'd be great if we can make another $905. Stephanie, no pressure. One person did. I mean, raise $1,000 on while he was on. So you're out there. But I will be back in just a couple minutes. I'm gonna go get water. And until then, I'm going to throw a video up here, and then we will get back to it with Stephanie Miller. So see you guys here very shortly.
10 million kids like me enter a CMN hospital every year. 10 million kids like me enter a CMN hospital every year. For me, I entered my children's hospital when I was 9 years old for my miracle story. Happy to report that my health is on the up, and it's all because of gamers like you.
My name is Tara. I stream on Twitch, and I did Extra Life last year, and I raised $5,000 for Children's Hospital of Omaha. I wanted to raise it for people that couldn't afford to go there, because I know not everybody can afford to go to a hospital, especially if something comes up like randomly. $10 million kids like me enter a CMN hospital every year. For me, I entered my children's hospital.
I didn't hit that button. I don't know why it replayed, but it did. So, welcome back. If you are rejoining us on the stream, I'm very thankful for everybody that has been a part of this stream. Many of you have been on for hours, and I mean hours. Chef, this dude has been on since 5 a.m. this morning. 13 hours ago, he was on here chatting it up. So it looked like in the end, you got all kickers. Wait, I missed something. I had to take it. Oh, okay. Okay, I missed that comment. But yeah, I really do appreciate everybody that has been on from any time, from 8 p.m. yesterday to 6 p.m. right now. You guys have kept me going this whole time. 22 hours in. So that's incredible. Before I start crying again, or start to cry again, I'm gonna play one more video. Again, why are we here? Who are we here for? And then we will bring Stephanie in. So Stephanie, I hope you are ready for that.
Hi, my name's Nolan, and I'm 7 years old.
Okay, already. I'm rolling.
This is a picture of the Justice League that I'm working on. I like karate, and this is a kit called Power Roundhouse.
Wow. Nolan is a pretty extraordinary kid. He loves to read, he loves to draw. He has always enjoyed superheroes, and I think some of that started when he was in the hospital when we were trying to figure out how to explain what a prosthetic eye is to a 3-4-year-old. So we talked about his superhero eye, and when he got chemotherapy, his medication that gave him superpowers, which it did. He really got excited about superheroes and becoming a superhero himself, and has always loved superheroes since then.
And Stephanie, how's it going?
It's going great. How are you doing? And I know you've been up for a long time at this point.
I mean, I've been up since 7 a.m. yesterday.
Wow. So hopefully you don't fade and you've been drinking some coffee. And
No, it's the final countdown. I was actually about to start looking up like little MP3s of it's the final countdown to throw on my board so I can like at the 7 o'clock hour. Just it's the last. We're at the end. I see the end game. The end game is near. So I got your rankings yesterday. Yesterday. And I was like, I will definitely get around to look at these. I will be prepped. I will have all my questions ready to go. I was like, I'll have plenty of time. It's not till tomorrow. I've been a little busy, if you didn't know. Just a little bit busy. So it's fine. What's the chat saying here? Super proud of you, my friend. Thanks, Topher. He's beginning to fantasize about sleep. A little bit. Okay, so you are here. You have my attention. We're going to talk about dynasty rankings, which we just did a dynasty mock draft, a dynasty startup mock draft, and we've actually I feel like I've been talking about dynasty football all day, so this will be quite interesting to get another take on your own rankings. You do rankings. Tell me a little bit about you, because I've never had you on this show. I don't believe. Just tell me a little bit what you do, where you're at, where you can find yourself.
Oh, well, I love Dynasty. It's one of my favorite formats. Right now, I help out with doing rankings over at Legendary Upside. I work with Pat Corain on those over there. And then right now, I'm commissioning 3 Dynasty leagues. So we're about to have a rookie draft. Tuesday, I'm going to do my last one. And I just finished up another one for my league. And then during the season, I do a lot of high stakes redraft stuff with FFPC formats and things like that. So I write a waiver article in season, and I manage a bunch of the high stakes teams for all the guys for ship chasing and people that do co-owning for those teams. And then I play a ton of best ball, which is another format that I really enjoy. And and that keeps me pretty busy these days. So, between working a real job and doing fantasy stuff on the side.
What's a real job these days anyway, right? Like it's all relative. It's what pays the bills so that we can do what we really love, right? I mean,
yep, definitely.
So you are part of Super League this year. And correct me if I'm wrong. You did Super League, maybe did you do it last year too?
I did do it last year.
Last year and this year, yeah.
I made it to I think the semifinals.
You
pretty far.
were in the final group chat. So you made it to the final last year.
Oh, I did make it to the finals. I forgot which one.
Yeah.
I was like, I've been too many leagues.
Yeah. We were counting leagues up, and we were talking about commissioning, and someone was like, yeah, I commissioned like 3 leagues and it's so much. And I'm like, I'm at 9, I think. Just commissioning, and plus the Super League, which will be at 7 leagues this year at minimum. We're in the process of building out that 7th league right now. So 16, I guess. How many leagues are you in?
Right now, I'm not doing as many dynasty leagues. I'm in like 6, but a lot of it is because I do those high stakes and managing all the teams, and those are all managed. So I have to leave time for that because I'm grinding the waivers, writing the waiver article, and I don't want to overload. I was really wanting to do another startup this year. I always get the itch, but I was like, I stopped myself because I'm like, okay.
Do you do any like fun scoring leagues, or is it all kind of just like straight standard type of dynasty scoring?
I don't have super unique scoring, but what I really like to do with my leagues is I have auction leagues. So I actually have 2 of the leagues I have are auction with rookie auction as well. So the rookie picks convert into auction dollars. And we do all auctions as a proxy auction. So I use MFL even on the one I don't run it on because Sleeper doesn't let you do that. You can only do like slow or fast auctions on Sleeper. So it adds a lot of strategy. I actually wrote up a strategy article on auctions because that's kind of something that a lot of people don't out as much. And I think honestly, like I talk about this a lot, but it's one of the best ways to do a startup draft. And then it's fun to do for the rookie draft. That was just kind of adding another dimension, but you can build teams that you can't normally build. And a lot of people are intimidated, but there's so much more strategy and things. So it's a lot of fun.
I definitely agree there. My co-host Josh, he is a big proponent of auction drafts in a dynasty startup. Like if he's doing a dynasty startup, he wants to go get the players that he wants. And I didn't feel like starting up an MFL league to do an auction and then transport everything to Sleeper because that's where ultimately we're going to house it, which I've done before, and it is a pain in the butt. So I was like, you know what? We're going to do this in Sleeper. It's our staff league that everybody part of FantasyNow Plus is part of this league. We actually recruited a 12th person so we could have a 12-person league and not cut somebody out. But so we did this auction, but we did 2 rounds. I have bubbles. We did a 2-round auction draft, which is kind of crazy. You go get the 2 players you really, really want in the first 2 rounds. And then after that, we did a silent auction. So everything was going to be through waivers with Fab. And then any tiebreakers that came up, I went back to the owners and said, okay, how much you get? 1 more bid. It has to be more. Whoever bids the most gets the player. And it was all silent auction. So it was a new kind of startup league like that, which was interesting. Everybody was like, this is kind of weird. But then by the time it got rolling at noon, that day waivers ran because it's only running once a week. Everybody was like, oh my God, I'm so excited. Oh my God. And I was like, how many waivers did you do? And there I was like, I did 100. It was like, oh, I've only done 50 waivers. Like, because you're building out your team through the waiver wire now. So it gets pretty intense. And then you're like, how did this player not get a claim? Like, and then now everybody's scrambling to get Travis Kelce for what in the second round of waivers, and it was kind of crazy. And we were actually, so that was the startup this year, and we're talking about the rookie draft already. We have a new concept for that too, where we're going to do a blind auction rookie draft, where similar to yours, the draft picks will convert into auction dollars, and in the first round, we are going to take the top 12 rookie ADP, and you are going to blind bid for the 101. So everybody will bid for 101, whatever. And then once everybody is done, we're going to put those 12 names in through a spinner, and whoever fires out, you get that pick. You get that.
Oh, wow.
It's going to be wild.
That's pretty wild. Yeah.
It's such a low stakes. It's a $5 league. Like, we're not paying $50, $100 to be in this league. So it's like, why not just have fun and just like do different stuff? And that's my biggest thing is every league that I'm in, especially every league I commish, I make sure it's different. So it's fun. It's not the same league over and over. So it can be fun. Fantasy should be fun, right? I mean, if you're not having fun, like, why are we playing?
I think auctions are a blast. And that's another reason. I mean, I do so much snake drafts when I do best ball and do, redraft and stuff. So it's like when I do a startup for Dynasty, I want to do auction because it's, like I said, I just love the format and it's so much fun to actually do.
Yeah.
And strategize. So it gives me an opportunity to, do something new and different, like you say. Sleeper is a little hard. Like, I do the same thing where I import one of my leagues where I import it, but I have the other league I run on MFL because I do a 3-copy. And that one has a little bit of some unique scoring because you can do a lot more scoring over there than you can on Sleeper.
Yeah. All right. Do we want to start digging into our rankings?
Sounds good.
Maybe do some comparisons on how we have different people ranked. If I can pull out the right sheet here. Okay. So we're talking about dynasty rankings here. Okay, do you want to just okay, so you have yours sorted out by okay. Okay, top 100. Okay, I can do that. Okay. So it looks like yours probably set up for like super flex, I assume, right?
Yeah, mine are super flex and tight end premium.
Okay.
Because that's what most people,
a lot of people do play
that
yeah.
I know, like nowadays, like really do. And especially, like I said, since I'm, helping out on a site, which these are not the ones we have on site. These are my spin on stuff. So these
Okay.
are my rankings. So
yeah,
just to be clear,
actually gonna
but
I'm gonna try
if
to
you are interested,
yeah, I'm gonna try to look at these by position because mine are not set up with the tight ends in there, and it's very different than Brock Bowers should be up there in general. I haven't gone back and actually gone. We rank all of ours by position and then forget to do the actual super flex part where you're going through and actually putting them all together. So yeah, Josh Allen is your QB1, Jaden Daniels QB2, Lamar Jackson QB3. Talk to me about those three. Why do you like Josh Allen more than the other two?
I mean, I think, he's just been doing it for a long time. And I mean, we've seen his ceiling. It's just ridiculous. And he's, got, when you have that stability and, he's going to be on the team and we know what to expect. And I mean, he's just done it year after year. I mean, because anybody can score a lot one season and then sometimes drop off the next. But we've just seen Josh Allen perform at a high level consistently. And I just think that he's, like I said, we've seen him put up points just more than almost any other quarterback, honestly. He's had some, he's had just some weeks where he can just completely break the slate.
It is true. We were just talking about this in the mock draft that we just did, the Dynasty Startup mock. I took Josh Allen first, with the third pick overall, and it's just we were comparing some teams and how one team was like, I'm really balanced. I feel like my team is very balanced. This comment right here, and it was very balanced. You're looking at players that are scoring 13 to 19 points every week. It's great. But then you go look at teams like my team. I built it to where I have 3, maybe 4 players that could probably score 20 plus points every single week. So it's like Josh Allen is one of those guys. Every single week, he's probably putting up 25, 30 plus points a week. And that is just an astronomical number. I have Josh Allen at 2. As we say on our show, 1 versus 2, we're flipping a coin here. Who's actually better? I have Lamar Jackson at 1, actually. And I'm a little lower on Jaden Daniels than most. I love Jaden Daniels for what it's worth. I hope he is the QB1 for ever. But I have him at 5.
I saw that.
I have him pretty low, and I like to temper expectations with rookies that do very, very well their first year. So with CJ Stroud, I mean, he was QB 10, fell to 18. Jaden Daniels finished up very high. They did go get Debo. I think they have improved their offense quite a bit. I think that system will work well. I'm just tempering expectations that defenses have probably now started have more game tape on Jaden Daniels to where they might be able to maybe stop him. I hope he finishes in the top 3. I really do. Right now, 5 is not that far off. I think there is in my rankings, there is a very sharp drop off from 5 to 6, in my opinion. And it looks like yours too.
Yeah, I do agree with that part. I mean, for me, Jaden Daniels, though, he's just built different. There's a lot of continuity there with, through the coaching and, he didn't take a lot of sacks, which is a really also good thing for, a rookie quarterback. And that was kind of a concern actually coming in. I mean, the thing about him also, though, is his rushing upside is just astronomical. I mean, he broke the rushing record for rookie quarterbacks. He had 891 rushing yards last season. He scored 20 plus points 10 times, and he averaged about 29.9 points during the fantasy playoffs. And I mean, like you say, now that they've got an improved offense, because I mean, he did that throwing to, who was the wide receiver to? Noah Brown was like, right there with Terry McLaurin and
Yami Brown,
Zach and Dynamic Brown and Zach
yeah.
and a bunch of nobodies. So now, assuming, even though I know there's some questions about Deebo Samuel and stuff, it seems like there's going to be just so much more they can do. And I mean, they were really good, and he was really good, and just as a runner, I mean, I can't even get over. I mean, he had the fourth most yards per carry per attempt after contact in the league. And that's not just against quarterbacks, that's against running backs also. He had 11 forced missed tackles. So, he's also able to even avoid that contact. He was, fifth in yards per attempt per rush. He was really efficient. He was 10th in getting first downs. I mean, I don't know. I can't get enough Jaden Daniels, I think. I almost put him at 1, except the only thing that stopped me was more that he hasn't done it for more than one season yet. But I think it's...
And that's why I'm at 5, is I want to see it again. A lot of QBs come in, they do really very, very well, and then they drop. I get CJ Stroud as an example. Justin Herbert has been an example in the past where he's done really, really well and then has dropped. And it's some of these guys that you don't expect to do that. Kyler Murray was another example, did really well, dropped. So I want to see him do that Lamar Jackson, that Josh Allen, that Joe Burrow, Jalen Hurts, where they get to the top and they do not leave the top. But in my opinion, the top 5 are the top 5. And then it's 6 through 10 right down here. I think there is a gap from Jaden Daniels, that top 5 tier, where you have Hurts and Burrow also in your top 5. So our top 5 are the same people, just ordered differently. This is where I see the drop from 8th overall to 15th overall to your QB6 at Patrick Mahomes. And I agree with that, where he's at right there at 15th overall. Yeah, you want to talk about him?
I mean, he took out his best receiver, last year. I mean, he was
literally
Rashi was on a pace to be phenomenal for fantasy. He was doing amazing. So, I mean, we had a lot of high expectations for that offense and getting back there. And I mean, again, he just didn't have the talent that much around him because, then everything they tried to do to bolster in the offseason just went to crap, basically. I mean, between Hollywood Brown getting hurt and then not being able to come back and then losing Rashee Rice. And, we've all seen the rookies in that scheme. We know that it takes a while to adjust and to get there. And then we got Travis Kelce's not getting any younger. So they still somehow pulled it out. But as far as for fantasy, it was, not what we envisioned for him to take that step forward to get there, because he has a little bit of, I guess you could say, rushing, but maybe getting, some of those touchdowns, some rushing touchdowns, but he's not picking up a lot of, yards with his feet. So he needs to do the passing, and it's just hard to rank him in the same level until he shows it. Now, I do think there's a chance for the offense. Like we said, now it seems like with Worthy finally, seemingly to find his place in the offense and going into year 2, he ended the season pretty strong. And it sounds like Rashi's going to be making a full recovery and starting the year healthy. And, they brought back Hollywood. So I think there's a good chance that the offense could be a little bit better for fantasy again this year, but I say that every year. So we'll see.
Yeah. Um, yeah, Caleb Williams at QB7. And I'm not gonna go all the way like from QB1 down to. It's just some of these names are I think are pretty good to talk about. I assume you have Caleb Williams because of Ben Johnson, and that offense should be very good this year. We all expect it. It's the new toy. It's the new movie coming out that we all can't wait to go see happen or come to theaters in September. And we're all itching. And are you afraid that Caleb Williams might be? Do you watch any of the Marvel movies?
Not really. That's not my forte.
Give me a franchise you like of movies or TV. You watched Love is Blind, right?
Yes, I've
Back
watched
in the-
Love is Blind.
At least okay. Are we afraid this is gonna like? We're expecting this to be a great show, and then it's like season 8 of Love is Blind, where it's just like, okay, what are we doing here? Like it expectations were way up here, and it drastically failed.
I mean, but we've also, I mean, I do really think that we can give a pretty good pass. Now I am concerned about the sacks a little bit. That's not great, but they went out and they did what they needed to do. Like, I mean, they bolstered the line. They got, Ben Johnson, who we, like you said, have very high expectations for. And I mean, now we have all these stories coming out, about the coaches not even watching film with him and he doesn't want to be there. And I mean, we can go over and also see, another receiver with, it's not a quarterback, in JSN when he got out, away from some of those coaching staff that he performed much better. So, I mean, there is really those guys that can limit their players. And it seems like nobody was playing to anyone's strengths. The design of the offense was pretty bad. It seems like what we saw in college, I mean, Caleb was so talented, and it's hard to envision that he can't at least improve. Now, is it going to be to the level maybe of what our original expectations are? I'm not sure. But I am pretty hopeful, and the offense should be pretty good. I mean, they got a lot of receivers, Now they drafted another rookie. Not sure exactly what that means for, Rome and DJ Moore. That's another debate on, feelings, but they replaced Keenan Allen. So, we'll see.
They replaced Keenan Allen in the slot. Keenan Allen played slot. Luther Burden is a slot receiver. He got moved when he was at Missouri. Don't know if that necessarily was better for him, but he did get moved to slot and played a lot more snaps in the slot last year. Rome is an outside guy. DJ can be an outside guy. He can be a slot guy. He can be a gadget back. He can be all the things. So I think that fits. I do like the offense. They, like you said, they went out, they replaced the offensive line. They got 3 new, very, very good offensive line, paid them offensive linemen. They drafted another wide receiver. They drafted another tight end. All these pieces are there. Now, Caleb actually has to do something with them. And he has to prove that he is that number 1 overall pick that they drafted him to be. Because at the moment, Jaden Daniels should have been the 101 to the Bears. But yeah, I want to say he had a better situation in Washington because he had somebody like Cliff Kingsbury who is good at developing quarterbacks in this league. Like I don't know how to say it, but he is very good at developing quarterbacks. Which is crazy that he's still just an offense coordinator, but I think that suits him better than being the head coach. So I have Caleb Williams at 11 because I want to temper those expectations. I want Ben Johnson to get in there, install a system. I want to see it work before I'm just like, yep, Caleb Williams, he's the best. That offense is the best, and I hope so. I mean, my in-laws are all Bears fans. I hope Caleb Williams is the future for the Bears. That and maybe he can throw for 4,000 yards for the first time in Bears franchise history.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Caleb. He his bread and butter in college was, extending those plays and making off-platform throws and, being that playmaker. So hopefully if he could get comfortable in the system, we could start to see that again from him. Another reason I also kind of have him a little higher, even though he didn't have his performance we wanted, is I also play a lot of, like I said, best ball and stuff. Now we have all these early season contests. And a lot of my rankings are also pretty reflective of where we're starting to see some of these early redraft guys go. Now, I don't, obviously it says Dynasty, so we're not totally centered there. But especially with some of the young players, when we are looking for maybe, competing in season, there is a little bit of an influence. We have a lot more market, I guess, almost research, if you want to say, because there's a lot more sample of people that are putting money down in these leagues than we used to have earlier and earlier that are pretty involved in knowing what's going on. So we have a lot more ADP than just even like mock drafts to look at as well. So I think those are also interesting things to consider. And, when you're looking, it's not just a pure rank, but there is a little bit of also some ADP kind of baked in as well. I mean, I see there's so much nuances for what you're going to do, but I mean, it's a young guy. And even we see this a lot of times, especially when you're drafted super high, like Caleb was, even if they're not performing, they do still hold on to value the next year. Even if there's, we have somebody like even Bryce Young who was benched. It's like they get an opportunity again and again and again. It's like even if their value dips a little bit, it's usually going to come back. I mean, look at Sam Darnold. I mean, we thought we wrote him off for dead completely. And now he's got some value. So quarterbacks in Dynasty are just kind of a safe asset in general. So I tend to keep them ranked pretty high.
Yeah.
Especially when they're young.
So how much weight are you putting on age of a player versus, immediate production when ranking Dynasty? I mean, we talk about somebody like Saquon Barkley. I see you have him ranked as RB5. I think that's actually very fair. I have him at RB4. And partially, I mean, we all saw Saquon Barkley he was RB2, but like Saquon Barkley was the guy last year. He didn't even play a game, and he was the guy last year. But we both have him ranked a little bit lower because of his age, or do you just think that production is going to go down this year?
I mean, probably of all the positions, running back, I'm the most sensitive to the age because just the longevity of their career is not as much. And, I mean, last year was where, going into your second contract, switching teams, the odds were stacked against him. And yeah, he was fantastic. I can't take that away. And that's why I do have him. For me, that's really high because I tend to not rank veteran running backs, like I said, on that second contract at that age, very highly in Dynasty. I do think that there's a good chance that he is productive again. I don't know if he'll be as productive. We did see him start to fall off a little bit later in the season. He still had some good games, but now they, didn't ban the tush push. So there's some other things we'll see. We know they don't use as much as other teams maybe or other situations in the pass game, but I do think that Saquon has he deservedly so earned that spot. But the thing also with Dynasty is that when you're a good Dynasty player, you are okay with getting out from guys while they're at their peak and getting that value back, especially at running back. You don't want to wait till they start to fall off or decline, or you're never going to get your value or money back, when your trades, which is our money for our Dynasty leagues. So that's something else you really, want to look at. And I tend to rank, especially, like I said, the rookie running backs pretty high because usually heading into year two, if you see them, you can actually still make a profit on running backs. But after that, you're going to usually lose trade value going into the second or third year and beyond. Yeah. But other positions, I don't emphasize it quite as heavily. Like quarterback have very long careers, so I weigh a lot more also like in with their production and things, and tight ends as well. They can be pretty good for a long time. So there's some that might fall a little bit in ranks and move back up. If they like, I'd move Kill back up quite a bit after he got his extension in a stable position as well. But I had him higher than a lot of people even throughout last season, because it felt like a lot of people were way too low there. But then that sometimes we might hold on to too much. So it goes both ways.
Yeah. Okay. So let's shift over to the wide receiver position here. Helps if I actually talk into my microphone. We both clearly have Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson, 1, 2. Some people might actually flip that, Justin Jefferson being 1, whereas Jamar Chase being the 2. Justin Jefferson's obviously very, very good. Jamar Chase is also very, very good. One has another elite level wide receiver on their team. The other one doesn't. Why do you have Jamar Chase ranked as 1 over Justin Jefferson?
I mean, he was the best, wide receiver last year scoring. He was the highest non-quarterback player overall in fantasy to, score last year as well. He still is getting, he's targeted at a high rate. He's running all the routes. He's got a lot better quarterback. We don't know. Okay, in fairness, we don't know how good the other quarterback is, but we do know that Burrow is damn good. And that offense throws a lot, and they use him well. And he's just shown consistency again. I mean, yeah, I've gone back and forth between him and, Justin Jefferson, but right now with the uncertainty of the quarterback position, and I do like both offenses. I mean, it is close. I don't fault somebody if they had a preference, but for me, it's definitely just leaning into the certainty with Burrow tied them together. They've been together since college. I just think that you can't beat that right now. Yeah. And Higgins doesn't always stay healthy either, so we'll see. Even though I do like Higgins.
I'm a Bengals fan. I understand Higgins doesn't. And you have no idea the amount of times last year I've been in a group chat going, please somebody get this man off the Cincinnati Bengals. Like, somebody get him out of here. And then he comes back and he balls. And I'm just like, that's my guy. Go sign him. Give him the contract. He'd give him the money. The 3 touchdown game against the Broncos at the end of the season. I'm just like, I hate you, Higgins. Like, I hate you so much. You're so good, but like, just stay healthy. So I have a little puzzle here. Not a puzzle, but I'm looking back at wide receiver rankings, their finishes every season. I know we're talking about dynasty, not redraft, so we're not predicting the end of this year. We're predicting this year and the future along. But so I'm going back to 2016, 2017 was the last time wide receiver finished as wide receiver 1 in back-to-back years, and that was Antonio Brown. Since 2017, a wide receiver has not finished as wide receiver 1 ever again. So we're looking at 2018, we had DeAndre Hopkins. 2019, we had Michael Thomas. 2020, we had Devontae Adams with Tyreek Hill at second. Cooper Kupp was there in 2021 with Devontae Adams finishing in second. 2022, Justin Jefferson. 2023 was CeeDee Lamb. Everybody said, oh, CeeDee Lamb is the top guy. He's the best going into last year. That was Jamar Chase's year. But do you know who's been like sneakily right there waiting in the radar this whole time? Well, the last 3 years? Amon-Ra St. Brown.
I thought that's who you were going to say.
He's been wide receiver 3 twice the last 2 years, and he was wide receiver 7 back in 2022. Is it his turn? Is it his turn to be wide receiver 1? Like, if we look at this and we've gone all the way back to 2017 for the last repeat, this might be the year for Amon-Ra.
I mean, Amon-Ra is definitely talented, and we love. That's another high-scoring offense that we love. The only thing I will say is we saw, JMO take a step forward, and then now they drafted Tesla, who they also moved up for. So there is, and then they have obviously Laporta. So there is a decent bit of maybe competition, and then plus we have Gibbs and David Montgomery. They run the ball a lot, and Gibbs is obviously a huge receiving threat. So it's like
There's a lot of
maybe
mouths. There's a lot of mouths.
feels like a lot more. Now I do think he's, there's no reason he can't still finish the top 5 like he has been. Like I said, he's, so regular. I do think that he still should be one of the top receivers, and I do have him. I've moved him, I've bumped him. He's one that is probably floated around for me, probably between wide receiver 5 and 7.
Yeah, he usually
on
falls
updates.
between 3 and 7 for me as well, and it's where he's been finishing the last 3 years. So it's more of like predicting that future. When does he get there? And maybe it's not. Maybe this is the year Malik Neighbors steps up, which we both have him at ranked as wide receiver 3. In year 2, he could make that leap. He is the only mouth to feed. Like how many other mouths are in New York for Russell Wilson to give the ball to? Tyrone Tracy, like that's not a wide receiver. It's a running back.
Yeah.
So it's maybe Malik Neighbor.
Well-
I'm just trying to think of who's next.
I mean, I have Malik Neighbors right there at 3. I mean, for what we saw, he was phenomenal last year. And like you say, there's nobody else there really. I mean, they did draft Scatterbo, who catches passes along with Tracy, but other than that, there's not a whole lot. Theo Johnson was hurt, maybe, and then they just have some possession receivers and Wandell, and then a deep threat in, Slayton, and, Hyatt kind of, who knows what happened to him. He really faded. So yeah, I mean, it should be all systems go for Neighbors. I mean, the only question is the quarterback position, who's going to finish the year, who's going to start the year.
Maybe it's not this year. Maybe it's next year when they get Jackson Dart to start or something. But
I wouldn't be surprised. I do think that there's a good chance that Russ doesn't finish the year because, we've seen a lot of times, like even though he might be okay, it's like if they're not in contention at a point, they're probably going to want to see what they have in the rookie. And if they're also jobs are on the line, they might just try everything they can as well. So
yeah, I mean, we might see Jameis Winston out there a couple of times, and if we do, Malik Neighbors to the moon.
Yeah.
Wide receiver 1 for like 5 weeks solid. I guarantee it. God, that would be if the Giants ever came out and was like, Jameis Winston is starting this week. You're a week too late on trying to get Malik Neighbors. There's no way anybody is ever going to get Malik Neighbors. Ever again. Until Jameis Winston is no longer starting as the quarterback. Because, so if you had to build a dynasty roster today around just one player, like this is the player that you are standing by no matter what, and you're going to go get them, you're spending the most money in auction for him, who would it be and why?
Well, we actually already talked about this player quite a bit. So
I think I know who it is.
I'm going to go ahead and, like I said, since I do mostly super flex. And for me, it is Jaden Daniels. And I mean, I talked about some of his stats and things. Wanting, a second-year player that we know that flashed his rookie year. You talked about some of the concern for, hitting that sophomore slump. The thing is, with rushing, a lot of people don't understand and think, oh, rushing gives you a ceiling. No, rushing gives you a floor. So that floor he has, with that type of rushing production, and now when we expect the offense to be even better this year, that's where the ceiling really comes from for me. And that's one reason I think that there's a good chance that we're not going to see the same type drop off. Now, he could score a few less points, sure, but I don't think we're going to see anything drastic like him and some of the pocket passers like Stroud. I think it's a totally different dynamic there. But we get the positional advantage. For me, with just quarterbacks and superflex, you go into positional scarcity that, you figure when you're playing a superflex, you want 2 starters at quarterback. And there's only 32 teams with a starting quarterback. So there's not a ton of quarterbacks out there. And then you get people that are going to roster, a lot of people want to roster 3 starters and stuff. So quarterbacks are, there's not that many. And then when you start to look also at the top of the position, people talk a lot about quarterback being kind of flat. Well, later on, sure, but not at the top. Like those guys separate at a huge amount. And quarterbacks in general are just the top scoring position in fantasy. So you're going to have, and they have such long careers. So you're going to just have this asset, on your team for, seriously, like 10 years, that could just be consistently a top 5 player. So for me, it's just like, there's nothing else I would want to invest in than just who I think the next stud quarterback is going to be for the next decade.
I agree. Jaden Daniels is my guy as well. I know I have him ranked as 5 right now, but it's more of cautiously optimistic. He was my guy in the draft last year. He's still my guy now. So I am not gonna bail on him. So yeah, Jaden Daniels is that guy in our opinion. He's that guy. I actually just traded for him in a dynasty this year. Traded away Jalen Hurts. No, that was last year. I've in one dynasty league, I had Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes when Patrick Mahomes was good at fantasy football. I traded away Josh Allen for Jalen Hurts. And then I traded away Patrick Mahomes away for Lamar Jackson or Jalen Hurts for. I did a lot of things. I've now have Lamar Jackson and Jaden Daniels, and I'm like, I am set for. I got the top 3, 2 of the top 3 quarterbacks for the next, hopefully 5 years or so, 5+ years. So, and Justin
should be longer than that.
Yeah. Outside of those 3 players, my roster starting to, Cooper Kupp, Travis Kelce, no running back, but 2 out of 3 years I've won the championship, and the other year I've been in the finals, so can't be too bad.
It's just so hard to catch up. Yeah, you just get such a head start at the quarterback position with those 2 that even though the rest of your roster may not be up to par, that now obviously then you start to go into, okay, what are you going to do? Because if you're finishing in the middle, you're not getting the best picks. If you're not able to replenish, that roster. So then you start to question, am I going to break these guys down and try to get some more assets?
You want to start selling to
and
other teams that can make that jump for their first round picks and start packaging a bunch of first round picks. And it's a slippery slope. I definitely started playing Dynasty in a realm of I am playing for now. I don't care about 2 years from now. I'm thinking about 2 years from now back here, but I don't care. I'll figure it out next year type of. Oh, wait, I'm looking at my roster. I have Bijan Robinson and Josh Jacobs. I'm fine right now. Justin Jefferson, Roma Dunze. And this is where it starts getting a little weird. Travis Kelce, Jawan Jennings, Jaden Reed. And then my bench used to be great. Keenan Allen, Cooper Kupp, had Colston Loveland. I forgot I drafted him. Trey Harris. So there are pieces to replace the older vets. But yeah. Okay. Well, is there anybody on my list that you're like, Justin, what are you doing there?
There was. Now let me look.
I always have that one player at least.
So let's see. You were really high from what I saw on Sam Darnold and Tua when I looked at quarterback.
Okay, let's look here. This was 12 days ago, so let's Sam Darnold. I have at 19 in borderline starters. Seattle has JS and Kenneth Walker.
I just don't see the stability of his contract. That's where my biggest issue is.
Yeah,
So I can't have him, to me, he's actually a bench. He's got a similar injury clause, kind of like how Daniel Jones had last year, where if he gets hurt, then they're going to be owing him a ton of money. So there's a lot of incentive to possibly benching him by the end of the season if they're not performing or they don't want him to be their future. And I mean, from what we've seen in Sam Darnold, there's a good chance that they may not want him to be their future and things.
I mean,
you had him at what I
what,
saw, like
Dylan
quarterback
Milroe?
19, I believe. So I mean, that
Yeah,
just
I have
felt
him
a
at
little
19 right
rich.
now. Probably, actually, looking back at this, I probably will adjust because I also haven't adjusted Trevor Lawrence for the fact that he has Brian Thomas Jr. and Travis Hunter now, which in my opinion elevates that game a lot more than QB21. Tua, I need to drop more. I'm still very concerned about concussions.
That's
And
same.
honestly, he's probably down there with the AR range for me. In terms of,
That's
are they going to be a quarterback of the future? Bryce Young will probably get moved up a little bit. I'm not sold on Cam Ward and the Tennessee Titans.
even if you're not sold on him, because I'm not necessarily either, but he was the number one overall pick, and just that, like I was talking about earlier, just that insulation. Even if he's not good that first year, you still usually retain that trade value for a little bit. So I don't
Bryce
think
Young didn't.
it's gonna. Well, he's moving back up again.
He is.
His starting, and now he's regaining value.
He's moving back
You
up.
don't
but
sell. You're not going to sell that second year.
I definitely trust that. For some reason, somehow, I trust the Carolina Panthers to build a better team than the Tennessee Titans. They had Derrick Henry. That was it. They drafted Derrick Henry, luckily, and that was their team for 10 years.
Yeah,
I'm also a very known Titan hater, so I have several people that
fair.
say about the Titans and Colts and stuff, and
Yeah, it's more of a macro strategy for me than looking at the player itself. I think when it comes to like just those, guys, like I said, we see it's like quarterbacks that do hit overwhelmingly are from that first round more than any other position group. It's like 75% of quarterbacks or something is close to that are from the first round. I mean, when we look at draft capital, it really does play the biggest predictor for future success. So, and like I said, just having, any starting quarterback's going to have some kind of value in a dynasty league. So it's a fairly safe investment, even though, obviously we can point to a few outliers, and it seems like the more outliers have been recent. They used to hold their value more. It feels like there has been a little bit where teams aren't giving them as long a leash as we saw, like, benching Richardson and Young did seem a little premature or more premature than what we have in the past.
I do agree.
I will say that.
It did seem pretty premature in the fact that, they didn't give him they didn't give him a leash that they should have gotten that with that high of capital. But I also would like to say that both of them played much better when they got their job back, because they did get benched. They saw, oh crap, I did make a mistake. I am being held accountable to run this organization because I am that top player. And both of them, like I said, Bryce Young came back and played like he was at Alabama in a way. Richardson had probably 3 or 4 very high volume games where he did score a lot of fantasy points, and then they sat him for the rest of the season for injury concerns, and there's no way they were going to make the playoffs. There was nothing to compete for. Why risk an injury again? So it's like this would be about the 6th time I will talk about Anthony Richardson today. So we can skip the Anthony Richardson talk today, unless you really, really want to talk about him. But
I mean, I'm just when he plays, he can score points. I unfortunately have him on too many dynasty rosters, and I'm kind of at the point where I'm not going to sell him for what people would offer to pay.
what are people offering you to pay right now? I'm curious.
I don't know, but I just have a feeling it's not what I'm going to want to sell him for.
So
I think you're probably
I-
going to just. I think I'm just going to have to write it out. Is kind of where I'm at,
yes,
and hope for the best.
You're gonna. It's a Justin Fields situation. I feel like where you need to
Yeah.
write it out and see where it goes. Unfortunately, a lot of the people in my leagues listen to my show now. I've found out. Unfortunately, because I have tried to go buy Anthony Richardson in many leagues I've tried to buy him in every league that is not currently rostered by a Colts fan. And
What
I
did
was
you
like-
offer for him?
I started with a third, but I also had this like 5 to 10 minute rant about why like he has to be better this year. So like I want to go buy him as low as possible. This is his floor right now, and you can't go any lower than the floor right now because we're in the basement. So, but he can only go up, or he's just no longer going to be a player. And I literally said this literally that same day. I started sending out offers, and they're like, "No, I want it first." And I'm like, "You son of, you know I want it. You know the thought process here. I'm offering a third. I'm like, okay, I'll give you a second in like next year's third." They're like, "Nope."
I would not. Yeah,
I'm like-
that's kind of what I'm talking about. I mean, I wouldn't sell him for less than a first either, and I don't know if anyone's going to want to buy him for a first, even though people will still agree that's probably what.
Yeah, it's all the Anthony
It's because of who he is, and
Yeah.
still the position. Even if you looked at maybe a value chart, might not align with that, depending on where you have him ranked.
Yeah.
It's
And
still
all of his managers currently are like, you know what? I'm not selling him for more than less than a first, because if he pops off, I'm going to look like an idiot because I sold him for a third. And all of the people that don't currently have him are like, you know what? I'm fine not having him, but I would like to have him for a third. But I'm not going to give up my first, my future, just in case he turns into a good player. So it's anybody who drafted him last year, the year before, keep riding it out. And you are right. Both sides can be right about Anthony Richardson. I think it's gonna. This is the year. This is the year. Again, I will say for probably the 18th time today, he is 22 years old. He's the second youngest quarterback in the NFL right now. The second youngest starting quarterback in the NFL.
he is. He is a
So-
baby. I will give you that.
I'm not terribly concerned. The rest of Indianapolis is. I will tell you that.
I mean, I have him in a
very
couple leagues.
split
I'm pretty concerned, but again, if he can somehow get better, we know when he plays, he can score points. So
yeah,
we just need him to actually play, and not lose the job. So we'll see. We'll see what happens, but there's still a chance that he can do enough to get you through this season when he does play. Especially if you play some best ball and not managed, and you don't have to choose when to start him, it also helps.
Yeah. Sound effect. That's what I'm looking
There's
for.
a couple other guys I was looking at that you were pretty high on. Some tight ends. I saw you were really high on Andrew still. You had him at your tight end 5, I think, still.
It's pretty high.
And then you had Kittle as your tight end 2, I noticed, which I like Kittle as well. But I thought that was interesting. You had him over McBride.
Kittle is high. Probably will adjust that to 3 or 4. I do like Andrews still, because when he had a bad start, he had the 2 like 0-point games to start, but everybody forgets that he then started balling, and when he's healthy, he is the top option in Baltimore, which is tough to think about anybody else there. So I don't necessarily want to give somebody else that position. But he will I'm thinking redraft here now at this point. So I do need to update this for Dynasty. He will fall. Same with like Jonnu Smith. And probably even David Njoku. Wait, I have Travis. Oh yeah, Travis Kelce's at 11. I probably actually will move Tyler Warren up into the top 4.
So do you like Warren more than Loveland?
Yes. Less mouths to
Why?
feed. Less mouths to feed. We can't forget Cole Kmet is not like a dead tight end. Like Cole Kmet did do pretty well. I don't think Cole Kmet will be the starter.
He's pretty bad.
Loveland will be the guy going forward. But when you're looking at 3 high volume wide receivers that are going to need their touches, you're looking at DeAndre Swift's going to need his touches, and whoever's the running back, Caleb Williams will be able to scramble. Loveland will get his, but I don't think it'll be at the same target share as Tyler Warren is. I think Tyler Warren could come in easily and demand a 25 to 30% target share just based off of who his competition is, which is Josh Downs and Michael Pittman Jr. And
Josh
the random
Downs
deep
is pretty
ball.
good.
Josh Downs is great. He is the deep ball guy. Michael Pittman is a slant guy. Alec Pierce is the once every couple games we're going to get a 30-yard touchdown play out of you or 50-yard touchdown. Adonai Mitchell doesn't know how to run routes and can't catch a ball. So I'm not counting him in yet, but Tyler Warren can come in and be a difference maker, especially for a quarterback that has to prove that he can play in the NFL, and he has to start finding these little 5-yard passes that turn into 30-yard passes. So
Okay.
I feel very strong about Tyler Warren, but
I mean, some of it. Okay, so the Colts, obviously, we know the passing volume is a concern. So even though he's getting maybe a large percentage, it's still not as big a piece of the pie as some other teams are going to be. Probably the Bears are going to be a lot more efficient offense and pass a lot more. I mean, if they're as good as we're thinking. The other thing sometimes is that, unfortunately, we have not seen Anthony Richardson be able to check down or use or make those type of plays. I mean, the only time he's been somewhat accurate is those deep passes. So it's pretty concerning. I'm more concerned this year. I don't mind him in Dynasty because, let's say, it might be better if I close your ears. They move on from Anthony Richardson. There's hope past that.
That's fine.
Or if they get a better passing quarterback. I do think he's talented. I think both of them are talented. I like them both coming out. I have Loveland a little higher, mostly because I do think that he's probably going to excel more this year as long as he's healthy and the shoulder doesn't hinder him at all. But over time, it could be a lot closer in the future.
I do think it will be close at the end of the day. I'm not gonna have them too far. Loveland will move up too because I do believe he will be pretty good as well. The only thing that I'm really thinking here is, there's not a lot of tight ends that finish tight end 1 off the start and then stay tight end 1 forever. We think about some guys like Travis Kelce didn't start out as a top 3 wide receiver, top 3 tight end in the league off the bat. It took him a year. It took some, but then you see guys that did start as tight end 1. Sam Laporta started as tight end 1. He's not in that trajectory anymore. Dalton Kincaid started off strong, isn't there anymore. Brock Bowers started at tight end 1. I believe he could probably stay there, but he is a special breed. I think I think Tyler Warren and Colston Loveland probably could end up falling in rankings a little bit this year because people are going like, oh, they're not that good. They're just not that. They finished as 7, 8, 9, 10, and they're gonna think, oh, whatever, and then they're gonna have the breakout seasons in year 2, year 3, year 4. So I think it could be a slow burn for both of them.
I mean, tight ends, that's not uncommon. Most tight ends don't, like you said, break out right away. Tight ends take some time. They're also, a lot of times, tight ends do gain value a couple years down the line because of that. Because it's like, yeah, you might pay, and then it's like they don't break out or do as good their rookie season, like you say, their value, they become a little cheaper, and then all of a sudden they're studs and they go, through the roof. So we, even with McBride, we saw that, he didn't hit the ground running. Obviously, we're waiting on if he could score more touchdowns because he had the catches, he had the role in the offense. It was, if he gets that positive regression, he could get back there. Bowers is, like you say, I mean, he's just a stud, and he was a different level prospect, even though we saw these other guys that were still drafted high. I mean, and I think that Geno's going to be better for him this year, and the offense should be humming. I could just see Bowers, being the closest thing to Kelsey or Gronk that we've seen in a long time.
I do agree there. I think he will be at the top for a very long time. He's not touchdown dependent, which is the big thing for him. He didn't need the touchdowns to be tight end one. Sam Laporta needed the touchdowns to be tight end one. So there's that aspect of it. So I'm not worried about Bowers. I think Bowers will be tight end one, or he'll be a top 3 tight end in the league for many years to come, assuming he stays healthy and stays on that trajectory. So, well, Stephanie, you got me through my 22nd hour. Yeah, we are now into the 23rd hour. It's been a little bit since we've had a donation. It's fine. We're getting here to the end. But yeah, all my dogs are trying to make noises in the background. But yeah, thanks again for coming on and talking about Dynasty. I think we had some pretty good conversations here. It's always good to see other people's values and actually talk them out, and not just go look at them and go, yeah, that's dumb. Why should I pay attention to that one? So thanks again for coming on. Super appreciate it. We'll talk soon.
Yeah, appreciate it. Thanks for having me, and I'm sure I'll see you in Super League.
Yep.
This year, and yeah.
All right. Have a good one.
You too.
Bye. I hope you guys can hear what I'm playing right now, but oh no, stop. Brian, nod your head if you could hear that. Okay, perfect. It's the final countdown, guys. We're in it. Hour 23 of 24 hours. I never thought I was going to get here, guys. Thought I was going to fall asleep like 12 hours ago. So yeah, we have one more guest. He's an acquaintance of mine. He knows how to get under my skin. So this will be great in the hour 23 mark. But no, he's a pretty cool guy. We're going to bring him in here. Brian Miracle, aka Dirty Dan. How you doing? You're on mute. There you go. Oh,
I'm doing good.
Good. How's it going?
Pretty good. I mean, I know the one rule we set is we can't talk about Andrew Luck because we don't want you quitting early. So
I did say no Andrew Luck talk today. We just talked about dynasty rankings. He is off my dynasty rankings now, so he will stay there. So first question for you on my list of questions is, how's the dog business?
Pretty well. We actually just sold a puppy about an hour ago, so that's always good. And then got trying to think how many 12 dogs right now boarding for the weekend. So
this is a big weekend too in Indy. I don't know if you're getting Indy boarding or not, but let's see, the Fever play tonight, the Indy 500s tomorrow. Then you got the game 3 of the NBA playoffs.
Yeah, I'm excited for the
way.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm excited. The Pacers are. This team is just fun to watch. Like, I don't even know how else to describe them.
You are right. So before we get into all the stuff here, we are in hour 23 of a 24-hour live stream that I've been on the entire time. I've not been asleep since 7 o'clock yesterday morning. So we are going on 36 hours as of right now. We have raised $2,095 out of our $2,000 goal. We had to raise it to $3,000 because you can't just be over it. And who's going to keep putting money into a pot that's already full? So you can get the link in the description underneath this video if you would donate. All of this is for the Extra Life and the Children's Miracle Network hospital systems. Here in Indianapolis, it's the Riley Children's Hospital that is being supported. But every dollar goes to funding research, for labs, for doctor visits, for bills. There are 12 million children that are treated 32 million times every year in these hospital systems, and that takes a lot of money. So Extra Life raises millions and millions of dollars every year specifically for this cause, from gamers and board gamers, and now fantasy footballers, which I count as we're gamers, right? That's what fantasy football is. So I'm gonna play one more sappy video here. It won't be too. Let's see. I've played JP. I've played Nolan. I'll play Anna here. Here we go.
Hi, my name's Anna Grace. I'm 11 years old and I'm from Fort Thomas, Kentucky. I play wheelchair basketball for the Cincinnati Dragons. It's a travel team, so we've gone to Wisconsin, Atlanta, Florida, somewhere in there.
Anna Grace was adopted from China when she was 27 months old, and 6 weeks after she came home, she had her first surgery on her leg. The doctors who reviewed her file, they weren't sure if she was ever going to be able to walk. They weren't sure if she had an intact pelvis based on the pictures, but she got into her first prosthesis then. I think it was about 2 weeks after her surgery, and took her first independent steps, and she hasn't stopped moving since.
Or talking.
Or talking.
So that's just it's one of the families that has benefited from Extra Life. So yeah, like I said, every dollar, whether it's $1, it's $5, it's $20, it's $100, $1,000. We got $1,000 donation earlier. Every dollar counts. So, and you don't even have to share that. You don't even have to, like, if you can't donate, that's fine. Share the link. Just share the link to social media, share it to your friends. Say, hey, this is a cool cause. Justin's been crazy for 23 hours now. He's got one more hour left. Sharing goes a long way too. Sharing this stream, subscribing to the channel. Just because this specific 24-hour stream ends today doesn't mean the fundraising doesn't end today. Like, we will continue fundraising throughout the rest of the fantasy season all the way till December 31st, when the year is technically over and the fundraising is done. So but part of this is Super League. So Super League, Best Ball Charity League. Brian, you have now been in it. This is year 2 for you, I think.
Yep.
Okay. So Super League is a charity best ball league that I started 3 years ago with only 35 other people. Was the inaugural, didn't know what I was doing. Never played best ball in my life. Somebody asked me, is like, hey, are waivers going to open? And I'm like, yeah, sure. Cool. Let's do it. And I did waivers, and people are like, that was weird, but like also kind of fun. Like, I didn't have to do waivers if I didn't want to, but at the same time, like, I could if I wanted to. And some people made the finals with waivers. Some people didn't make the finals with waivers. So or some people made it without the waivers, I should say. So it was interesting. So we came back for year 2 with 72 people. No, I'm sorry. Year 2 was 84 people. And that's what we're trying to at least get to today. Not today, but this year is at least 84 people again. And we are starting to fill that last 7th league, and then we're going to open up more and more. So Super League is different. There are a lot of different scoring methods. We've got bonuses to passing, rushing, and receiving. We've got 5-point bonuses for 50+ yard touchdowns. We're adding a kicker this year, which is crazy, but we are doing points based off of how many yards they kick. So for every yard that you get a 0.1 points, so 10 yards, you get a point. Something like that. I don't know. It's hour 23, Brian. All I know is earlier, a 50+ yard field goal, you get 5 extra points. A 60+ yard field goal, you get 5 extra points. So if you kick a 60-yard field goal, all I know is you're going to get 19 points.
That's insane.
Which is insane. And I added a special playoff rule that starts in week 13, specifically only for the playoffs, that won't be announced until all the drafts are done.
I like it.
So, and the only hint I will give and have given so far is that it does correlate with our theme this year. So if you want to sign up for Super League, go to FantasyNowPlus.com. I'm pretty sure the link is in the description. You can register there for Super League and just get involved. We've had a bunch of signups today, so definitely get in there while you can. But yeah, we're pretty much basically accepting everybody up and through the end of June. So get in there. We want you in there. So yeah, Brian.
You look exhausted.
Dude, I'm so tired. And I told my wife yesterday, I was like, I'm not gonna just immediately go to bed. Like, I have to stay up until at least like 10, so I get a normal like sleep cycle going again. So got at least 3 more hours. Yeah, you want to talk about the Pacers? I have all these questions about fantasy football, but I've literally just been talking about fantasy football for the last.
Yeah, let's talk about the Pacers.
Pacers, okay. How good are they?
I don't think anyone knows, even us. Like, you know, I mean, they surprise me at how good they look. Like, it's like a different team started, you know, at the beginning of the year, and it's just getting better and better. Like, Oklahoma City should win the title, but before the playoffs, I thought there was no way we would. But the way we're playing now, I'll take our chances.
Yeah, I mean, you get Milwaukee, everybody counts you out there. You are the underdog, even at the home team, home court. You beat them like not easily, but like easily. Then you get the Cavs, the number 1 team, plus win team. Walk over them, all but game 3.
Right.
And then now you got the Knicks again, the underdogs. I was looking at odds. We are now actually favored in this game. The first game we've been favored all postseason,
which is crazy.
Game 3, which is probably going to be the game we end up losing.
Yeah, game 3 scares me. We saw what happened in Cleveland when we took the 2 on the road. You know, hopefully we use that though. You know, to like and as good as a coach as Carlisle is, I mean, I think he's probably pounding that in. Like, we take our foot off the gas. We did it once. We can't do it again. You know, so
yeah.
About Thibs is he, you know, his players, he just wears them out, and our pace, I just don't think they can go 7.
Yeah, no, I think there's going to be something to be said that, hey guys, this is the conference finals. Let's win it in Indy,
right?
In game 4. I feel like they've got to get to they got to do it in game 4, because I think if this goes 5, 6, even 7, I don't know. I feel like if it gets to game 7, they're done. They're not going to make it. It can't go past game 6.
I feel you. And normally I'd agree with you, but
but at the same time, it's
the way they're playing. Like, I don't.
Can they lose? I mean, like, seriously, like, can they lose?
Some of the crazy stats of, you know, I think it's 4 times and out of a 1,690 games or something, the teams came back from 7 points down or more in the last minute in the playoffs, and 3 of them were by the Pacers this playoffs. Like, just that alone, just mind-boggling. Like, they're never out of it. So you're going to have to get a 30-point lead on them if you want to put them down.
At minimum, like literally minimum 30 points. It's kind of crazy that their star players can still put up 40 points, and that's not enough.
Right.
Like, and our star players don't have to do that. They can do 25, 30 points, and that's fine, because everybody else is scoring 20 points, 10 points, 15 points.
Yeah.
When you have multiple people in double digits all the time, like, it's a lot better.
Yeah, I mean, we got 6 guys that can put 20 on you. You just don't know when. where most teams got 2 or 3 that are capable.
And apparently Aaron Neesmith can be Steph Curry at any moment he wants to
Right,
be.
that was crazy.
It's like, hey, I saw a reel yesterday. It was Rick Carlisle, Tyrese Halliburton, Aaron Neesmith, and Siakam all in the huddle, and it's just like, hey, how do we win? And Tyrese is like, oh, let's make more shots than they do. And Miles is like, oh, I don't know, or Siakam, one of the two. And then Aaron Neesmith's like, hey guys, crazy thing. How about I just become Steph Curry? Now owns the record for the most threes in the fourth quarter in the postseason. So it's crazy.
It really is. Like, and if you really think about it, Miles Turner hasn't played great, hasn't played bad, but he hasn't had a huge game yet. So he's due. So I think Game 3 is going to be the Miles Turner game. Or even Nembhard, like he's been great in the playoffs, but the first 2 games of this series, he's not been as good as he's normally. So I mean, that's what's great about it. You don't know which one's showing up, but once you think you got the right matchup, then someone else is going to beat you.
Yeah. How did you? I mean, I know how I felt about Neesmith guarding Brunson.
I thought it was an odd assignment, but
it worked.
I thought maybe the goal was physical, because obviously he's a lot bigger, stronger. So you want to
be physical, wear him out. Yeah, brutally just beat him up. Basically, I mean, truthfully, Tyrese Halliburton's not doing that.
No,
but Aaron Neesmith is.
Exactly.
Yeah. So, this Pacers team is by far my favorite team that I've watched since the Reggie Miller days, obviously. So it's I would take this team easily over the 2013 Pacers. I think this team would beat them. I think they would. I think the 2013 Pacers had more experience, but it doesn't mean they were better in a way. The 2013 Pacers were built to beat the Heat. That was it. That was their sole focus, is beat the Heat.
Right.
And this team, I feel like, was like, we don't care who you are. We're just going to come back and win. Do not care. Bucks, okay. Who are you again? Cavs, okay, sure. Knicks, okay, whatever. Don't give us the Celtics, I guess. But that's it.
Yeah. The beautiful thing is too, how how much the Bucks hate us. I mean, Giannis makes it very clear anytime they play us. So they got that extra chip, and we just dominated, and had the huge comeback. I mean, it was just beautiful. And then, like I said, the Cavs series, I thought we got to get one in Cleveland. Never imagined we'd get both. And then
and here we are.
3-0,
here we are with the Knicks going. Never thought we'd get one in New York, but here we are getting 2.
And I think the way we got Game 1, they were not the same team in Game 2.
Yeah, I do think that affected the Knicks in Game 2 for sure, 100%. And they were in it. That game was back and forth all the way up until the end, and then the Pacers just pulled away at the end, which was the great part there. So it's just.
Oh, I agree. And people were questioning Karl Anthony Towns getting little minutes in the fourth, and it's like I feel bad for Thibodeau, because normally you complain that he doesn't play his bench, and now he's tried something different because the matchups weren't working and still didn't work. So that guy can't win for losing. But
I didn't really look at too much into the box score in Game 2 because I was being crazy and streaming at the time. But what did the what did the minutes end up looking like for the Knicks?
I know that is it Miles Robinson? Is that his name? He played 30 minutes, which is crazy. But I think they knew they had the rebounding edge, and in the fourth quarter, he kept them in for a while. He had a 16-minute stretch from the end of the first to the entire second quarter where he played, and they were pretty dominant in that little stretch. But then he put him back in the fourth, and
They
It's
played
almost-
7 people 25 plus minutes, and then Cameron Payne 9 minutes.
Yeah, that was
that. And,
Well,
and that's a Tom Thibodeau team right there. I mean, that literally is a Tom. And then you got, Brunson scoring 36, Towns and Bridges both scoring 20. But now we look at the Pacers roster, we had 11 players play.
Yeah.
9 of them had double-digit minutes.
It's crazy.
So they're pressure all the time. And then you look at their point totals. Yeah. Siakam had 39. Thank God, because game 1 he was not doing great until overtime, maybe.
I think he scored the first 11 points of the game for us.
Siakam did.
He came out just like on fire.
It's like he knew that he had to make up for game 1, I think, because Siakam was a liability in game 1, I think, especially against like Cat and stuff. He would try to back down Cat. I'm like, why are you trying to do this? Like, you can't do that.
I felt good in game 2 when Cat took a early 3 and it was airballed. I'm like, okay, well, he's not got his 3-point rhythm he had in game 1. All right, here we go.
he carried his overtime 3-point rhythm right over to game 2. It looks like, because him and Brunson both, like Brunson airballing it, Cat bricking it. That was comical. Just straight up comical. I don't, and I'm trying to think, okay, well, maybe Thibodeau isn't playing the bench because of reason, but like, they don't have anybody to play.
No, I mean, they got a very talented, starting 5 and even, 6th man, but then it's like there's not much left.
It's very quickly down. It's like anybody's fantasy roster. It's like, oh, I have the greatest fantasy starting lineup ever, but then you go look at their bench and it's like,
absolutely.
I'm sorry, I'm supposed to be scared of Jalen Wright as your backup running back. Like, I'm supposed to be scared that you have Alec Pierce on your bench. Like,
right?
Huh?
Hey, speaking of fantasy, though, you're up in the extra life best ball. You should put it up for charity, Nom, if you want.
Okay, whoever, Brian, go ahead and donate that $10 and make my pick for me. But whoever donates $10 right now gets to pick my next pick in this. Okay, it like switched over. Usually that means that something happened, but yeah, we are still going on this best ball league. Let me switch screens here. How is this even going? I haven't paid attention to it since we stopped streaming it, so let's see how this is going. Oh no, there you are. Okay, so oh no, Anthony Richardson's right there. I already have 3 quarterbacks in a 1 quarterback league.
Yeah, you get some A-Rich. I can't go wrong. But for best ball, honestly, he'll probably get you 3 or 4 weeks when he plays. He'll be your starting quarterback
over Jaden Daniels.
Well, I mean, Jaden Daniels has a bye at least, so maybe 1 week.
In week 12, we expect Anthony Richardson to be playing in week 12.
Well, I said maybe 1 week.
I think when's his bye week this year? I don't even.
Week 11.
Okay, well that's good, I guess.
I mean, I would think it'd be more fun to get if someone had you take Shedeur Sanders, everyone's favorite Brown.
Yeah, again, whoever donates $10 will get to do that. But I'll give some people some time. Since I just threw that out there, there's a link in the description of this video, and let's see, I can pull this up somewhere. I think like it's all the way at the top. It is. It's right there. This link right here, which I will put back into the comments. HTTPS. We are so close. So, all right. This home league I created last year. You want in this year?
What is it?
That home league I was trying to get you into last year.
Oh.
You want into it this year?
Yeah, let's make
I might have a couple spots because I just didn't pay attention to it.
Yeah. Yeah, doing a live draft again?
Yeah. Yeah, we'll do a live draft again. Probably my last indie live draft.
Yeah, moving
before we
to
move.
Chicago, right?
Yeah. But I also, I mean, if people are continuing to play, I will drive down for the draft and be down here for the weekend, so it'll be fine. Not worried about it. But so you're going to Cleveland for Scott Fish Bowl this year, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I was gonna go to Cincy and then got the anniversary gift for the wife, having no clue that the Scott Fish Bowl drafts were going to be a lot sooner than usual. So I was like, oh yeah, that'll be safe. And then the date came out. And I was like, oh boss, you're killing me.
They are kind of, are they?
Normally they're the last week of June. There's a few, but a lot of them are right first weekend of July or 4th of July weekend, and when a lot of them seem to happen. But
That is true. Yeah. Oh yeah. I do feel like we're usually drafting in July, and yeah. First, the 22nd of June is.
Yeah.
It's very early.
But anyone that hasn't signed up for the Scott Fish Bowl and want to do a live draft, I know there's still opportunities out there. You make it known. They'll get you hooked up if you're interested. It's a lot of fun. Also for charity, and you get if you win it, you're one out of 4,000 people, and you can say I won the Scott Fish Bowl. A pretty big deal. So my best finish was 22nd a couple years ago. Pretty proud of that. But
I'd be riding that all the way to the bank. Yeah, there
we got a donation.
Asaton, dang it! This is his third pick. In case Davis gets hurt or we ship him, Crab Graham Mertz. I hate you so much. he's a Texans fan, and God, I gotta search for Mertz. I can't believe I'm drafting a
Davis Mills and you're doing Mertz.
62 guy. This hurts.
Quarterbacks are on the same team, other than Jaden.
This hurts so bad. What if I just didn't do it?
That's great. Hey, if you speed the clock up, we can put we can put a couple more up for donation if we get some more out there. I'll gladly. I got back to back. So
we are into the later rounds, so I'm gonna go up to a minute and a half.
Nice.
Just because this is free. It's a free league anyway, so I might bump it up even higher, bumping this up so we can finish on that chair.
Yeah, I don't think anyone in it's going to get mad. I mean, a lot of cool people in there, so.
Yeah. Well, and yeah, we are in the bench spots. Anyways. And again, and it's free.
Always makes it easier.
This is literally there are no stakes to this, so this is going to 60 seconds.
Yeah. I will say that we've been a few fantasy leagues, and one thing I will say I like about your leagues is you do like to come up with unique scoring settings, and it's not just the cookie cutter leagues, and that makes it a lot more fun. So if you haven't been in one of Justin's leagues, I highly advise it. He's a great commish, and obviously he has lots of fun scoring settings that he always comes up with. So
I do appreciate that. I got to tell you about this league that I came up with this year, not the one that I invited you to with the IDP in it, but so FantasyNow Plus, we created a staff league with the 12 of us in it, and it's another dynasty, and Josh is you should do auctions for dynasty startups, which is fair. Get the guys you want, pay for the guys you want, but I didn't want to do MFL and then turn around, and I need to turn off the sound. I didn't want to do MFL and then turn around and move everything over to Sleeper, because that's where we were going to end up anyway.
Right.
So I did a 2-round auction, 2-player auction in Sleeper with a $500 budget. So you got to go get the guy that you really wanted, or $300 budget. So go get your guy, 2 guys. Some of us got screwed because, somebody would nominate, Bucky Irving in the first 2 rounds. This is crazy. Like, that's, come on. And then, so somebody nominates him for $1, and I'm like, I'm not going to give you Bucky Irving for $1. So I nominate or bid $2. He's just like, I'm out. I'm like,
then you just got lucky for $2. That's
it's my
great.
second player, so I'm like, somebody bid 3, so I can just max out my bid and then be done with it, because this is crazy. So that sucks, but it's whatever. So 2 rounds were done. Now you're probably wondering, well, Justin, how are you filling out the rest of this roster? We did a silent auction through Fab Waivers.
Right.
So once a week, we cleared the waiver wire with Fab. So we reset the budgets to $500. And then if there were any ties, we didn't let Sleeper figure out the ties. I went back and said, okay, privately, it was like, okay, give me another bid. And the
Tell me
highest
who
bid,
you want me to take. I'm up.
Oh,
we can pause it so we can see if someone wants to. How do you want to do it?
let's do DeAndre Hopkins.
Okay, I'll take that. All right, looks on my.
Oh God, now you have another pick.
I do back to back.
Oh, you already had Tyler Warren, so Adonai Mitchell.
Oh, you're killing me.
I'm at least giving you some respectable players in the current ADP for that.
I suppose
it's not respectable at all. DeAndre Hopkins is going to do absolutely nothing. I have Graham Mertz, so
this is true. You're about to be up again, so
yeah. If anybody donates $10 more, Maceton, Mason, God, yeah. If you donate $10 more, I will
take Derek Carr.
He tells me to take Derek Carr. I guess I'll take Derek Carr. God, this team is gonna suck, but it's for charity, so I don't care. That is now what 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 picks made from these. So, anyway, so the silent auction we had Wednesday at noon, everything cleared. So like people were putting in $100 bids and hundreds of waivers claims. So it's just going through and through and through, and that's how we're building out our rosters waivers now. Quick, like it's like a 3-week auction technically, but like we don't have to sit there and go back and forth for hours. So that's pretty nice. You know what? I'm gonna go with that all QB team, and we're just gonna go high floor, and we're gonna take Anthony Richardson here, or high ceiling. I mean, not high floor. But yeah, so now it's like, we did a fun draft. How are we going to follow it up in the rookie draft? And we were talking about this earlier on the stream. We're going to do a blind auction rookie draft.
That's fun.
So we're going to take the 101. Everybody's going to bid on the 101, not knowing who he's going to be. And then once all the bets are done, we're like, okay, fine. Okay, you win the 101. Now we're going to take the top 12. We're going to take the 12 players from ADP, or actually we're going to take the top 11 players from the ADP, and then a random third round pick, put them in a randomizer, and you get the player that it spits out.
Oh, nice.
So you have a 1 in 12 chance of getting a third round pick in the first round.
Right.
So, or maybe it'll be a second round pick in the first round or something like that.
Yeah.
So it'll be 1 round back or 2 rounds back or something. And so it's always, there's a chance that the 101 for $400 might end up being like Dylan Sampson or like,
right. Yeah, that'd be fun.
Or some random player that you did not want. And sounds fun. It's interesting. It's a $5 league, so it's like there's no stakes at this at all. So it's just another fun like drafting thing. So
yeah, I know that. I did a the Fantasy Care Eliminators that Boss runs. He did it's one called One Shot last year, and I was one that was like added late, so I had less than a day. But basically, you get $1,000 budget, and you got to fill your roster, but you don't know what everyone else is bidding. So, you had to put in recommended putting 250 bids in to make sure you filled your roster because So I had to I had 12 hours to basically cram in a bunch of bids, and it wound up being a lot of fun. I wound up getting Jalen Hurts was the best player I got because again you're just guessing, and I think maybe it's like week 6 or 7. So for 12 hours of no chance to really prepare, I felt that wasn't bad. But it was a lot of fun because you have no clue. You're just throwing a bunch of bids in and hoping that you wind up with a good team. And
that's what this draft was. I mean, you're just throwing in random bids because nobody knows values of people, like how other people are going to value people. So it's just like, can I spend $75 on Trey McBride, or do I need to spend $150 on Trey McBride? So,
exactly.
Yeah, it's these leagues are fun. My goal, and I tell everybody this when they join my league, and I'm like, this is not going to be a league that you have probably ever heard of, or maybe you have, and I've not recreating the wheel, but I do not do the same league twice. I don't like doing the same league twice, and I have a couple that are very similar, but it's not fun. It's just not fun anymore. Like fantasy should be fun, so it's just doing all the different things, which is what actually makes it fun to me.
Right.
And unfortunately, that's why I am in commission 9 different fantasy leagues.
Yeah. Well, my home league, it's going into year 19, my longest league, and I mean I got 3 guys that actually live in Akron, Cuyahoga Falls area.
Ooh, that's a great area.
Yeah, and that have been in it since the beginning. Well, one's been in since the beginning. The other 2 came in like year 2 or 3. And they every year we get together for the live draft, and it's like after so long, like it's been a dynasty, it's been a redraft, it's been a keeper. We've tried because you got to just when you're that long into a league, you got to keep it fresh, and
yeah, can't keep doing the same thing.
Yeah, and right now it's a 1 quarterback league, but I murphed the quarterback scoring to the point where if you don't have a top quarterback, you basically have nothing. So it's a 1 quarterback league that almost every first round, you're going to have 8 quarterbacks go in that first round because you want to get one of the top guys. And the person who almost always wins it, though, is the guy who gets the Jared Goff in round 4 or 5 because, and then he has a top 10 year where no one saw coming. And that's kind of been the theme. So we're kind of like, all right, it's fun, but it's all about who gets that quarterback. So we're going to murph it again. I don't know what we're going to do yet. So we're actually getting together and just going to, because I always just do it, but I figured this year we'll get together and we'll probably do something crazy. We're gonna have like a 2-day thing. We're gonna have day 1 where we golf and discuss, and then day 2 where we're drafting once we figure out what we want to do. Which I'm sure we're not going to be in the best frame of mind when we're discussing, so it'll be fun to see what we come up with.
I really want to do a league where we go to a cabin or something and do it at a cabin and just make it a weekend where the draft, like Scott Fishbowl, the draft starts at 6 p.m.
Mm-hmm.
and we go home when we're done.
Yeah.
At some point, it could be tomorrow, it could be Sunday. We go home when we're done or whatever, and we just grill out and have a good time. And would love to do an auction. That would be fun too. Doing a live auction, which could be a lot of fun too. But
yeah, I wish Sleeper got their auction, like their non-live auctions.
They've got to
figure it out, because if they could get the auction right, I mean, I don't think. I mean, don't get me wrong. It's great for the customization, but I don't want to pay $90 for every league I do. So
exactly, there's 2 things Sleeper needs to figure out, and I don't think they ever will, because they're not making this any better anymore. Who should I take here?
Oh, you're up.
Pick a random player.
Okay, Nick Chubb.
Damn. Where is he?
Oh, wait, he might have been drafted by somebody already. Yeah, he did get drafted just a minute ago. Someone on an auto. That's hilarious.
Oh, thank God.
Shoot. I mean, you already got his brother. You might as well go ahead and get Trevor now, since you meant to earlier.
That's true. I might as well get both.
I mean, have the Etienne brothers. It's going to be unstoppable force right there.
But yeah, so they have 2 things to figure out. They need to figure out that auction system, and they need to figure out duplicate players.
Yeah.
I think if they figured those 2 things out, I don't think MFL could touch them. I don't think any platform could touch them.
Right.
They're this is where everybody wants to go to. This is an easy platform to use. It's a good platform. It needs a couple things, and nobody will be able to touch it.
No, I agree. Like I said, I mean, I was at ESPN forever, and then I was one of the early people that tried Sleeper when they were still fairly new, and I was like, well, this looks like it could be fun. And the first year we did Sleeper, it was like, this is so much more fun than ESPN because there's more customization and everything else. And then the first few years it just kept getting better and better, and then they just kind of I think they got plateaued where they're like, all right, well, we made a pretty cool thing. You guys enjoy it.
Mine was 2019 when I first got into Sleeper. That's when they had like the little
I got 2 picks
avatars and stuff. You know who I heard is really, really good?
Boy. Who's that?
He's a sleeper. Hold on. Will Levis.
Yeah, all right. There we go. Good old mayonnaise commercial.
I mean, there's another really good guy up there, and some would say he is a very good guy up there in Cleveland.
They decided on that.
Who's that?
He used
Sorry, they're bringing me food.
He used to play for the Texans, but I'm not going to make you do that guy.
Used to play for the Texans, and now
How about the guy that eats a lot of cereal? Actually, hold on. I'll give you actually a good one. DJ Giddens.
He could be good.
I made you pick Will Levis up. I'll give you DJ Giddens.
Yeah, he's got a shot.
I do believe so too. In a best ball league, I love that.
Pass catching, I think he'll be their third down back sometimes. Problem is, people just assume it, but I mean, JT can block a little bit, and he's not got bad hands. So I mean, I don't know if they're going to take him off the field a whole lot on third down, but
I mean, they did.
Should, because you want him to keep him healthy and keep him fresh. But
all right, I have to take a real player here.
Real player?
I'm taking Ollie Gordon. I gave you DJ Giddens, so I'm taking Ollie.
There you go.
This is going to be so bad. I can't wait to
think
finish
Ollie Gordon is one of the great mysteries because 2023 Ollie Gordon, if you get that guy, Miami's got themselves a 1-2 punch in him and a chain for a while.
Yeah, I mean,
The 24 guy, he may not make the roster.
He was like my RB5, RB6 at pre-NFL draft, and then he got drafted by Miami, and the draft value was low, and I'm just like, oh, man.
Yeah, I think he's got a shot. I mean, they really showed in the draft. I mean, I'm a Dolphins fan, so I mean, they showed physicality as something that they know they lack, and they addressed. I mean, they drafted 4 linemen, within this where they didn't have a whole lot of picks. So the fact that they, got an offensive lineman and then 3 defensive tackles, and got Ollie, I think they're definitely going to try to not be so much finesse, and if that's the case, I think he's got a good shot to make the roster because, I mean, I don't think Madison's going to beat him out for that physical running back job. So, and Jalen Wright, this is his prove it year because he did not do much as a rookie. So
yeah,
and McDaniel doesn't mind playing rookies, so it's definitely not a issue of you're a rookie, you're not getting on the field. So makes you hope, because I had high hopes for him when I drafted him. He was one of my top 3 running backs coming out of the draft the year we got him. I was like, all right, I'll take it right with the chain and Mostert. Let's do this. And he just didn't live up to it. So it'll be interesting. But I do think that Ollie definitely has a shot to be something because, again, they made it very clear what they're trying to do. I think the Dolphins are set up to surprise people with their schedule. They are the only team that doesn't leave the Eastern time zone other than their one international game. They're on the Eastern time zone for every single game this season. It's crazy.
Well, I mean,
yeah,
Bengals have the least amount of travel time. I know that.
Well, we go to Spain, so that's part of the travel time there.
Oh, the Dolphin. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why. Because if you took the international game out, like
That's fair.
so,
That's totally fair.
and it's set up that they're gonna do what they do most years: start out hot, and they set them up to have to prove it in the end. And honestly, I'm kind of glad because McDaniel and Tua, you got to prove it in the end. You know, you guys talk a big game, how you franchise quarterback, you want to win your Super Bowl coach and all that. Well, get your 8-2 start, now finish. And they haven't been able to do that, so I'm anxious to see. I don't think we're going to win 10 games like a lot of pundits seem to think they have a shot at. I think if Tyreek Hill's Tyreek Hill again, we could, but I feel like Tyreek Hill doesn't want to be there. And as long as he doesn't want to be there, I don't think you're going to get the best version of him. He's already got his money. So move on from the guy or somehow convince him that he wants to be there again. But when he's putting Baker Mayfield in his top 5 quarterbacks and no longer including Tua, pretty telltale. So,
yeah.
That's not a slight at Baker. I mean, Baker was incredible last year, but he was not a top 5 quarterback.
You're on the clock.
Oh, again, man.
I think you need a tight end that could also double up as a quarterback.
Oh, I already got that. His name's Tyler Warren.
But Taysom Hill can do both. Oh, no, he's only a tight end now. He's no longer a quarterback in this. This is stupid.
I'll tell you what. I'll take a tight end. I'll take what about Gatson?
That sounds great. I don't even know who that is.
Rondé Gatson Jr. Syracuse. Kyle McCord threw to that guy.
You know who used to be really, really good, or actually is really, really good? He used to play in Indiana. Wait, Tommy Mellett. That's who somebody just said right there.
Tommy Mellett.
Nope, I don't know if that's a real person or not.
All right, he's on my squad.
All right, there we go. QB for Las Vegas. There we go. We
I
don't
think
care
he's
about
going to be a scat guy. The way they said he had 48 rushing touchdowns in college. Like he was a quarterback, but he's possibly going to play wide receiver, and the Raiders don't have much there.
Tommy Mellett is?
Yeah. So
oh, I've never even heard of this guy.
I hadn't either until he got drafted before Quinn Ewers, and then I was like, "Who is this guy?"
Yeah, that's interesting.
And this is not a Dolphins thing. How the heck did Quinn Ewers fall to the Dolphins in the 7th round? He easily could get that starting job if Tua goes down. Arch Manning couldn't get on the field over him for 2 years. If he was that bad, and he took him to the playoffs both times. I mean, Quinn Ewers is clearly not that bad. He beat Alabama when Saban was still there. He's done a lot of things that make you all right, this guy can play. And somehow he dropped to the 7th round. Makes you scratch your head. And in recruiting wise, he was the highest rated quarterback recruit, at the time, I think ever. So
yeah, he coming out of high school, he was the highest rated quarterback. I remember that because that's when I started trying to start following college players and stuff. And yeah, the Jets should have been all over yours, but they're not. Hey, I like it. I like his opportunity there. I mean, he has to fight Zach Wilson for QB2, and he'll probably be QB1 eventually.
Yeah, I think he's got a good shot. If he's got money, that's what always worries. I mean, Johnny Manziel's a good example of it. The guy had the talent, but he had the money, so sometimes they don't put the effort in because they don't care. But
yeah,
he seems to care. I mean, if you just watched him at Texas, and he, like I said to me, if Arch Manning, who everyone considers the consensus #1 pick if he comes out next year, couldn't beat the guy for a starting job for 2 years, how is he a 7th round pick? It'll be interesting because, again, I'm a Dolphins fan, so it seems like it's a homer thing, but I was we were still here in round 3. I'm like, he should be going off the board. So.
Well, and then, I mean, Riley Leonard goes to the Indianapolis Colts. So it's that could be a nice little pick there.
I was going to say, scheme-wise, he fits what they got. I mean, he's –
yeah.
Taysom Hill just went. He's, kind of Daniel Jones and Anthony Richardson in one. Probably a little bit not quite the runner as good as Richardson, but definitely better thrower than.
Oh no! Stop it! Stop it! 10 minutes left. Had to do that.
Nice.
We probably lost all copyright, and I just lost this entire video. But
the good news is, at least on my end, it just sounded like where you're playing some waves in the background. It didn't play through. So.
Oh, it didn't play through?
Yeah, I assume you were playing music, but all you heard was just some.
I played a sound effect that was, it's the final countdown.
Yeah, it didn't work that time.
Interesting.
Your last pick's coming up.
Oh God. Okay. Who are we taking? Actually, let's see.
I feel like you need more tight ends. You've only got one.
I'm gonna take who's projected the least amount of points, but it's not 0.
But you should get a tight end. You've only got one tight end on your roster.
Do it. Oh, I only have Tucker Craft. Dang.
Yeah. Now
Right,
what's
so
left?
this is
I don't know
gonna
if I would,
be-
maybe Chick's still available.
There's no way Chig is available.
Yeah. Well,
How is Chig still available? All of these tight ends went. Chig is available.
I just saw that. I was like, I don't either.
What? Are we not paying attention?
We clearly weren't. Did you take Farrell Brown?
Yeah, I did. He was ranked the lowest of the projected points for tight ends.
That's hilarious. Hey, why not, right?
Helping out that ADP. Oh.
All right. So my last pick, who should be Mr. Irrelevant?
I say we go with the person that is projected the least amount of points that is not 0, which is.
Let's see. Mine says it's
Jacob Cowing.
Jacob Cowing.
Actually, could low-key be a good pick if he actually plays.
All right. That's got nothing to lose. Projected to get half a point for the whole year. How do you calculate projected a half a point? He's not catching the ball for his.
Well, he could catch the ball for minus.
minus 5 yards.
Is it minus 5? Yeah.
Yeah.
1 point. No, it'd be minus 15 yards.
Yeah, like half a point is projection. That's funny.
So, oh wait, no, half a point is the projection.
Yeah, total half a point.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, for minus 5 yards. Yeah, one reception for minus 5 yards.
Point, yeah,
the whole season.
Yep, that's apparently what he's going to do this year, according to Sleeper. I imagine he'll do more than that, just because opportunity should be there with Debo gone. Ayuk coming off the knee injury.
Jennings is
obviously pretty good.
Yeah, he'll be the wide receiver 1 until Ayuk comes back.
Yeah, and then obviously Slick Rick we're still not sure about, but yeah. Speaking of auction, you were talking about the spending all your money. That Marvin, your rookie thing, that was yeah, I did it. So if we want to share that fun story.
Yeah, so last year we started a rookie league where we started a dynasty league with only rookies from last year. So starting in 2024, anybody that existed pre-2024, you cannot pick up. If you try to pick them up, you lose your fab, you lose the player. It's donezo. And part of this, I mean, we have to play a quarterback, a running back, wide receiver, 5 flex, a defensive lineman, a defensive a linebacker, and a defensive back, and then it's actually a deep bench as well. So like a lot of us last year, including yourself, were starting players that were scoring 0 points.
Oh yeah,
or on bye week, or like not on a roster even, because that's all you could do. Like there was nobody. But now we're finally starting to get rosters built. I think I feel like they're starting to come together. I don't know if yours is coming together, but mine has come together.
Oh yeah, mine. I mean, thank you, Sean, for trading a fortune to get Gianti from me. I appreciate that. So now I have a full roster because of him.
Oh yeah.
I was in trouble after my Marvin move last year in the startup.
Yeah, so you took Marvin for max bid, and then you just $1 picked everybody else.
Yeah, I think it cost me like $389 or something like crazy dollars out of my.
I like
$400
my lineup. If Will Howard is able to play, I have a starting quarterback, Bucky Irving, Roma Dunze, Tyler Warren. Thanks for $5 for 5 minutes left in the stream, and that puts us at an even number in the 5, which puts us, I can't remember, 2020.
Okay, nice.
I think we'll see.
Well, then it seems like we need 5 more for 2025, right?
I mean, if this ever goes away. Jesus Christ. Yeah, so Tyler Warren, Travis Hunter, Leatu Latu, Dallas Turner, Tyler Newman, and a bunch of others. So we have $2,110.
Oh, a little better. Yeah, so I got heavy on quarterbacks this last year in the draft. I got Shador, Jackson Dart, and Jalen Milrow. I figure one of the three is likely to start at some point this year.
Yeah.
And got Quishon, which I think he's going to absolutely ball out in Cleveland. Got my Marvin from last year. God rest his. Hopefully he can be better this year.
Well, I mean, he's a quarter pounder away from being a linebacker. So
right. Colston Loveland. I'm not as high on him as Warren. Like most people seem to like him more than Warren. I think Warren's the Swiss Army knife. He's Taysom Hill on steroids, and if Indy's smart, they're going to run a triple option at times with him, Richardson, and Jonathan Taylor, and no one's going to be able to stop it. I mean, and you got enough quarterback depth back there so you can actually risk the injury, because guess what? You can bring in Riley Leonard or Daniel Jones, and they can still run that same exact play. So, I mean, if you want to have some fun and make the NFL have to figure something out, put a triple option with those three. It's going to be a lot of fun.
I don't think I realized that Tyler Warren was like a quarterback also, like could throw the ball and stuff.
Yeah. I mean, and then Jaden Blue, I think, has an opportunity in Dallas. I'm not sold on him. A lot of people like him, but I think it'll be interesting who gets the starting job, because I do think whether it's Miles Sanders, Javonte Williams, or realistically Jaden Blue, whoever gets it, I don't think it's going to be much of a timeshare once they get that role. Two of them are improve it, 1-year deals. I mean, Miles Sanders, I think, is the long shot of the three. Williams definitely wasn't as good as I think we all thought he could be. But maybe new opportunity in Dallas, he'll surprise some people. So, and then I got Dante Thornton for Las Vegas, Devon Vale, however you say his name, Jalen Lane. So I got at least enough starting players that should get points this year on offense.
Yeah.
And then I got Abdul Carter and Malachi Starks for the defense. I think that's going to be a good D. So yeah, I think it's. I went from not having much to having a heck of a shot, being good.
Yeah. Just over here waiting for this countdown. I feel like I can't stop until it hits that. I feel like we're at like countdown to midnight. Like
Right, yeah.
New
The
Year's
ball's
Eve
about to drop.
now.
No kiss. You get no kiss at the end, though.
No. Maybe my dogs.
There you go.
Oh my goodness! I have to now like clean up my whole desk because I've just stacked stuff like coffee mugs and water bottles and Gatorade bottles.
How many bathroom breaks did you make?
Oh, dude, I can't. I honestly couldn't even count. A lot. I broke the seal very early at like 9 p.m. and it's been like once an hour or every 2 hours or so. So I should have maybe counted, like tracked stats like that. Like Justin made 8 breaks in 24 hours. Or like he had to stop for the water this many times. Thanks guys. Great job, Justin, and be proud of what you've done. Great job. 30 seconds. Thanks for letting me be part of this.
So we did a countdown. 7,
6, 5, 4, 3,
2,
1.
You made it. Thank you for letting me be a
There we
part
go.
of it.
We want that one. All right, guys. Thanks for being on here for the 24 hours. Go to sleep. Not going to sleep yet, but yeah, thanks for everyone literally that has tuned in. Bill, Tim, Chef, you've been on here forever. I kind of actually want to go through some of this list real quick of all the donations. Topher, thank you again for being part of this. Every single one of you guys have helped me get through this as well. This was more than just, me doing this for 24 hours. Every last person that was on this show, and I'm going to go through this list real quick. Jeff Chris spent 9 hours on this show between a 5-hour block and a 4-hour block. Pudge was on here for 2 hours. Derek Thomas, Mitch Zimmer, Seth Keller, Zach Berger, JT Brew, Topher Kurt, Tommy Blair, Nate Polvak, Kevin Tompkins, Pete Davidson, Casey Kasem, Stephanie Miller, Russ Fisher, Josh Kimmel, John Byrne, Dustin Ludke, Lou, Brian, Tim, and Adam Rank, and then also Paul Redman as well. All of you guys have been great. We had 23 guests on in 24 hours to sit here and raise money. And also I want to go back and thank, all of you all the donations from here on. Stephanie, a couple days ago, Kung Tribe, whoever donated $125 right off the bat, Anonymous $100 to get Jeff to do 50, Fantasy Football Reddit, Will, Seth Keller, I think this would have been Derek, Jeff for his 155, Bill, Tommy, Pete, Mitch, Braden, Topher, Macedon a bunch of times to make me pick random players. Fantasy Cares donating $1,000 was incredible. Lou and Tim to end it off. So thank you guys all for great stream. Like, I'm getting emotional over here, and I don't like getting emotional in front of people. So yeah, Brian, thanks for ending it.
Absolutely. It was fun.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. Everybody that was on this stream, you guys are all rock stars, staying on to chat throughout the entire thing. So I got at least 2 more hours before I try to go to bed, so I get a normal bedtime. But be sure, if you have not subscribe to Fantasy Now Plus, subscribe to FinSock Sports Network, subscribe to our new DFS channel, Fantasy Now Plus Get Tilted, where we'll post a bunch of DFS stuff. So guys, until the end, or this is the end of the stream. I'm so tired. I don't know if we'll be on Monday. I'm not gonna lie. We probably won't be on Monday, Josh and I, but we'll be back on Friday for Studs and Suds with Jeff and Pudge. Guys, until we are back around, thank you again and peace out.
Hi there, time for Extra Life again? Wait, what is Extra Life? Seriously? Extra Life is a charity gaming fundraiser. We play games to raise money for local children's hospitals. Extra Lifers around the world have raised more than $100 million since 2008, and all because of people like you. So what are you waiting for? Donate to Extra Life to help kids like me.